Oops, that was a sudden abrupt stop. And look, I uploaded the wrong intro. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. This is an impromptu live, and I accidentally uploaded the wrong intro. Oh well, that's tomorrow's show right there, Delphi. Hey, welcome in, True Crime Butterfly. Is it Friday? Is it Saturday? What the hell day is it? Oh my god, it is Friday. Geez, why was I thinking all day long, guys? It was Saturday. Holy hell. Well, thank you for y'all know my shit's broken around here. I don't know nothing, time, dates. Nikki, Bobby, welcome in. Miss Shorty, welcome in as always. So good to have you in here. I think Miss Shorty's going live later for Camp Shorty, guys. Um, that's always a fun time. If you've never checked it out, do so. I'll get her link in here. We'll give it a few minutes and let some people get in here. As you guys could probably tell from the thumbnail, there have been some orders dropped in the Brian Koberger case from the April 9th hearing. Sorry, I'm multitasking. Let me grab something real quick. Now, Joe's going to think that my message to him a few minutes ago was a little wacky because I asked him about co-hosting with me in tomorrow's show, meaning Sundays. Oops, Joe, if you're listening, you know me. I don't know nothing. I mean, I know stuff, I just may not know what day it is. Oh, I know why I got thrown off, because there was no school today, and the kiddos over at his Nana's house. I think my son was off work, and he was at his girlfriend's house. Had me thinking it was Saturday. Mm-mm-mm. Right? We're going to be in the future with Miss Shorty. We are. We are Saturday. Hello, Pokemon. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate you. All of you guys. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to get into some of these documents. Some of them I haven't looked at them. I've been working all day on some content for Sunday's Delphi show. And let me tell you, you start looking into something, things you already know, and then you start looking into something and something else comes from that. And then you're like, oh my God, now I got to look at that. And it's been one of those days, which is usually like Delphi. So I had to really make myself stick to task because I don't want to be all over the place. So then I was sitting outside enjoying some peace and quiet and beautiful sunshine and decided to check the docket. Lo and behold, we had some Koberger filings. And I thought, you know what? Since I thought today was Saturday and that I would be busy tomorrow and busy all week finishing out the Lori trial and starting Karen Reed, when would I have time to even get to this Koberger guy? So we're just going to do it now. I miss you guys anyway. Don't know, I slept almost all day yesterday, like off and on the whole day. I think Lori wore me out all week long. And nothing that girl did surprised me, and I called her a girl because, said it, that is no woman. But, all the years of following her and her trials and just watching all that, it's tired. It's a joy. We don't know what's going on half the time. Welcome in, Flip Flops. Good to see you. Carrie, our girl Carrie, welcome in. Jen P, nice to have you here as well. I was just scrolling up, making sure I didn't miss anybody that came in. Motion to Scream, what the fuck? Granted, I love that name. I'll say it every time I see it just because it's fun to say. Oh my goodness. All right, so let me get this other screen pulled up and we'll start to look at what's there. Very curious about some of them, of all of them actually, but we were all wondering how he was going to rule on these motions. Miss Shorty. Guys, Miss Shorty, you are the biggest YouTube supporter, and we cannot say enough about you. You're an amazing person. Not just because you gift memberships, because you're just you, just for being you. Passenger 33 received one. Carla, welcome aboard. Tracy Fleetwood, welcome in. Soulful Fox, welcome in. Gina P, nice. Gambies, good to have you here. Nan, welcome in. tainted docket. Ooh, that one sounds, oh my goodness, I like that one. Laura and Sherry Rollins, you guys are now lead investigators. And thank you so, so much. Miss Shorty, thank you again. The memberships are for a new USB. Yes, she DM'd me, guys, as I was complaining about my mouse battery dying. So she's like, look, girl, you need to get you one of these rechargeable ones, and here's some money for it. Well, thank you, ma'am. I will certainly do that. Everybody will know it's because of you. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Prince Lover. Welcome in. Miss Shorty is the best. I mean, her energy and everything, I mean, it's unmatched. Let me just say that on these YouTube streets. And it's nice to see other women, right, in the genre, because we get so many men trying to mansplain stuff to us that gets annoying sometimes, to me anyway. And it's like, dude, what you're sitting there saying, I said 2 weeks ago, but okay, do you? So it's nice to see all the women in this space and be able to support one another. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you guys go over there and sub up to Miss Shorty and check out her Camp Shorty weekends. They're priceless. A lot of good times happening over there. A lot of great discussions. I mean, when I'm over there talking to her, the discussions are great, and I love a good discussion. And in fact, Miss Shorty, one of these orders is I would love to get your take on. So we will go start with what came down first. Let me pull up the screen. Oh, I got to pull them up one at a time before I can open them. Okay. This one, where'd it go? It didn't work right. See if it'll let me do it. Nope. See, I have to take it down and then do it. I don't know why it works that way, but it does. Okay. Now we're on track. All right. Oh, it's not annoying? Oh, God, I hope not, because sometimes I think it might be. Oh, goodness. Miss Shorty got that time off, and she's taking full advantage of it, guys. Firefly, are you in here? You know you can grab that link. Are you back here with me yet? There you are. There you are. Welcome in. Did you get the dog?
Hello. I'm here. Am I muted?
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. I can hear you, yep.
Did you get the dogs all squared away?
Yep.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal. So we had some rulings come down in the from the April 9th hearing. I really, some of them we're going to just kind of like go through, and some we'll pick apart. It depends on what they are. But this is basically an order memorializing oral rulings on the motions in limine. So I guess he's going to talk about what he said. And it's like a 17-page document here. So we'll see if we do the whole thing or not. Let's see. Introduction. Before the court are several motions in limine filed by both defendant and the state. Oral arguments on motions was held on April 9, 2025. On several motions, the court rendered oral rulings from the bench. This order serves to memorialize those oral rulings together with the findings the court made during the hearing. Okay, so remember when he did rule on some of those orally right there from the bench during the hearings.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so standards. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination, I promise I can read, of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And they cite Idaho Code 401. All relevant evidence is admissible except as otherwise provided by these rules or by other rules applicable in the court of the U.S. And they cite IRE 402. Although relevant, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger or unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentations of cumulative evidence. Wow. I, I have so many thoughts on stuff like that. You know what I mean? The question is whether evidence is relevant is reviewed de novo, while the decision to admit relevant evidence is reviewed for an abuse of discretion. State versus Schultz is who they cite there. Um, One discretionary matter, the trial court must, one, correctly perceive the issue as one of I got to make this bigger, y'all, or I'm not going to be able to see. I'm
Oh,
so
that's
blind.
better.
Okay, good. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. Okay. That didn't cut off on my words, did it? A little bit. Let me go.
Oh, a little bit on the end,
There we go.
yeah.
Let's go back right there. Okay, better for me too. Um, if I knew where I was at, though, that'd be good. Okay. The question of whether evidence is relevant is reviewed de novo, while the decision to admit relevant evidence is reviewed for an abuse of discretion. On discretionary matters, the trial court must, one, correctively perceive the issue as one of discretion, two, act within the outer boundaries of its discretion, three, act consistently with legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it, and four, reaches its decision by the exercise of reason. And they cite other case there. Analysis. Okay. This one concerns the defendant's motion in limine 1, the inflammatory evidence. Defendant moves under Idaho Code 403 to prevent the state from introducing testimony evidence that is exceptionally inflammatory, arguing it is irrelevant or unfairly prejudicial. I was just thinking about something. The court finds this motion is premature. I do too. I'm like, what are they saying? It's inflammatory.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what what's it in
What's
reference to.
what was exceptionally inflammatory? As with any potentially prejudicial evidence, the court must first consider whether it is relevant and material as to an issue of fact under IRE 401 before assessing whether its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. You mean like YouTube running amok with certain names and stuff? State versus Wynn is who they cite there. At this point, defendant has not identified what specific evidence he wants kept out or otherwise defined exceptionally inflammatory.
Well, that seems to be a theme with them. They don't specify what they're talking to. They just make these motions. Is that
They getting it out there in the public.
yeah?
Mm-hmm. That's what she's doing. She's claiming claims without backing up the claims, kind of like Lori Vallow was over there doing.
Kind of do their version of swaying the jury,
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
changing
definitely.
the jury
Throw in some
towards the
reasonable doubt
defendant's
out
side.
there. Yeah, all the different things she can do, which they're going to do. But if you're going to make a motion and say they're using exceptionally inflammatory,
Be specific on
be there,
what
right? You need
exactly.
to be very specific. I'd be like, they're saying this about my client. Issuing an order as requested by defendant would lack any substance. It would simply require the state to abide by evidentiary rules. You know how they didn't want the state coming in talking about his autism disorder, a spectrum disorder. Well, they're the ones that were wanting to go into court talking about it up front.
That's why he looks this way. So don't judge
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, exactly. Y'all the ones trying to introduce it, not the state. Okay, issuing an order as requested by the defendant would lack any substance. Okay, the court finds this unnecessary and therefore denies this motion. However, this was a particularly horrific murder, and there will be exceptionally graphic depictions of the victims and the crime scene. And I want everybody to remember that, because people were getting, when they watch trials and certain things start to come out, and if they've never watched a trial before, they're a little shocked, and you may not know how to handle some of the evidence you may hear about and see about. I saw that happen in Lori Vallow's trial. It was like, some people have not watched a trial yet, and they're not desensitized to some of that stuff yet. And if you look how long it took them to talk about one victim's crime scene that the other day in Lori's trial. We have 4 here. So it's going to get very graphic when they start talking about it. So I want you guys to check your mental health, make sure you're good, step away when you need to, all of those things, compartmentalize it. My brain works that way with true crime stuff. I can read the most gruesome shit and turn around 30 minutes later and it hasn't even fazed me. I don't know why. Am I weird? But sometimes it's, later that night while I'm lying in bed, something may come to me and I'll start thinking about things, but not to the point to where I can't,
Yeah, I'm the
where I
same
can't.
way.
Yeah.
I can go for the most part, except for when like small children. I don't like to think,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We
that
don't
kind of
like
stuff
those. Yeah.
bugs me a little, but I don't want to know the details, but
Right. We
yeah,
don't set out to cover those cases and we don't set out to read
yeah,
those I mean, Maddie's is the worst I've ever done, and I never want to do it again.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It was a very hard to read all of that, but Maddie had to suffer through all that, not me. I just had to read about it.
right. True.
Right?
But it's
It's it,
somehow
it,
it's just disturbing. It's bad enough that it happens
yeah,
to anybody, let alone
exactly.
an innocent person that does not
It,
deserve, didn't
no,
invite that.
right, and that it just shows you how much evil's in this world, right? There's a lot of evil
Sure
out there.
does.
I damn well got a
Mhm.
notification this morning. I mean, I wasn't even up long. Ding, FDLE notifies me. I got a new offender moved in, and lo and behold, he's right down the road. Like I can see the house from my house. I
Mm.
only have one close neighbor. The rest are few and far between. But I knew when I saw the address, I'm like, that's that dude's house. And I looked, and sure enough, I was like, damn
Crap.
it. He did tell me the other day. I went for a walk and passed the old man by the field, and he happened to tell me his son was moving in soon. But he didn't
Oh,
elaborate on the on the situation. You know what I mean?
ugh,
I'm
God.
like, stay down there, dude. Don't even look down this way. Don't even do it. Pay your debt to society and stay at home and be good now. Okay. The court finds this unnecessary and therefore denies their motion. Okay. Victims in the crime scene. Prior to seeking the admission of this evidence, the state is required to provide copies to the defendant, which I would have thought they already had all those. If defendant believes the evidence is cumulative, unnecessary, or otherwise. Oh, remember Firefly when they kept talking about showing the crime scene photos and showing repetitive photos and all of
Well,
that?
that's gonna
That's
happen. I mean, it's not really
exactly.
anything you can do about that. This is the
If this
crime.
right, if this was your way of getting the crime scene photos out, and you know better.
Mm,
And I can understand not having duplicates in there. There's no sense in having
yeah,
duplicates of the same, you know what I'm saying? But you got to have them. Um, he can seek to take the matter up outside the presence of the jury. That's if he believes they're getting too cumulative or unnecessary or otherwise prejudicial. How could they be otherwise prejudicial? They are what they
I
are.
don't know exactly. It's the crime that happened. It's the facts in the case. You can't get
Yeah.
away from it. I
Yeah, and
mean,
boy, people have tried, haven't they? I
oh yeah.
mean, Anne's given it a good run too. Hey, Dolphin, welcome in. You know where the link's at, girlfriend, if you're good and awake. Making sure I'm just catching up on. Oh, my guest is my friend Firefly. She and I and Dolphin have been deep diving Coburger since long before I began streaming. So, anytime I discuss Coburger, I love having one of my girls up here with me. But this is Miss Firefly. She is one of my
Mm.
mods and one of our community members. She my OG. We've seen it all, haven't we, Firefly?
Oh yeah.
Right, Pokemon, good reminder. Stay healthy, sensitive topics, step away if you need to, always. And in fact, let me always put a banner up just in case, you never know when something might come up. Wait, do I have the right banner up? Because it could be Lori, it could be Karen. I got too many. I got to calm myself down this weekend and get all my
It
shit back.
says true crime content, viewer discretion advised, so it's appropriate.
Oh, yes,
All
is welcome to
suspects are
Salty Sleuth. We
yeah.
Facts and opinions and theories will be discussed.
Hmm.
All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. There we go. We're covered. Okay. I am finally getting over this little sinusy thing I had going on. I'll be glad when they plant these fields though, because that dust, every time the wind blows hard, it's just like nothing but dust going everywhere. I was like, I'm so sick of it. Y'all plant this shit already.
Yeah.
And they're going to plant the peanuts and really mess me up. So I can't win for losing. But I won't complain because it's summer outside. So whatever. I'll just deal with it. Okay. Um, the court finds this unnecessary. Okay, we've got through that part. Now his motion in limine 3, the use of the term murder. We're hearing the same thing over in Stefan Stern's case. We're going to call it homicide. We don't got to say unalived in court, please.
Nope, because he denies it. So we're gonna say murdered.
Yes. Yes,
There's a
Judge.
big letters there, denied.
We
But
get
yeah,
to use
but
our
we
big people words.
Yep.
We didn't learn vocabulary words for nothing. Now to be told we can't use them and got to revert to our 2-year-old words.
It's so ridiculous to not want to use the words. Again, this is what happened. These people were murdered, so you can't really get away from that word, unless you, like you say, use homicide or however. But nobody wants to use unalived. Come on, that's ridiculous.
Oh, I know.
I just that pushes my button when I hear that word. It's just so
I strike
stupid.
you as someone who would live on a marsh. I live 20 minutes away from the beautiful Gulf of Mexico, and I live 10 minutes from one of Florida's largest state forests on the river. This girl can roll you the way you want to go. I love being from the deep south. It don't bother me at all. Oh, goodness. Dolphin got her nap in. Girl, I did that all day yesterday. I just couldn't stop. I'd get up and I'm like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going back to bed.
Come and
So
join us, Dolphin. You're done from your nap.
Right? She should be well rested.
We can take turns reading, so you don't get all tired out from all the reading.
Oh, man. Okay, so we get to use our big people words. Use of the
Yeah.
term murder. Defendant seeks to prohibit to use the words murder, murderer, murdered, murder weapon. What would you use versus murder weapon?
What would you use? Just
The
plain weapon, I
the
guess.
tool used to unalive the victims?
I mean, just weapon. Obviously, it's the murder weapon, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, but what other word would you call it?
I don't know.
The knife. I mean, I'm saying your tire tool. I mean, it could be in it. Take knife and sheath out of the equation. What would you normally call the murder weapon? The murder weapon.
The murder weapon. It's just ridiculous. It's just the whole thing's ridiculous.
It
But
is.
go on.
And similar forms of the word murder as applied to defendant.
Oh, and similar forms of the word murder. So then they're saying don't even use homicide. Then what else? I mean,
What else are
how are you supposed to say this?
these
That's
four?
so stupid.
These 4 people were deceased, and we don't want to talk about how it happened.
Oh yeah.
What? No, you're in court and you're all grown-ups. Stop acting like a bunch of
Tool
babies.
of death.
Tool
Truth
of
exposed.
death.
She's like tool of death. That sounds even worse to me. I
Murder.
think
We got murder tool, red rum fidget. Oh my
unaliving tool.
Pokemon. Y'all got some good ones.
Yep. I like it.
Dolphin's like, just weapon, keep it simple.
Just weapon. That's what I would think.
You know,
But
Dolphin, she's like, just break it down and make it simple. It's the weapon. Okay. And she's right. But I like all you guys' suggestions.
Yep.
Yeah, right, Jen? Everything got to go that makes him look guilty. Every bit of it. Just because it makes you look guilty doesn't mean you are guilty, right?
Well,
Not yet, anyway.
true.
Okay. Defendant seeks an order requiring the state to abide by the evidentiary rules, particularly the prohibition against argument outside of closing. This is unnecessary. The state acknowledges it would be improper to refer to defendant as the murderer other than stating what the allegations are and has no plans to do so otherwise elicit similar testimony from its witnesses. Well, yeah, you can't sit there and point him out in court and say he's the murderer because he's not convicted yet.
Is that that guy that used the sharp thing over there? Is that the guy? Do you recognize him?
Right? You just reminded me of Viviana's Twitter name when
With
you were
that
saying
stabby stabby thing over there?
you said it. Thank you.
Stabby stabby.
Stabby,
Stabby
stabby,
stabby guy.
stabby, stabby guy. I cracked up when I saw her do that,
I
and
know, I know. She's funny.
oh my goodness. Let's see here. Well, hello, Miss Dolphin.
Okay.
I
She's
know.
like,
Good
hey.
morning.
She's like,
Good
hey, girl,
afternoon.
hey. Y'all waking me up with this Coburger shit.
Yeah, but you know she's excited to see it. You know she is.
For those of you who do not know, if you've been around, you know this is our other friend Dolphin. She comes up and co-hosts it with us as well. So we have them up here now. Um, so this is unnecessary. The state acknowledges it will be improper to refer to the defendant as the murderer, other than stating what the allegations are, and has no plans to do so otherwise elicit similar testimony from his witnesses. Like Dylan's not going to get up saying up there and go, well, he's the murderer. He had the bushy eyebrows. Not going to happen. The
Well,
motion
right.
was
She doesn't know. Just because she saw some guy, even if she did recognize him, she didn't see him do the act, right?
well.
So
How come lay people know you can't walk into court and say the murderer? Well, maybe some don't, but those who watch TV do. No, you can't just walk into court like as a prosecution and say, Your Honor, the murderer. Well, we don't know they murdered anybody
the
yet.
defendant, yep.
He's the defendant, correct. So Anne needs to check herself. So, like you're trying to say they're going to come in and say all that when they've been pretty silent, except coming back at you a little. Well, Ashley don't go back at nobody. She just talks when they go back and rebuttal or reply back to whatever Anne says. Defendant's motion in limine for use of terms psychopath and sociopath. Huh. You mean we can't ask if he was one
Oh,
in the making?
broke up a little there.
I'm going to get so much hate. All right. C. Defendant's motion in limine number 4. Defendant moves to exclude any reference to the terms psychopath or sociopath at trial, arguing it is unfairly prejudicial under IRE 403 and improper opinion testimony under IRE 702. The state does not intend to use these terms at trial. Why would they? Indeed, the terms are irrelevant given the lack of evidence defendant has been diagnosed with a personality disorder or similar mental illness. Hold on. The state does not intend to use these terms at trial. Indeed, the terms are irrelevant given the lack of evidence defendant has been diagnosed with personality disorder or some similar mental illness. So they're not going to call him a psychopath or sociopath. That murderer over there we suspect is a sociopath, Your Honor. Like, they would be so overruled and objections flying all over the courtroom. Lack of evidence defendant has been diagnosed. Okay. Their use their use would also be highly prejudicial. Thus the state is not to use the terms or their equivalents at the guilt phase of trial. If, however, the state believes the door has been opened to allow the use of such terms, it shall raise the matter in advance outside the presence of the jury. The motion is granted. Wow. So during the guilt phase part, they may be able to speak upon some of that. Are you good? Are you good, Dolphin? Did you drop down, or do I need to add you back in?
Oh, am I still here?
Yep, you're here. You're here.
Yeah, I just hadn't said anything. I was typing
I
in
just saw
chat.
your comment. Yeah, I just saw you in chat, and I thought, wait, did she switch devices? I need to bring her back up or something. Okay.
Oh, which document are you reading?
This is the first one that came down, and this that was in the newest in the section. This is his order memorializing the motions he ruled on orally
Okay.
from the hearing. We're
Oh,
starting at the
okay.
first one entered, working our way up.
Awesome.
It's like I don't want to go backwards again. I've done that before, and you were like, "You're going backwards." So I've remembered that each time.
Okay. So
Dolphin,
what was that was just granted? The
The use of the terms psychopath or sociopath,
Okay.
and it reads that they can, thus the state is not to use these terms or their equivalents at the guilt phase of trial. If, however, the state believes the door has been opened to allow the use of such terms, it shall raise the matter in advance outside the presence of the court of the jury. Motion granted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So now we have, let's see. Interesting considering what they want to argue has so many similarities to Psychopath. Oh, Pokemon. And then Carrie says,
Good point.
well, that is the definition for psychopath, split personality or mood disorder. Is it what they call it nowadays? But are they saying he has um, multiple personalities? Is he schizophrenic now too? Or is he just a
I don't know
Gemini?
about split personality,
He's a
but it's a
Yeah.
personality
Gemini.
disorder.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Have we heard
personality
anything like that?
disorder doesn't really mean you have a split personality. There's a lot of different
No,
things
they're
that
not
can
the
make
same
up a
thing.
personality disorder, though.
Hmm.
We see his personality disorder. You can't help it. It's always been there. Just being honest. State's motion in limine, improper death penalty comments. The state moves under IRE 401 and 403 to preclude defense counsel from making what it calls improper comments about the death penalty, specifically that the state is attempting to kill the defendant. I agree with that. It is a state law. It is the death penalty. You should refer to it as the death penalty. But Anne likes to walk into open hearings with mainstream media and all of the public watching, and she likes to state the state is trying to kill my client. She has done it more than once. But you don't want us to use the word murder or murder weapon. Lady, sit down. Sit down, Anne. Okay. Which defendant counsel has stated in past hearings. Yes, she has. Defendant stipulates to use phrases that comport with existing language in statute and jury instructions. Again, the court is unwilling to enter an order requiring defense counsel to act professionally and comply with existing rules. As defense counsel recognizes any such statements would be argumentative and improper. The court trusts defense counsel will comport themselves accordingly. The demotion is denied as unnecessary. So he's not denying she needs to stop doing that, but he's not going to make a ruling on that. He's just going to hold her accountable to follow the damn rules. You should have made a motion on it, a ruling on it officially. That way, if she did it again, you could get her on it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, this is part of the record now, and he's stating she cannot do that. So it's all good. Defendant's motion in limine 8, unnoticed 404B evidence. Good Lord, here we go with that evidence again.
Oh, goody.
Goody, some of Dolphin's favorite. Yes. Miss Shorty and I had a really great conversation about Koberger last weekend, guys. I suggest you go over and check
That's
it out.
100% what he is, I bet you.
She has so much information. She knows so much about the subject. I was really looking forward to that conversation with her, and it was a really good time. So go check that stream out, because I really want to get her take on one of the filings that came down, and I'll get up with her this week at some point. We're both busy this week doing our trial coverage stuff. So defendant's motion in limine 8, unnoticed 404B. Defendant moves in limine to exclude any IRE 404B evidence that has not already been noticed by the state, which at this point is only defendant's pre-homicide traffic stop. Pre-homicide. By way of example of allegedly unnoticed 404B evidence, defendant notes that the state intends to present evidence of defendant's graduate paper regarding how to conduct a crime scene investigation and his Amazon purchase records, both of which defendant contends are subject to IRE 404. As an initial matter, defendant appears to apprehend the scope of IRE 404. The rule provides that evidence of a crime, wrong, or other act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character. Okay. IRE 404. Defendant takes the position that other acts encompasses any other acts that any of any nature other than the crime at issue. The rule is not so broad. Its purpose is to govern the use of character evidence. It forbids the use of evidence to show a defendant's criminal propensity. They cite several cases there. The evidence does not bear upon the defendant's character. It is not subject to 404. They cite that. Okay. Defendant's Amazon purchases and his graduate paper discussing proper crime scene investigation techniques do not, standing alone, bear on his character or suggest he has any propensity to commit crimes, including those charged. Further, the court is unwilling at this point to preclude the state from filing 404B notice in the future if it determines its evidence is encompassed by the rule. There are still 4 months until trial begins. 4 months, guys. We've been waiting for so long. Well, within the reasonably in advance of a trial time frame required by the rule, the state acknowledges its notice obligations under the rule and intends to comply with the rule with regard to any proposed IRE 404B evidence. The timeliness of such future notice will be analyzed, and I was thinking what else they got, and if and when such notice is given and objections can be advanced at the time. The motion is therefore denied. So he is denying the defendant's motion on the 404B evidence. So that means he's going to allow in the DeSales paper on the crime scenes. Is that my take, guys? Am I reading this correctly? Where'd it go?
Move back down a little. There you go.
Right there. My mouse is like, it like has a mind of its own right now. I'm like, calm down, bitch.
Yeah, it's just graduate paper.
So, and the Amazon stuff, the Amazon purchase records, and his DeSales crime scene. How not to leave your DNA everywhere.
Yeah, this is so
Right.
funny because you know that
It's
originally
relevant.
started out as being the car.
I'm sorry, Dolphin. Let me turn you up backstage. You are just a little bit low.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I got you. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just was saying it's kind of funny that this originally started off being about the traffic stop, and then
Uh-huh.
they snuck, the paper
Uh-huh.
and other things in.
Under 404B has come in the sales paper like you just spoke of, and they got the Amazon purchases in there.
Oh yeah,
But
Amazon.
yeah, and I guess the judge is going to rule. He was going to rule out. He didn't rule on the traffic stop yet because remember he wanted to see it and make them do some redactions. There
Right.
was something about that. So didn't discuss the traffic stop on this part. He's going to have a whole separate ruling on that apparently. The purchases and his graduate paper discussing proper crime scene investigations techniques do not stand alone bear on his character, so therefore it was denied. F was defendant's motion in limine 10, improper expert testimony was concerned Mr. Middleman. Defendant's motion in limine 11, referenced the exclude IgG evidence, and the state's motion in limine on investigative genetic genealogy. Both parties moved to exclude evidence of law enforcement's investigative genealogy, also known as IgG, testing in this case, but for entirely different reasons. How did I know it was going to follow with something like that? Given the parties' agreement to not present any IgG evidence, those reasons need to be discussed given the
Need
bottom
not
line
be
agreement.
discussed.
What?
Those reasons need not be
Need
discussed.
not be discussed. Okay. Yeah, okay. Those reasons
good.
need not be discussed given the bottom line agreement and the court grants the motion. The state has indicated it will present evidence through Detective Brent Payne, and the defendant's name was revealed to law enforcement through a tip. Oh man, oh
Oh
man.
yeah.
Shady ass FBI. To avoid issues at trial, the court advises the parties to arrive at a mutually agreeable narrative about how the tip came about. So, lie. So, let's get together and get a creative lie. It was a phone tip.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not buying that.
I don't like that.
Mm-mm.
I don't it doesn't matter to me that IgG was used. So what? It's used all the time. Stop using it then. I'm sorry.
I don't think that's how they got his name.
It
I
is
don't
just how
understand why they won't talk
it
about how
is
they
how
really
they
did.
got his name. Cuz WSU back in November got his name and didn't bother to tell no damn body. That is painfully obvious. If
Right.
and then the PC, and I will tell you, when I see an issue, I'm going to call it out. I've said all along the problem with this case was the FBI. I'm not shading them. I think they did a great job. They got a lot of evidence on this dude super fast once they got that IG. I don't have a problem with IgG being used. I don't. It's the way they need that. Now we're going to march into court and lie about the tip.
So, but they had meetings twice a day on this case before they arrested him. So, and I'm pretty sure FBI was in those meetings as well. So
Yeah,
why
but
didn't
still,
they
if you
mention
don't
it?
have a name, okay, all you got's DNA.
But I think the FBI had his name. So why
Before the
wasn't it shared?
IgG,
Yeah.
how? I'm very, very curious to know how you would
I don't know, but
think.
they definitely were following him in December on his way to back to
No, we don't
Pennsylvania.
know that. We don't know that for sure. That's a rumor.
Isn't it? Oh, well, maybe it is. But I
It,
thought,
it is. It is. We don't know for sure that he was followed from. I- if people think that they got his name before that IgG, how? Without going after Koberger on purpose to set him up and plant shit on him. Because they couldn't get a name till they got that profile built and did a tree. There was
I
no
think
other
the
evidence.
FBI had his name from the tip because they called the tip line,
Who
the
called the tip
WSU,
line?
WSU when they found
That
his
don't, but
car.
see, but here's my problem with that. Dan Doolin took Rick Allen's statement, okay, turned it into the police department, and they stuck it in a drawer for 5 years. So for 5 years, a potential murderer walked free amongst the citizens. Now we got cops calling tip lines. I would never call the tip line. Like I tell everybody, if I see Sebastian Rogers in my town today, I'm calling my local authorities first. I will not call a tip line. I don't know when they're going to get to that damn tip. Especially, they already said how many. Does anybody remember how many tips they claim were coming in? Law enforcement officers shouldn't rely on a tip line, period. I don't care if you are a rent a cop at WSU, pretend a cop, whatever you want to call them. They should have called the authorities on the phone. Said, hey, that bolo you got out for that white Elantra, I think I might have just found that son of a bitch. That's pretty fucking important.
Well, they
So
didn't know it was the guy, but it was
it
an
doesn't
Elantra,
matter.
and it
If
fit
you're, if I'm a cop,
the
why
bolo,
does
so
okay?
they
If
should
you're,
have called them.
they should have, because the PCA says WSU found it in November, ran the plates, ran the check, pulled the license. Oh my God, he's got bushy eyebrows. Now we're hearing the state claims, no, 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 we didn't hear his name to December 19th. But the PCA says WSU knew about him back in November. So somebody's got some explaining to do either way. That's just my brain goes right there. Because somebody dropped the ball. But the FBI came in and picked it up and ran with it and got their guy. The problem is IgG's been used so many times. It caught the Golden State Killer. It's got Brian Koberger. It's going to be used more and more and more and more. They better get it. Who are we okay with them finagling some fake tip and using that in a court of law? I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not okay with that. IGG led us there, but then we were able to develop all this evidence afterwards while we were still gathering all this car grainy, crappy footage we got and waiting on all this phone data to come back in and purchase histories and all that added up. Here's the guy. IGG shouldn't even freaking matter because he wasn't in CODIS or they'd have caught him that way. Defendant's motion in limine 13, conditions as aggravator. Defendant moves to prevent the state from using defendant's diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, also known as ASD. Sorry, Miss Shorty, I know we had a big old conversation about that, and the characteristics of his ASD as an aggravating factor at the penalty phase of trial. The state responds that it has no plans to use such evidence as an aggravating factor in light of Zant versus Stevens, and then they cite a U.S. case there. It will be arguing against and rebut defendant's diagnosis to the extent he relies upon it as a mitigating factor. Yeah, if he relies upon it, then so can we. Despite the state's concession, the court is concerned with the breadth of the defendant's motion. He is not only seeking to preclude the state from referencing his ASD diagnosis as an aggravator, but any symptom of his ASD. He wants the state not to reference any of his symptoms, but Ann laid every symptom out the man has got in open court to the point where he can't walk across the floor sometimes. Man, given the broad nature of ASD symptoms, the court foresees an issue. The state doesn't need to use it, by the way, and foresees an issue potentially arising at trial whereby the state makes reference to an action taken by defendant that the defendant contends as a symptom of his ASD. Only one planning to use his diagnosis is Ann Taylor. That evidence is not currently before the court. Thus, at this point, the court will preclude the state from arguing or presenting evidence of defendant's ASD diagnosis as an aggravator, but it is not in a position to rule on whether any particular evidence must be excluded on grounds that it evidences a symptom of defendant's ASD. This motion, therefore, is granted in part. And thank you. I agree with that, Judge. And aggravators, y'all, that just means they can't come in and say, oh, he did this because he has ASD. His ASD caused this and that. No, nobody's trying to do that to start with. But Ann wants us to know why he looks funny. State's motion in limine, alternative perpetrator evidence. Well, Donnie, some folks do better just sitting down behind the wheel. My child would probably pull up, park the car, open the door, and literally fall out of the car door. That's how jacked up he is. My son's going to kill me. He's like, why are you telling everybody I fall down all the time? He can mask. You think? I don't know. Is he playing crazy? ASD's not crazy, but is he playing? I know, hun. I got you. I hold space for you, Miss Shorty. Okay. Alternative perpetrator evidence. The state seeks an order prohibiting the defendant from altering alternative perpetrator evidence without first making a show that such evidence is relevant and admissible under IRE 401 and IRE 403. These rules govern the standard of admissibility for alternate perpetrator evidence. And they state State versus Miser, Idaho case there. Mere inferences that another person could have committed the crime will most likely not be relevant. And if the relevant will still be subject to the limitation provisions of IRE 403. Defendant acknowledges his burden under Meister, but argues the state's motion is premature. According to the defendant, this case is full of alternate perpetrators. Is it? Whose live streams y'all been watching? And he intends to produce offers of proof as to alternate perpetrators. Does he? I'm
Yeah,
so.
they're gonna try and throw the surviving roommates under the bus.
You think it's just them?
I think they're the main ones because of the way
I
she
agree.
keeps, saying whatever happened in that house.
Well, they're gonna definitely bring up the DNA that was not checked through
Hmm.
CODIS on the handrail or whatever.
I feel like Anne was satisfied because the state they turned over. There's a affidavit in there, paperwork from the lab stating why it didn't meet criteria, and Anne's got that now. Since she came out and told everybody all about that, she got the paperwork from the state lab stating as to why that was not run through. I didn't read it. I don't know what I'm not even trying to go all, arguing all that.
Even so, it's
What
it's still gonna be
depends, what
point to an
depends.
alternate.
Well, here's the thing. You can't just walk into court and say somebody else. The Saudi defense, some other dude did it. Who? How? When? Why? Where? How close was this blood to the crime scene? Like Dolphin and I have discussed how we've looked it up, how old it could be. Is there problems running this type of evidence? How fresh was that blood sample? There's a lot of factors that go into it. I want all DNA at a crime scene tested. Trust me. We got untested hairs on Abby and Libby in Delphi, but none of Richard Allen's DNA present at the crime scene at all. Not even on the magic bullet. But got him 130 years in prison. I want all the DNA tested. But if they can explain why, and in fact, that hair they didn't test because it didn't have the follicle attached, guess what? You can test that shit now. Go ask Rex Heuerman.
Well, what other evidence is there that would point to an alternate perpetrator besides the
Well,
blood at the scene?
and when they went under Maddie's fingernails, that mixture is pretty much irrelevant all across the board. Don't you guys feel that way? Like she was out that night,
Hmm.
hugging people, doing all the things, touching shit.
Yeah, it
Um,
doesn't matter that he was eliminated because,
he
yeah,
wasn't eliminated. There, both sides concur. It's inconclusive. Both sides. Inconclusive is not eliminated, but it doesn't mean it's his. It means they can't
They
tell
got
you.
past that.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
see the state's expert,
no,
that
he was
document?
eliminated on the
Yeah, he was
on the
excluded.
sheet.
On the
On the sheet, he was
Fingernails.
excluded. Yeah, not the DNA, the touch DNA, the
yeah, I
blood.
know that. Yeah, I know that he's not excluded on the DNA on the sheet. That's a given. So, but yeah, there's a lot. So y'all are saying the last document that came out, the state's expert now, because that's fine. Because
Yeah.
I never,
The blood
never
mixture, he was
considered that
eliminated from the.
was his. Okay, here's the thing. Maddie was asleep when she was attacked, in my opinion. I never bought that was Koberger's DNA under her nails to start with, and brought it up for specific reasons for reasonable doubt.
Yeah,
There's inconclusive testing under this girl's nails. How much reasonable doubt can you get? Why aren't Kaylee's and Xana's mentioned? Why aren't Xana's mentioned? Huh. Something to ponder right there. The state seeks an order prohibiting defendant from offering alternative suspects because, okay, let's see. Defendant acknowledges his burden under Meister. I'm going to have to really read that Meister, but argues the state's motion is premature. According to the defendant, this case is full of alternate perpetrators. So you got the blood DNA on the stairwell. That's only one possible person. Possibly whatever Maddie had under her nails. That's two. This says full of alternate perpetrators. You got the two roommates. That's four people so far. He intends to produce offers of proof as to alternate perpetrators. Anne's got to prove to me a cleanup occurred inside that home before I decide a roommate did this. And tell me how they got their hands on his sheath. Which one was he screwing? Which one was the mean girl that he helped get rid of her problem? How come nobody wants to go down that road but me? Do we have a mean girl situation? And she knew Koberger somehow, some way, and they got to talking. One thing led to another. Boom, there you go. The incel got a girl. Huh. While the defendant is correct that such offers of proof can be made at trial, this case is not well suited to waiting until the time of trial to do so, particularly if the defendant intends to submit multiple offers of proof. Laying foundation for the admission of the evidence will likely take a significant amount of time. You had to go through all that stuff you got from social media sent to you? I'm sure it does. After all, defendant can merely show another person could have committed the crime. Rather, there must be evidence, direct or circumstantial, linking the third person to the actual perpetration of the crime. Party house. Did somebody cut their finger, bump, get I don't know. How'd the blood get there on the stairwell? I couldn't fucking tell you. I see ping pong tables set up with little beer cups everywhere, handprints on windows, 150 kids a night partying. What a mess. To avoid undue delay at trial, defendant must present the offer of proof no later than May 14th, 2025. Yee. Haha. So he's got to offer proof by May 14th of some alternate perpetrators. Like in Delphi, we had to have a nexus between the third
Oh,
party.
he changed his date. He moved it back. He
No,
had
no,
two
no, I haven't
dates.
jumped up the filings. This is a brand new filing, so I'm going by this one. Do you mean that he, since the ruling, he changed it and gave him
No, no,
extra
no.
days?
No, I'm saying in this ruling, he's got a different date than something else that he had. There was another document that said that they had to have their evidence or whatever, their proof by turned in by April 25th. And then he said he was going to rule on it before or by the pretrial hearing, which is the 15th of
Right.
May.
So since the
So
hearing on the
he's gotten
9th,
rid of
he
April
changed it.
25th and moved it
Right.
up a day.
Right. Gotcha. Gotcha. Makes sense. So he's got until May 14th to provide any kind of proof for an alternate suspect. Like he has to have something besides, I think other people did this.
Right. He's given them more time to get the proof together, basically, is what I'm
Right.
saying. Yeah.
Exactly. Um, Especially if they have multiple perpetrators, right?
Oh, I
Uh,
can't wait to see what they have to say.
I know, girl. And then really, the only way to get me there with these roommates is to show me a cleanup did occur, then tell me which one knew him to get that damn sheet.
Yeah, I just feel like that's what they're really, really angling towards, is
How do you?
because of how they keep saying, oh, all the text messages, all the Snapchats, blah, blah, blah. It was in her tone when she was
I
talking
I
about
got.
what they were
Oh,
doing,
of course. That's her
Mm-hmm.
biggest shade. That is the biggest. That is her treasure trove. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
If you're the defense attorney and you're looking at all of this, that's a freaking treasure trove to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have an absolute field day with it. But doesn't at the end of the day does it mean anything if you don't have any proof of anything?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What if the things that they haven't shown us,
Right.
about those messages, what if there's something in those
Right.
messages that
I
looks
need to see
a
the rest
hell
of
of a
them.
lot shadier,
Yeah, I need to see the rest of them. I wanna know
And
what
the
were the texts
photos
that
that were
talked.
taken, if they
Well,
recovered those,
of course
yeah.
they did. You know they did because they took the downloads from the phones. So
Mhm.
they've got all of that. But I'd like to know what were they saying to their parents? Each girl called the dad.
Mhm.
Now, we discussed this before when the 911 call came out. What prompted those girls to so quickly run from Bethany's bedroom out the front door to call, say, Hunter, right?
Mhm.
Without even going upstairs, just what? Just the friends weren't calling you back and you finally ran out. I was like, no, there's not, something's not making sense with that part.
Oh yeah.
But now, and you and I, yeah, you felt the same way.
Mhm.
But now we know from the hearing, Dylan saw Xana on the floor.
Actually, so I'm still sort of on the fence about that
Are
because I
you?
know Anne said it, right?
Right.
But the way she said it, like I said, in my mind, every time Anne speaks, I keep in mind that she's a trickster. Anne is
Oh,
almost
that's a
like
good
Loki
word.
standing there,
Yeah, good
um,
word.
for his defense. She twists things and, kind of very slightly misstates them, So I'm wondering because remember a long, long time ago when the rumors, right? I know, like, hold on about the rumors here for a second.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're
when
good.
all these rumors were going around, don't you remember that there was one that, when they were talking about how the girls had tried to open the door, right? And
Mhm.
couldn't get the door open, and then they
Yep.
needed to call, somebody that called Hunter, right? Don't
Yes.
you remember that part of the rumors was that they had looked under the door and saw somebody on the floor?
Something about they looked under the crack of the door,
Mm-hmm.
and then you and I both know what we heard the Christy Gonzalez interview with Drunk Turkey talk about Hunter trying to get into the door and couldn't, and got in there, and there was Ethan, but we're finding out that's not really what happened either.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I remember in the hearing, she mentioned Dylan saw Xana. And then if you
Mm-hmm.
listen to the 911 call, you hear when Dylan does go back into the house, she's saying, "Is she passed out? What's wrong with her?" Well, I think so. I had been thinking about that. And I thought, man, these girls are really that just out of it. What the hell were they thinking? She had to have come out of that bedroom downstairs, first floor, Bethany's, go up to the second floor. I think Xana's door was open. And I think as she come out up those set of stairs, she could see Xana from the living room, but did not approach. She sees her laying there. That's when she runs out of that house and calls Hunter.
So hold on a
It's
second.
like
If
a
the door
fast.
was open, then that means the
I
what
think
happened
it
in
was.
the call was faked.
I don't know about getting into that damn door. It had
But
to be
we heard him
partially
banging
open.
on the door or whatever, and
I
he
couldn't
was,
hear that.
yeah, everybody else heard it. Like, he
Uh,
was calling Xana and
I
Ethan. He
heard
was
all
yelling
that.
their names
Yeah,
from.
yeah, and then it gets kind of quiet for a few minutes,
Right, but he did it
and
several
then
times.
I don't know, but well, Anne said that she saw her laying there. So I'm trying to piece together what really went down and what
Mhm.
what. But either way, with these girls, for Anne to get me behind, they did something nefarious. She's got to show me a couple of things,
Oh yeah.
not just some sketchy ass text messages. We were naive, drunk, and stupid, right? Because there's two ways you
Mhm.
can go with this, and I'm going right now. I'm going with drunk and naive. Um, and need a
Which
good
reminds me,
needs a good
Dalton
talking.
shared a video today that
Oh
was really
yeah.
good with Vinny Palatino and a lady. I don't know when this happened, but a similar thing happened, and she describes the events,
92.
and it was a good 8 hours, wasn't it? 6 to 8 hours
Oh, I've
before
seen
they
her
followed.
story before. I can't recall her
Mhm.
name either, but
Alana
yeah.
Zabel.
Yeah, there was actually 2 different ones that I've seen, and this is the one that Dolphin is I've seen the same one, and she didn't even know. Heard things, right? Knew things were something was going down, but didn't know, and I'm not
Sounds like the guy even came in her room for
I
Mhm.
temporarily.
yeah, yeah, I mean, I'm way nosier than that, you know what I'm saying, if I start hearing shit, but I don't think you gotta do better to get me to think the girls were the perpetrators. Um, and then I also gotta say I think they knew Brian Koberger if they were. I can't get past the DNA on the sheath. What did one of them go steal his DNA and put it on her sheath? I mean, where are we gonna go with that next? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Who are her alternate perpetrators? We would like to see. Is it Hoodie Guy from the Grub Truck? Is there something in whatever Maddie told Adam? I mean, I don't know. What about Cigarette Butt Guy? The guy they followed to get his DNA sample? We don't know who
Mhm.
that was still. Well, there was a name in one of the previous documents, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah, there was.
yes, there was. But I've been really busy all week and I haven't gotten back to some of that yet. And it's on the table, trust me. I'm nowhere near done. Um, yeah, there's a lot. So they got until May 14th to get their alternate perpetrator stuff in so the matter can be addressed at the pretrial conference, which is also in May. The court will reserve the ruling on the motion. Hey, sir, you need to email me for real. When a black soldier door is left open, what do you think happens to any odor? Right. The door being left open will lessen the chance. And if they were in there with it overnight, all night, they're not going to smell it the way you would if you just came into the home and smelled a fresh smell. It's and he's right. If there was it was cold, if the back door was open, these kids were contained to their bedrooms on separate floors. It wasn't a complete bloodbath throughout the entire home. They may have did smell a funky smell by the time they got their tails up out of bed and started moving around that house. But during the night, way down there in Bethany's room, they did not.
Yeah, Hunter and Emily would have smelled something because they were new to the house.
Exactly. They
And
hadn't been in
actually,
there all
that's
night.
another thing too. Remember in the hearings, they mentioned what Emily testified to in the grand jury, and they said Emily went in that house, went to the top of the stairs, and then turned around and came back out, and she never went back in the
Right.
house. That's the thing that bugs me too, is her reaction, or her, like, she darted out of the house and wouldn't go back in. And then on the 911 call, when Dylan was trying to get Bethany to go back in, and Bethany did not want to go back in the house.
Mm-mm.
She had to be coaxed back into the house.
Exactly. Um, so then when they mentioned seeing Xana, it made me think a little bit. I don't know.
Hmm.
Still not there. Okay. So I come on May 14th because I hope that these aren't sealed. They probably will to protect the people, but
Oh, let me just say one last thing
go
about
ahead.
what you just said.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, as soon as she said that, my ears perked up too. I was like, wait a minute, and I paused it, right? Because I was like, wait a minute. Did she just say that she
Mhm.
saw Xana, right? So then,
Uh-huh.
like I said, I was like, okay, I kind of, put it to the side, but then I started thinking about it. And like I said, I either came to the conclusion that one, it was, that they peeked under the door crack and just saw that somebody was on the floor and assumed that it was this, Xana or whatever, or two, and like I said, don't anybody come for me or whatever, because like I said, I just woke up, but uh,
That was her
not
warning.
really in the mood, but yeah.
That was your warning to me, guys. No, no.
My second thing is that, like I had just said earlier about the 911 call, what we heard. We heard
Uh-huh.
Hunter, seemingly standing outside of a closed door calling out to Xana and
Xana.
Ethan
Yeah.
over and over again, and the knocking on the door or whatever, right?
Mhm.
So the only other thing is, it's either that she looked under the crack, if there is a crack under the door, and saw, like, a shape of a body on the floor or whatever, or they had actually, like Salty said, the doors were open earlier or whatever. And then where I go with that is, if the doors were open earlier and sometime during the night, they saw everything, and that's what all of this activity on Snapchat and
Yeah,
Instagram and photos and phone calls to parents in the middle of the night, because Dylan's messages, I think, with her dad were earlier than Bethany's.
it was.
Um, what was I going to say? Then that means that the 911 call, in my mind, again, that there was some staging to it, because then
Mhm.
it's like, okay, in the 911 call, now we're acting like we didn't know what it was seen, what was behind that door or whatever.
Yeah.
That's, yeah,
The- There's
that's
there's
the
an
only
old
thing that I'm
metal.
looking at for getting
Oh my
me
god,
there
that's
to saying she
yeah.
saw her on the floor
Yeah, and I
earlier.
agree. I agree because
Mm-hmm.
there's discrepancy about the darn door. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the PCA has always stated Xana was at the door, right? And then within the room was Ethan. There's always been that rumor about Ethan being at the door, and I'm like, it matters because that would be as far as the attack sequence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so I think we can be almost positive at this point it was Xana at the door and Ethan was in the bedroom,
Mm-hmm.
which I will still always believe in my mind. When he came down from that third floor, he saw Xana. She was in the living room, either headed to the kitchen or away from the kitchen, but she was in the living room. And she ran, got as far as her bedroom door, and it was over. And by that time, Ethan was alerted something was going on and getting up, and it was too late for him. That's just my opinion. Um,
Let
so
me
the
just
guys, the guys
hold
that
on
were
one quick
asking, let's tell
second.
them this real quick. If you on the second floor, two bedrooms, Xana's and Dylan's. So at the bottom of the stairs that lead up to the third floor is Dylan's bedroom, right by the kitchen, right where she saw a figure clad in black with bushy eyebrows. That's Dylan's room, second floor, across from the kitchen where the slider is. Xana is through the living room down the hall on the same floor. Upstairs, you had Maddie and Kaylee, and on downstairs, you had just Bethany. So there's your layout. So what was you going to say, Dolphin?
Oh, I just was looking at a couple of comments
Uh,
at the very bottom. Sue Joy's about maybe the door was slightly ajar, and Prince Lover about the ladder outside the room, outside the window.
mm-hmm.
So the ladder, according to what Anne said, is that okay? She saw Xana on the floor right before this, before they even called the friends, right? To call 911 or whatever. So what does that mean? That means what, Dylan or Bethany, they were outside and they climbed up this ladder and then they looked in the window. I mean,
Well,
and then
some
put the ladder back around the side of the house.
there's been a rumor that a couple of things, but very early on, I've talked about it. I've seen the pictures. Drunk Turkey's talked about it publicly, but everybody's talked about it. They're outside of Xana's window. You got the ladder leaning against the house. You have this rusty looking, traily looking spot coming down. It's dirty, is what it is. Is it blood? Did someone climb up the window to look into Xana's room to see about, check on her and Ethan? All kinds of things were said about that ladder being there. It's in my mind, it has meant nothing to me. I don't think the perpetrator went into the home using that ladder. So it was just a random ass ladder that was at that house that at one point was laying beside the house. Then it got stood up beside the house and they tied the yellow tape to it.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's always been just a random ladder. It wasn't. I don't think anybody used it to climb up there to check on the girls when there was two roommates running out the front door, hyperventilating and passing out and calling their friends. Right? Nobody went up the ladder. And if they did, then hell, I don't know what they were thinking. Um, I mean, that's yeah. So anyway, they have to have it in by the 14th. So the matter can be addressed at the pretrial conference. The court will reserve the ruling on the motion. Motioned defendant in limine 14, statistical analysis. Defendant moves in limine to exclude any misleading comments about the meaning of a likelihood ratio for DNA purposes. Specifically, defendant seeks to avoid attempts to define likelihood ratio through a comparison to the world population. Yeah, y'all get y'all's DNA standards together, man, across the board. The state agrees that this type of comparison is inappropriate. The court grants defendant's motion insofar as it applies to the question asked by the prosecutor at the grand jury proceedings. Okay, we've had a filing about that, which both sides agree was not proper. That's exactly what it said, too. However, the court will not dictate how the question is to be asked at trial. If the defendant believes there is a similar misrepresentation as to the likelihood ratio at trial, he can object to that at the time. Okay, so if they don't like the definition of it, they can object, basically. Defendant's motion in limine 5, inconclusive data. Defendant moves to limit expert testimony about the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab statistical analysis of a swab taken from the fingernail clippings of Madison Mogan. Item number Q 13.1. The testing revealed a likelihood ratio, known as the LR, in the inconclusive range as to whether defendant was a potential contributor to the DNA mixture. During her grand jury testimony, the lab analyst, Jade Miller, testified that inconclusive meant she was unable to say one way or another whether or not the defendant is included in the mixture. Defendant argues this is misleading language in that it allows for an inference that the defendant might be included, which the state asserts is accurate or is inaccurate. The state indicates it will not offer the results of Q13.1 as inoculatory evidence, which defendant agrees renders his motion moot. However, if the state changes course with regard to the evidence, it must raise the matter with the court outside the presence of the jury so the anticipated testimony regarding the meaning of inconclusive can be discussed at this time. However, the motion is denied and is moot. See? They don't know. Well, Black Hawk, remember there's an interview out there in the universe with her dad talking about changing the lock to Xana's door. You might be onto something, mister. She's like, don't be messing with my damn ladder outside, y'all. Once I find my vape, I got to climb my ass up that ladder
Hey,
into
can
my
you
window.
clarify that? Did he
What?
actually say that about changing the lock?
Her
I don't
dad?
think I don't think he did he?
Yes. He was talking about the last time being up there with the girls, talking about Xana and her sister, right?
Mhm.
And that he had changed a lock. And then
No, he said
and then
she
the
changed a lot. She's changed a lot.
she's changed a lot. They came back with it because I've got it
Yeah, I
on the
don't
oh wait, I've got it on the playlist, like a private
yeah,
playlist
we'll
of
have to
different
re-listen to
interviews.
that sometime. Not now, but
Yeah, because
I'm
that's when
pretty
he
sure
was.
he said she changed a
Oh, instead
lot.
of saying I went down there and changed a lot, he has said she changed a lot. Now,
Yeah.
you remember the interview with him from the night he claimed that he talked to Xana the night of the 13th, and that her
Mhm.
and Ethan were at home ordering pizza, watching movies, and that was around midnight.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So what's this business about them two getting home at 2 a.m. after a frat fight? Everybody knows that for weeks they ran around saying, if y'all knew where Anna, Xana and Ethan were, please tell us. Apparently they was sitting their ass at the house the whole time and not out and about all over town to be seen like everybody else.
Or she lied to her dad.
Or she lied to her dad. But you know they downloaded the content from their phones. They know exactly where they were. If they were at home all night, they know it.
Mhm.
And I have a pretty stinking feeling that they were. If there was a fight over at the frat house, boys being boys, they're like, screw this shit, we're going to the house. They 5 minutes walk across the field to the band field. Boom, they're at home. They're chilling, boyfriend and girlfriend, having pizza, watching movies, getting it on, doing all the things. By 4 a.m., Xana's ready for some more food. Her
Well, you know
friends
what
on
else that
Dateline.
means, though? If what you
What?
just said is true,
What?
that Bethany lied,
Exactly.
or they lied in the PCA,
She
because it says
exactly.
in the PCA basically
I
that
can't get past that,
they were
Dolphin.
with
What?
her at the party.
Bethany
Well,
gave the
isn't
timeline.
Bethany one we don't know where she was in the
Well, according
evening?
to the PCA, Dolphin's right.
According to
According to the
them, she was at the
timeline,
party.
she was at the frat house.
Then it
And
was Dylan we don't know
no,
where
it's
she was.
Dylan. We don't, yeah. We
Hmm.
have no idea Dylan's movements of the night.
Except that she was trying to
Bethany,
drink up the liquor supply in
she was drinking
Moscow,
a bunch of liquor
apparently.
somewhere.
Well, yeah.
We found
We
that
got
out.
her list. Yeah.
Wherever she was at, she was drinking. Was she at the frat party? I don't know. It didn't say. But we know, according to the PCA, out of a document, Bethany gave the timeline of Ethan and Xana being at the frat house up till 2 a.m. Right, Dolphin? Or going home
Hmm.
around that time?
Bethany, yeah. Hmm.
Bethany.
Okay.
145, I think is what the PCA said.
Yes, exactly. But Xana's dad said at midnight, Xana was at home with her boyfriend watching movies. So I don't know. I've always wondered, why would Bethany say they were there at 1:45
Well,
in the morning?
all they have to do is look at their phone activity. Can't they figure out where they were exactly?
Oh
Or
yeah,
talk to other people and
they know. But that's
people
what
who
makes
were
this
at the
case
parties.
messy when people start talking about different times and
Yeah.
this and that, and then you're like, well, wait a minute.
What's
You,
verified,
you
what's
know what I
not.
mean? And so if in the minute, I mean, maybe in the very beginning, they're like, well, I don't know, maybe it was 1:45. Well, honey, midnight and 1:45, so I already can't trust your judgment. Jeez. So yeah, I don't know where they were. But anyway, so that's all moot. Um, That's concerning the DNA under Maddie's fingernails. It means nothing. Um, Defendant's motion is directed toward the prosecutor's questioning of a lab analysis at the grand jury proceedings. There, the analysis testified that her DNA testing showed the profile developed from the knife sheath was 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if defendant was the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source. In an attempt to clarify this result, the prosecutor asked whether this meant that there was 1.37 octillion people, that it would be that Brian Koberger is one out of many octillion. The lab analysis explained why this comparison is not proper way to view the likelihood ratio. Goodness gracious. They're going to have like a 2 to 3 day marathon in court just on the
Oh
DNA stuff.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Just
Yeah, because they need to simplify
explaining the
it. Stop
DNA.
giving this
Right.
bull crap
Giving it a
octillion times likely. Make it so that lay people can understand it. Because
There's
this is
5
who's
of
going to
y'all
be on the
standing
jury.
there. Chances are it's one of y'all, okay? Like, what?
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
We understand now. I mean, it's not, oh my God. I think most of us get the gist of it. They're the ones throwing out all these randomly selected general population 1.37. Y'all the ones likelihood ratios. Good lord. Okay. Um. So they denied it. Okay. Defendant's motion. I need a cup of coffee. Defendant's motion. You want to read? Who wants to read this one while I go grab a cup of coffee? Can you? Nobody who's
Not it.
laughing.
You're
I'll
too
read.
slick. Yeah. Firefly. Do you want to do it?
All right, I'll do it. What? In
Do
the
you need to pull it
K?
up your? Hey, do you want to pull it
No.
up on your own, or because I'm just going to grab a
Oh,
cup of coffee?
yeah. Hold on one sec. Yeah.
Oh, we're getting into the
We're at
Amazon
we're at
evidence.
number 9. Yes, ma'am. Excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial. I just want to go grab a cup of coffee and grab a bathroom break really
Oh, I
quick.
know that one's going to be a fat
9 or
denied. Not even.
K? Oh, okay. Motion and limiting number 9.
Let me
Ari.
take my screen down,
Oops.
hun. Let me take me down, Firefly, and you can pull yours up so that you can control it if that's what you want to do.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I can take it back anytime, but yeah. Excuse me. As soon as she gets her screen up, guys, I'll bring it up.
Oh, I hope. Share screen.
The world.
Which one
Oh,
is it? Okay. There.
okay.
Got
There we
it?
go. Gotcha. Let me bring you up.
All right.
Okay. There you go. I'm going
Is
to
it
mute.
big enough and everything?
Well, if you
No,
can make
I'll
it
make
a
it
little
bigger.
bigger, let me see if you guys can see that. Let me blow my screen up. Yeah, there you go.
That better?
Let me,
Oh, sorry. Okay.
let me get everything down
Okay.
here and get myself over here where I can see chat. Okay. All right. I'm going to mute myself for a moment while I go grab coffee and you start reading.
Okay. Defendant's motion limiting number 9, RE, excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial. Defendant moves to exclude any evidence of defendant's Amazon purchase history or click activity on grounds that it is out of context, incomplete, and unfairly prejudicial. This evidence will be presented by the state through Shane Cox and Michael Douglas, who testify simply to what the documentary evidence state, all of which was provided to defendant in discovery. The evidence is highly relevant. A K-bar knife sheath was found lying next to a body of one of the deceased victims, all of whom were stabbed to death. Defendant's DNA was found on the knife sheath. Records from an Amazon account registered to defendant's name and email showed that a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath was made from the account approximately 8 months prior to the homicides. Click activity on the same account shows the customer viewed pages associated with K-bar style knives at the time and in the week following the purchase. Viewed pages associated with the shipping progress of the knife and sheath. The product was shipped to Brian Koberger at his family residence in Pennsylvania. After the homicides, activity from the same account showed The user navigated pages related to deletion of account activity, and a week later, viewed pages associated with K-bar knife and sheath.
Whoa,
So
whoa,
he
whoa, whoa,
deleted
whoa, whoa.
activity.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was typing
I
in
just noticed
chat
that.
and I was
Okay.
like, wait a minute. And you said he was searching a week before, and did you say a week after
A
the
click activity
searches?
shows, is that what you mean? Click activity on the same account shows a customer also viewed pages associated with K-bar style knives at the time of purchase and in the week following the purchase. Viewed
Okay.
pages associated with shipping progress of knife and sheath, and
Okay.
then the product was shipped to Brian Koberger at his family address in
So
Pennsylvania.
he was anxious to get it, I would say, if
Yeah,
he's
and
looking at
watching it.
shipping progress.
Yeah. After the homicides, activity from the same account showed the user navigated pages related to the deletion of the account activity, and a week later viewed pages associated with K-bar knife and sheath. Wow.
Damn.
Also, I've heard people saying, "Oh, it was only click activity, not purchase." No, it says in here he purchased it.
Yeah, I
Or
don't know. There were two separate things that they were talking about
okay.
originally, and it's like people forgot,
Yeah,
about the
hold
actual
up,
purchase.
right?
Right, did you
Mhm.
hear that? I read it twice, so
I
Yeah.
had
he
my phone with
deleted
me. Well,
activity. Oh,
I had
if
my
that
phone with
isn't
me so I
suspicious.
could listen, and I'm, like, on a few seconds delay on the phone or
Mhm.
whatever.
Okay,
So
explain that if he's innocent. Why would he delete the activity?
yeah,
Yeah.
I need to read that. Hold on. Let's
Okay,
read because this is
read it
not
again. Read it again. I know, I'm telling you, that's why I read it again
okay.
too.
Yep.
Hold up, ma'am. We're about to break the fucking internet.
Well, you wanna
Okay,
read the
Mhm.
whole thing again or just that one part
oh,
where
I
the
need to hear.
customer
I'm with the whole thing again. We are going to read it again. I'm gonna say. Let's see.
Yeah,
Defendant
thank you,
moves
because
to.
I was just like, "Wait, what?"
Let's let's all
Okay,
pay
go ahead.
attention.
You
Let's all
wanna
pay attention
you
this
wanna
time.
share your own screen and you can
Um,
read it?
let's see.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
not typing anybody. I'm listening.
okay, is that my screen up there?
I think it's mine still. Do I have to unshare?
No, I took yours down. I
Oh,
thought.
okay.
I thought. Let me see. Yeah,
I'll
that's not.
stop sharing. Okay,
That's not.
now it's yours. Okay.
Okay. All right. So we have number 9, excluding Amazon click activity at trial. So this is what the defense does not want in.
Mhm.
Defendant moves to exclude any evidence of defendant's Amazon purchase history or click activity on grounds that it is out of context, incomplete, and unfairly prejudicial. This evidence will be presented by the state through Shane Cox and Michael Douglas, who will testify simply to what the documentary evidence state, all of which was provided to defendant in discovery. So he knows. The evidence is highly relevant. A K-bar knife sheath was found lying next to the body of one of the deceased victims, all of whom were stabbed to death. Defendant's DNA was found on the knife sheath. Records from an Amazon account registered to defendant's name and email show that a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath was made from the account approximately 8 months prior to the homicides. Click activity on the same account shows the customer also viewed pages associated with K-bar style knives at the time and in the week following the purchase. Viewed pages associated with shipping progress of the knife and sheath. Watching it come.
Mhm.
The product was shipped to Brian Koberger. So not to the family home,
Mhm.
not to Daddy Koberger, not to Melissa, to Brian Koberger at his family address in Pennsylvania. After the homicides, activity from the same account showed the user navigated pages related to the deletion of account activity. He was trying to delete his activity.
I'm gonna pull up my Amazon page and
Do so.
see where that
Some
is.
research, ma'am.
Mhm. Keep reading.
Okay, I love this consultant. Okay, okay. So, and a week later, viewed pages associated with a K-bar knife and sheath. The evidence establishes a significant connection between defendant and a K-bar knife and sheath. In
That's
addition, there is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude the evidence, particularly given how probative it is. Defendant argues it is misleading and prejudicial because it paints an incomplete picture of account activity.
oh come on.
Oh,
Oh
What?
come on now.
Popcorn? Y'all, popcorn emojis.
How
no, I didn't realize this. So you can it
nuts.
remove from view specific items.
For
Uh,
real?
on
But
your
here,
Amazon, it says, yeah, to delete Amazon browsing activity, you can remove individual items or clear your entire browsing history. You go under your accounts and list, and then there's a section that says browsing history, and there you can remove individual items or clear everything. Optionally,
Oh,
manage your history settings. Wow, never even looked for that because I never
never
had a
even. Yep.
reason to delete anything.
right?
Wow.
Who's thinking about deleting their Amazon
Wow.
stuff?
There's
So,
another one in the solid
Mhm.
evidence.
um, it's a little sus when you go
I
try
mean,
to
that's another
delete.
nail in the coffin. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little sus, right? That you're trying to delete um, the history there. Um, look, y'all, I made an emoji in honor of Miss K, Miss K Woodcock.
Ah,
Um, wow. You know the judge is like, "Are you kidding?" He probably laughed while he was reading this,
Oh, I'm sure.
going, "What the hell?" In addition, there is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude the evidence, particularly given how probative it is. Defendant argues it is misleading and prejudicial because it paints an incomplete picture of account activity. How incomplete can you be? To this end, defendant provides, I searched it, I bought it, I waited for it, I looked for it, I tried to delete the history. What else do you need? To this end, oh yeah, AI suggested it to begin with. And you know me, I got
come
the
on.
ADSD.
Uh,
Yeah. Are you
I mean,
fucking
you just can't
kidding me?
make this stuff up. It's like so ridiculous.
To this end, defendant provides the declaration of his expert, David Howell, the founder of a firm specializing in inter alia, digital forensics, and digital marketplace analytics. According to Mr. Howell, far more information must be reviewed in order to attribute specific activity to a specific person or otherwise render an opinion about user behavior with forensic certainty, including Amazon advertising logs, recommended algorithms, cross device history, retargeting behavior. Interesting. Account personalization, and device IDs. Defendant is free to challenge this evidence through cross examination and establish through Mr. Howell why more information is needed to reach the conclusion that defendant made the purchases or clicks. What? Did we just read that he got it shipped to his house in his name?
Mhm.
Yes.
And they're going to give more information is needed to reach the conclusion the defendant made the purchase or the clicks.
I don't think we need that.
However, it is not a basis for exclusion. There is nothing inherently unfairly prejudicial or misleading about the evidence itself. It will be up to the jury to consider all the evidence and decide whether the defendant was the clicker.
Oh my god.
Oh.
No. No, I wasn't the clicker. My sissy don't like me, and she set me up.
Oh, there's tone with those quotes, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Ooh,
Girl. Thus, the motion is denied.
the night.
I bet that was a satisfying
I can't
all
see. Is that the
caps
denied
typing there,
emoji?
Yes.
right there.
For real.
Oh no.
To see who was the real clicker, guys, in that home. So all you family members are really supporting the guy who's saying y'all might possibly be the real clickers. That's my take on what happened in court. On one hand, you got his defense team arguing to have his loving, supporting family who are broke come, be at trial, the hardship. But at the same time, they could possibly be the ones doing these Amazon searches. It was a family computer after all. Prove my client was the clicker. You mean the people that might testify for the state that live in that house? Those people? Hmm. Things that make me go, State's motion in limine, AT&T timing advance records, my jam. Right.
Man,
This should be good.
I
I
mean,
am
I'm
just
sitting here thinking in all the years that I've used Amazon, I've
right.
never seen the
Never
browsing
deleted
history
anything.
section
No.
Who thinks
and
of that?
said, "Oh, let me remove this from view so
Yeah, why
nobody
would you?
else in the house sees that I ordered this."
Oh,
You
right.
know?
Because you got if you're doing like a family deal and they can access it from the computer and everybody, I don't know. My son, like I said, we have the family account here. I can't see anything that he's doing. He can't
Actually,
see.
you know what? Off screen, just take a quick peek, right?
Okay, let me do that.
Pull up Amazon and I'll tell you exactly where to go. I just want to see. So you said, I want to see if, in your view, if you see things that he ordered.
I've never looked. I don't think I can. Where okay, so I'm on my Amazon now.
Okay. Over towards the right where it says, hello, blah, 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 accounts and list, hover over that. And
You
then
probably have
there's,
to log in. He probably has his own login to
I
get to
don't,
it.
well, we what it is I have the app on my phone. He has it on his phone.
oh, you're going
Or
on your phone, not on the computer?
yeah, we're under the his family account, but there's lists right there. I
Do
normally
you,
only see my stuff. I've never,
do you
yeah,
ever log in on the computer?
Yeah, because there's
no,
separate logins. I'm telling you, we used to have a
no,
family a
Right, I know.
family
I want to just double check that you can't see the other things under this section.
no. I have to add another profile and view. And even when he added me on as a family member or whatever, it takes like several weeks for some reason for that to even go down. And like when I click on the account stuff, it just shows all my stuff. Um, I don't see anything that he ever does. And this dude, my son's like an
No, see,
Amazon ordering
that's
freak.
yeah. Never mind because I
I
don't.
mean, if I go on the PC and did it, I might could see his stuff, but I think I would need his login credentials
No, because he has a
That's
separate
oh yeah,
profile.
I found
You
it. I
have to
found it.
log
Both of y'all
into his
stop for a second. I
profile.
found it. Hold on.
Okay.
Um, so you're on the phone. I see where to get to it on the computer, and now on the phone I had to dig. So if you're on the phone, on the very bottom where you see the house for the home, and you've
Yeah,
got the person, click on the person,
yeah.
and then scroll down. Where did I see? I got to. I think account. Yeah, click account and then scroll down. You've got the orders section, customer service, account, settings. It's down. Let's see, you've got payments, message center. Oh, it's all the way down at the bottom, personalized content section. And then it says browsing history towards the bottom. It's before you get to app preferences section.
It doesn't show me anything that he's looked at. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
It's literally showing me I've been looking at like headsets, a new bed actually. Um, I see all of that. Gosh, I'm seeing all my history of things I looked at.
Right. So
The
that's why I
Cat
just wanted
6
to confirm for
wiring, I don't
once and
see
all,
anything
for
that
all.
he
Yeah.
I see nothing of his.
So
And I'm
he
telling
wouldn't have needed to delete it to hide something from
Not with
right,
his
anybody
he
else on
shouldn't
the
parents.
have.
account.
He
Mm-mm.
shouldn't have.
Right.
Right.
Hide in
Which is what
general.
I thought. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and
Awesome.
my son's an Amazon ordering freak, right? Like, we're getting
Oh,
packages
mine too.
in.
We get stuff every day,
Yeah,
like
I
multiple
don't ever
things.
know what that dude's up to. Um, that's good to know. That's good information there, Dolphin. Now that I found that
Yeah.
setting, I can see my own browsing history. But I never thought about deleting any of that stuff anyway.
Right.
I'm not
And
doing anything nefarious. I'm thinking about buying a new
mm-hmm.
bed and was looking at the
Here,
headsets,
I'll just type to her.
goofy shit. I might have candles on there. You don't ever know about me.
Oh, Jen P was talking about the browsing history is right on the front page. Yes, it is, but we were talking specifically about the section where you could go to like remove
Yeah.
items from view because I don't think it says that. There's no option for that on your home page.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, Black Hawk.
That's weird.
Well,
My browsing
actually, to
history's
the
on the
right it
very
says
bottom.
view or edit it. Yeah. hmm Okay, so that does take you into it. So, but it's still a different one last another page that you have to go
Sometimes some
into to
settings
review.
have more here, and other, shit like that happens. Okay, we'll show you more in one setting than it will another.
hmm
States motion, because I've always known that I can't on the app on the phone. I've never logged in on the computer. I never have a reason to. If I'm shopping for anything on Amazon, I'm usually curled up in my bed doing so. I'm going to be on the phone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I don't. But I've never been able to see his activity. You know what I'm saying, or anything like that. Our payments methods aren't tied together in any sort of
Right.
way. Yeah.
Right.
And when I order from my account, it delivers here to our shared address, but with my name on it. Versus, and his stuff has his name. So, so let's see what they got to say about these timing records. Now, remember, AT&T signed an affidavit stating they did not have these records. They did during the first AT&T warrant, and they turned that over with the 3,800 phone numbers included in that geofence type warrant. But when they went back and did the second one, they didn't have those records anymore on Brian Koberger. And that's what the issue is. Um, and Taylor believes that they did have access to those records because Cyree told her so. The
He
state
wouldn't have
moves.
been in those anyway, though.
No, he
In
wouldn't
that
have. The
first
phone was
warrant.
off. He
hmm
wouldn't have been in the first, even if the second one had them. If they had went back and got those days, and then maybe ongoing, he'd be somewhere ongoing, but he wouldn't have been there during the crimes. Phone's turned
Right,
off.
and you still wouldn't have, right, because the phone was off. Right, you
Yeah.
know
I
where he
hope this
was.
issue is
So
settled once and for all with this
I
order.
hope so too.
God,
Yeah.
it needs to be.
You
hmm
know,
It needs to be at this point. You know, um, Cyree got a sneak peek at what the FBI could do a long time ago, and he ratted him out, and the judge called him out on it, and it is what it is. So my question to Cyree is, when the FBI says, "Oops, our bad, we didn't mean to give you that document. Can we have it back?" And you admitted you had no clue what you were looking at. Turns out it was AT&T timing reports. Did you make a copy anyway, Cy, for future reference? I'm not. Come on, man. You're not fooling anybody here. That's my opinion on the situation. But yeah, these things are. I don't understand why people can't understand what this means, right? I don't.
Well, because they won't admit that his phone was off. The state has been saying it. I was in somebody else's stream and they were saying something about, didn't connect to the network or whatever. I was like, we're past that. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the state has said, for sure he
yes.
turned his phone off. The first thing that
hmm
they said was, we now know that he turned his phone off. Right. And
Mhm.
then they're like, oh, but Anne, knows this. I said, so hold on a second. Why wouldn't Anne has been sitting there in the same courtroom listening to them say this over and over and over now, right? That, oh, his phone was off, his phone was off. Anne is not jumping up on the other side of the courtroom to say, oh, no, that's not true, Your Honor. It wasn't connecting to the network. She's not disputing that his
No,
phone was
she
off.
hasn't. One time, you're right.
hmm
And if he was out driving around the countryside, you would expect her to say there was no network. I would. And she's not doing that. You got to take that into account as well. You're right. So the state moves in limine to prohibit the defense from making any reference to the absence of AT&T time and events records, known as TA records, related to defendant's cell phone. The state contends it never received such records from AT&T in response to its subpoena, and therefore any statements by defendant that records could have or should have been provided to defendant should not be allowed, as it is mischaracterizes the evidence, will mislead the jury, waste time, and cause undue delay. In support, the state provides certificates of authenticity, AT&T, for each of the two warrants, stating that it did not provide timing advance records for phone number 509-592-8458 because such records were at the time only available if requested within 7 days of the specified time frame. Defendant, relying largely on the affidavit of its expert Syray, is adamant that the state did receive the documents, which he argues are exculpatory, and is hiding them. Defendant points out he has a constitutional right to challenge evidence against him, and therefore must be allowed to explore the state's misrepresentation as to the availability of the records. The Sixth and 14th Amendments guarantee a criminal defendant a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. Examine witnesses. However, these rights are not absolute. The trial court may reasonably limit cross-exam that is harassing, confusing, repetitive, or marginally irrelevant. The Confrontation Clause guarantees an opportunity for effective cross-examination, not cross-examination that is effective in whatever way, and to whatever extent. The defense might wish, and it quotes Delaware versus Fernstein, if the defense might wish. That was a quote. Okay. Additionally, a defendant has no right to present irrelevant evidence, and even if evidence is relevant, it may be excluded in certain cases. Applying these principles here, defendant will be allowed to voir dire special agent Balance outside the presence of the jury to ask whether he received defendant's TA records covering the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, and the months prior when defendant was believed to have been in the area of King Road. Wow. However, if Agent Balance denies having received the TA records, defendant may not explore the matter further, either in voir dire or before the jury. Given the absolute lack of any factual basis supporting this position that the state is hiding them, thus the state's motion is granted, except as qualified regarding the very brief voir dire outside the presence of the jury. AT&T putting their reputation and company on the line with an affidavit stating we didn't give those records, we didn't have them, is enough for me. Do you guys feel that way, or do you think they would, play with the state?
What, AT&T? No, I don't think that AT&T would, play with the state
Mm-mm.
or whatever. I think though, but her point is she's ignoring what AT&T is saying, no, but the FBI had access to get more
Oh yeah,
data or
she's she's
whatever.
she's so mad about the FBI.
She's honed in on them. Yeah.
She honed in on them a long, long time ago because that's all she's ever wanted was all their notes and their emails. She said that over and over in court, all the way up to the point where she got the two subpoenas, the Deuces Tecum subpoenas for the FBI. She got the judge to take in all that IGG that the FBI did and give her a bulk of it. Ann Taylor has always took on the FBI in this case. I watched a thing last night, a show, old show. It was good, but it was about it was real life investigation, um, and they had this crime in town, and it was like corruption involved, small town type deal. But the FBI had been investigating something in that town, so they were privy to certain information about this other investigation going on, but they had not been asked to step into that investigation. Years go by. The victim's daughter decides to hire a private eye. He happens to recall a relationship he had with an FBI agent, and he goes and he finds him. He shares information with that investigator. That investigator solved that decade-old crime. Got a lot of places the police couldn't get. So, you got some states that turn away that all-important help that they can get. But, here Idaho is like, no, step in, give us whatever you got, help us all the way. This has been the FBI's investigation from the get-go, just about. There's no other way to put it. The local authorities fudged back in November of 2022 when they found the car and didn't tell nobody. Called the tip line instead. Lordy, lordy. So, thus the state's motion is granted, except as qualified but regarding. Okay, so that got to question Nick Balance outside the presence of the jury. He's going to say, no,
Hmm.
they didn't give me the records. End of story. They can't bring it up. Thank God. Wow. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Yeah,
looking at Blackhawk's
me
comment.
too. I was reading it
Hmm.
too. I,
I
I,
agree, but still, if the phone was off, nobody, other than Jesus himself, could tell,
yeah,
testify where this man was.
and yeah. The thing about it is trying to. The only way, the only thing they have on Nick Balance, which is really nothing, is to say that what does he want them to do? Come in and say, "Yeah, I got those AT&T advanced timing records," but he didn't. This they did the first time. They've admitted that they did on that very first warrant. That's not a secret. And they tried to get them on that second warrant, but they didn't keep them beyond that 7-day period, so they didn't have them. And AT&T has stated that. But like Dolphin has, we have stressed that phone was turned off. Nobody can explain that. Off airplane mode, whatever you want to call it, out of signal, riding around. Phone was off for 2 hours. 2 hours of nowhereness for Brian Koberger. It's lost in the universe, in the abyss. Car all over town, possibly, but no phone in a college town full of cell phone reception. Go figure.
And this phone was at what 90%, 90 something percent
Hmm.
too. So
Yeah,
it
the
wasn't like it
battery.
powered
Off.
down because of no battery.
Hmm.
Right, he had a full charge, huh?
Mm.
Damn it, man. Thought enough to do that. Let me charge this bitch up before I leave the house. Or you charged it in the car. You made sure you topped it off in the car on the way.
Yeah, you would think you would charge it.
Why do I
Keep
like
it
to know that kind of
keep it
stuff?
plugged in the car. You don't know the area. You just moved there, so I'm gonna want to
He
use
knew
your
that
He
car.
road
just
back and
drove
forth between.
2,500 miles
Well,
across
he
the
Yeah,
did,
country
yeah,
with it,
he did by then.
You would think
he
he has
knew.
a car charger.
He knows that route between Moscow and Pullman by now. He's been there a few months. Cuz is burning that road up and down. He knows it by heart. It didn't take long to learn that highway. It may take a little longer to get used to that drive out there in the countryside to make sure you know where everything's at. But that road between Moscow and Pullman was burned up day all apparently a lot.
Oh, yeah, all those miles he put on his car in that short
20
amount of time.
23
Yeah.
times near the victim's home. Shit. Even if you was just shopping and dining, you're out and about. Not an incel after all. Whatever that means. Does that just mean you can't get some? That don't mean you got to stay home constantly, right? Like people want to fight about that word, and I'm like, well, what does it even mean to anybody? I mean, I know what the definition is. I'm not stupid, but why does it bother everybody so bad? You go look at the definition of it. I just can't get none. That's all. It is what it is. I'm assuming. Girls come out and talked about all that yet. Anyway, would you? State's motion in limine self-authentication of the records in reliance on IRE 803. State moves in limine to permit the admission of approximately 60 exhibits pursuant to IRE 80368 and or 24. The state represents it will obtain and submit certifications for the foregoing exhibits to render them self-authenticating under IRE 902, 4, and or 11. However, as the state acknowledges, IRE 902, 11 contains a notice requirement that has not been satisfied. To this end, the court will require that the proper notice is given under IRE 90211. The parties are to meet and confer regarding self authentication and any objections defendant may have to specific exhibits prior to raising the issue with court. The court's the court's ruling on the motion is reserved. What could that
That means they haven't gotten all their certifications together.
yeah, what could that be about, I wonder? What's going on there, right? I gotta look up that rule too.
Well, this
Self-authentication of what record?
this is the huge list, all the different stores, the cameras from the
Yeah, that's what
stores,
I'm
and
thinking.
all of that, receipts from different stores. Remember that?
Yep, yep, yep. Right there at our one shopping center at Farm Road. That whole area.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Miss this footnote says Mr. Ray's affidavit, which forms the basis of the defendant's challenge, is replete with speculation and unfounded and thus highly improper accusations against the state. Further, not once in his affidavit does he address AT&T's 7-day retention period. True that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Which fully explains why the state was unable to obtain relevant records. You know what he has done? Threw his old buddy, the FBI agent, under the bus and saying that y'all come out and gave me this stuff that I wasn't supposed to have, asked for it back. And he also stated he could provide names, dates, and times to back up that he did get a look at those records. That's how he knows they existed. That's how Ann knows they existed. The judge called that shit out right there in court. This is based on what he said he saw the FBI could do.
why
Nothing more.
doesn't he work with prosecution anymore? Probably for some
Right?
other stuff.
Yeah, here
Yeah.
narking everybody out and stuff.
Mhm.
Like, jeez. Oh, wow. People gonna take that wrong. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
Oh, goodness. Okay, this is page 10. This is
oh boy.
admissibility of the
Dollhouse.
demonstrative evidence, the dollhouse. Page 10. Firefly, do you want to take this one, you or Dolphin, real quick for a minute? This one page?
Firefly.
Dolphin, Dolphin, you can do it this time.
Oh shit.
Oh, Dolphin don't want to. Dolphin don't
What is
want
this,
to. Y'all
school?
gonna
What
make
is
me
this?
do
This
it.
is L.
Firefly, you
Uh,
read very well. We like your reading.
I
I
got.
can do it if you want. Seriously,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't mind.
Thanks.
Please, thank
Okay,
you.
you're on L.
I'm
Do you
like,
want to? You want me to share mine, or no? You can. You're
yeah, you can
staying
share
here.
yours, hun. I'm gonna walk out back real quick while you read
Oh,
the.
we might uncover some juicy stuff again. You'll
Yeah,
find
I'm gonna
out.
take my phone with me. If I hear something good,
How about this?
Okay.
I'll type in chat or I'll run back in. But I'm not gonna be gone but a second. Hold on, I got since I
Okay.
missed the phone call, I don't know who it was. I will take my screen down. That
Okay.
way you can scroll through as you need to. Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, you can now. Let me get you
Okay.
up here. That should be your screen.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
chat, for
Good.
hanging
Good.
in there with us. We appreciate you guys being here, listening to our reading and our ranting. Reading and
Wait.
ranting. Hey, we got a new way to read documents around here. We can call it reading and ranting.
Well, you did K. Okay. No, I thought you
It was
did.
on
Didn't you
page
just do the
10.
time? Didn't you just do the timing advance
Yeah,
record? So,
I should be at page 10.
oh, page 10. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're doing L. Gotcha.
The
Okay. I'm on.
dollhouse.
All right. That's right.
The
Okay. Okay.
dollhouse.
States motion and limine re admissibility
Okay.
of
Thank you.
demonstrative evidence. The state seeks permission to use a not to scale 3D model of the 1122 King Road residence as a demonstrative exhibit at trial, contingent on the state laying sufficient foundation to establish the basic accuracy of the model and a demonstration that it will be helpful to explaining the testimony of the presenting witnesses. The state contends the model will aid certain witnesses in describing their testimony. Defendant objects, arguing that the state's drawing of the model and other related information was only recently disclosed in discovery in a file defendant describes as massive. Defendant claims the data and model cannot reasonably be evaluated by its expert in time. Defendant disputes that the model is relevant and if it was, claims that it should be excluded under IRE 403 due to the danger it may not be accurate. The trial court has discretion in allowing the admission of demonstrative evidence. State versus Weigel. Cited here. Here, the court finds the demonstrative exhibit is relevant, assuming foundation can be laid, because it will supplement testimony of witnesses and or assist the jury in obtaining better understanding of facts in issue. Okay, in Masters versus Dewey, cited here, it says there we go. The homicides occurred in 2 bedrooms, um, within a 3-story home with a complicated layout. The suspect's ability to enter the home, carry out the stabbings, and exit the home, consistent with DM's observations, will be a central point of the trial. Particularly given the defendant is challenging whether it could be accomplished by one person within the time frame alleged. The model will aid in the testimony of lay witnesses and experts alike in explaining the location of the victims, witnesses, and other items of evidence, as well as understanding the suspect's potential or likely path of travel. Moreover, though it's not to scale, accuracy is not the standard governing the relevance of illustrative evidence. Rather, the illustrative evidence must only be relevant to the witness's testimony. Okay, that's was cited from State versus Stevens. Abrogated on other grounds by State versus Garcia. Okay, so long as the exhibit is not, I gotta turn the page, deceptive, it does not have to be shown precisely, accurate, or consistent with the testimony of other witnesses. Okay. Let's see. Diagram properly admitted, where not to scale. Okay, they're citing another State versus Rodenbaugh. Diagram properly admitted were not to scale, admitted inconsistent with other witnesses' testimony. While defendant's expert, Mr. Nodal, contains that there is a risk that the State's model could be misleading if it represents the location of a wall or a door or an accurate line of sight, those are simply concerns at this point. The State intends to lay a foundation to establish that the 3D model fairly depicts the residence, and if it fails to do so, the model will not be allowed. Further, defendant is free to cross-examine the testifying witness and to put on his own evidence, including experts. He may also use his own demonstrative exhibits if proper foundation is laid. However, the State is not going to be held to a standard of precise accuracy in this regard. It will only need to demonstrate accuracy to the point of avoiding deception. Moving up. In addition, there is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude the model. Defendant contends that allowing the model is prejudicial because it is built from data that was untimely disclosed and which its expert has little time to analyze for accuracy. While this might be more of a compelling issue if the State was seeking to introduce the model as a substantive evidence or seeking to have the model accompany during the jury during or seeking to have the model accompany the jury during deliberations. It is not. Okay. It is simply going to be used as an educational device meant to aid in the presentation of evidence and will not go back with the jury during deliberations. Okay, that makes sense. Moreover, as discussed, Mr. Nodal's concerns at this time constraint are based on impression that he will have to analyze the underlying data to ensure the model's proper scale, dimension, and completeness. Again, accuracy is not the standard. Mr. Nodal need only assure himself the model is not deceptive, and there is sufficient time to do that given the August trial date. To this end, the State is to make the model available to defendant as soon as completed, and no later than the pretrial conference. The motion is granted. Okay. So it's just to demonstrate while they're giving testimony. It's not going to go back to the jury while they're deliberating. So they don't have to worry that it's precise.
Well, the thing about it is, like, he can use one as well, so he can have his own if need be, if he can show substantial, reasoning behind it, all the things. So, what is the point of this whole house to begin with, right?
Just to show like his
floor
flow,
plan, the line of sight, exactly, the path.
where he entered, the likely path that he followed, because they can tell. Surely by now they figured out the order of execution. You know what I mean?
Oh
But
yeah.
So,
well, of course, they're going to show all of that or demonstrate. All they're going to be able to do really is demonstrate the location of the bodies,
mhm.
where the witness was at when she saw a person walk by, and where they believe the perpetrator entered and exited the home.
Yeah.
And we don't have the house to go see. We got floor plans, and they got all that stuff they can show them. So that's really all this is going to show them. But they're talking about measurements and line of sight. That's the stuff to pay attention to. Was that wall just right? Is that an angle? She couldn't have seen this because that wall's at an angle. What the heck?
I
What?
mean, that's the only
Yeah,
thing I can think of. What could be misleading other than the fact
yeah.
that she saw him, like, it's a wall in the proper place where she only saw him for a few seconds walking by,
Well, they should have
possibly.
just kept the damn house, and we wouldn't
I
be.
know, right?
I mean, shit. Okay, here
The
we go. Who
alibi.
was asking about the alibi in the chat, Dolphin?
Donnie.
Donnie, here's your jam. All right, states motion and lemony, the alibi. Mm.
Do you want me to unshare, or you got it up
Oh,
there?
I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm over here reading it on my side and forgot yours was up. Okay, let me. I think that's.
Yep.
Okay, that means.
I've got
Okay.
Yep.
ice cream.
Oh, you got ice cream.
I
That
brought out the
good?
chunky monkey for
Oh
the
shit!
alibi
You
section.
got Ben and Jerry's,
Oh,
y'all. Dolphins got some Ben and Jerry's with
that's
monkey.
my favorite flavor
Monkey.
too. That's so funny.
I
Oh
saw her
yeah.
threatening to make an order a few minutes ago in the chat.
Hmm.
I saw that shit. I was like, she's like, or go in the kitchen and cook. I'm like, oh, you're like me. You're just gonna. It's easier just to order it, right?
Yeah.
Alibi.
Uh,
That should be
See, the
good.
thing about it is, Dolphin can get it where she lives. I can't. So it's like,
You can't get Ben and Jerry's?
No,
girl,
she's talking about DoorDash.
Oh, DoorDash. Sorry, sorry,
I'm
sorry.
so
I was
far
still
from everything.
thinking.
Dude, I have a Dollar General and a gas station.
Oh, okay. You definitely have Ben and Jerry's then.
Hmm. I got to go 15 miles to town
Yee.
just to get to a good grocery store. Okay. It is what it is. I love living out in the country, though. It's better than the city. All right. So the alibi. The state moves to preclude the defendant from offering any evidence in support of an alibi, other than from the defendant himself. The basis for the state's motion is defendant's failure to comply with the notice requirements governing alibi evidence, pursuant to Idaho Code 19-5191 and ICR 12.1. If requested by the state during discovery, a defendant intending to offer an alibi must file a notice listing the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense and the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely on to establish such alibi. Makes makes sense, don't it? The court has the discretion to exclude testimony of any undisclosed witness offered as to a defendant's absence from at the scene of the offense. How do you like the way they worded that? That needs some word salad. His absence
Hmm.
at the scene. Absence from the scene. Means you can't sneak a witness in last minute, that dude from the gas station. Where you stop to get some gas or take a piss. I don't know. An alibi is a defense based on the physical impossibility of a defendant's guilt by placing the defendant in a location other than the scene of the crime at the relevant time. Black's Law Dictionary. I love me a good Black's Law Dictionary read. Hence, in setting forth the notice requirements for an alibi defense, IC 19-519 and ICR 12.1 require a defendant to proffer evidence establishing where the defendant was at the time of the alleged offense. Evidence only counts as alibi evidence if it proves the defendant could not have been present at the scene of the offense at the time that it was committed. I. Lane, Fred J.D., Lane Goldston Trial Techniques 4.45. Uh, Back in November 2024 update, collecting cases. Okay. If any alibi fails to account for a defendant's whereabouts for at least some period of time during which the crime was reasonably committed, it is not an alibi. My client intends to offer a partial alibi. Huh. Interesting words. The defendant was not entitled to an alibi instruction when his witness did not account for his whereabouts at the time. That's citing a case there. A partial alibi is no alibi at all. At this point, defendant has only provided notice he was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022 throughout the area south of the Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho. He intends to present testimony by his expert, Cy Ray, to partially corroborate his alibi using CSLI data from defendant's cell phone. However, the alleged offense occurred between approximately 4:07 a.m. and 4:20 a.m. At most, Mr. Ray can opine as to where defendant's cell phone was up until 2:54 a.m. They're not disputing the 2:54 time. That the defense is calling a big screw up.
Mm-hmm. The big 7-minute screw up.
Yeah. When it was apparently turned off and approximately 4:48 a.m. When it was apparently turned off and at approximately 4:48 a.m. When it began reporting to a network, defendant has provided no evidence as to his location at the time of the crime. In other words, he has provided no alibi evidence as contemplated by the rules.
I wish he would have said for the 448 and when it was turned on again instead of reporting to a network.
Yeah, because that's when it turned back on. Because if it's turned off at 2:54 a.m., so it's almost 3 a.m., as they've always said, comes back on at approximately 5 a.m., as they've always said. So at approximately 4:48, it begins reporting to a network. So if it is off, that means it had to have been turned back on. And the phone will show that activity. Defendant has provided no evidence as to his location at the time of the crime. In other words, he has provided no alibi evidence as contemplated by the rules. That said, the court will not categorically preclude defendant at this point from offering alibi evidence at trial. Oh boy, where is Miss K's emoji at? I got you. Okay. That's interesting. With that said, okay. Whether to exclude the late disclosed alibi evidence requires weighing prejudice to the state against the defendant's right to a fair and considering whether less severe remedies are sufficient. There are still 4 months until trial begins. If defendant does not unearth alibi evidence at its obligation to immediately make the state and the court aware of it, at that point, the court can apply the Juarez standard. Excluding it at this time is premature, and therefore the motion is denied. Subject to be raised if defendant does disclose alibi evidence. However, at this point, defendant has not provided an alibi, partial or otherwise. Huh. Do they have a time limit? Or just right up until trial?
I mean, they should just
Or
say,
does it
it's
all
been
right on
2.5
Ray?
years, dude. Like,
Are
if
we
you
all,
don't have it now, you're not
what are
gonna
we doing
have
here? Right? What are we doing here?
you're not gonna dig up any evidence. What are you gonna dig
Okay,
up in the
so
next 4
they
months?
cited Juarez. They said that, okay, if defendant does not unearth alibi evidence,
Dig up.
it is his obligation to immediately make the state and the court aware of it. At that point, the court can apply the Juarez standard. We're going to have to figure out what the Juarez standard is.
Juarez standard. Okay, let me look that up.
What is the Juarez standard in Idaho? Maybe it might be something the Supreme Court did. There's no telling.
State versus
Yeah, state
Juarez. I
versus
guess is how you say it.
Juarez.
Juarez. Excluding it at this time is premature. Therefore, the motion is denied. Um, so if he can come up with something, what is the Juarez standard? Is I guess that's going to be the weight of the alibi, right? Um, so if it is actually like a partial or a real alibi, so
I
that's
found one where it says in one case, State versus Juarez, the defendant Juarez faced sanctions or for discovery violations, specifically failing to provide timely notice of alibi witnesses. The court sanctioned him by excluding witnesses at trial, and the Court of Appeals upheld the sanction. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just.
oh you're all right. Oh shit, I was doing the wrong thing. Um, yeah, I don't know. So I guess it would, like, you know how they have, sometimes they have hearings and about certain evidence to hold the weight of it. Sometimes and what are your peer reviews on the subject, things of that nature. So what the Juarez standard to me would be a way to measure the alibi, right? Whether it's alibi partial or otherwise. So he don't have one. They're giving him some time, I guess, to get it together and give them one. Don't sneak any damn witnesses in on us. All right. Prior traffic stop. We all know he don't got no alibi. If it's really out riding around and going toward Wawa Wee, you got to get a little more specific. And you need to say my phone was out of service or out of network, it's something like that, not just turned off. Like I had no service where I was at. And do some drive time testing to prove it. 404B notice, prior traffic stop. The state moves under IRE 404B for the admission of defendant's August 2022 traffic stop in Moscow, during which he was stopped for speeding and issued a citation for failing to wear a seatbelt. And that would be our Farm Road stop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Farm and Pullman.
Correct.
Yeah.
Farm,
Yes.
yes. Yeah. Specifically, the state seeks to admit the officer's OBV footage of the traffic stop as well as the citation, arguing it is relevant to providing defendant's identity, vehicle, ownership, control, address, and phone number. Defendant objects, pointing to Idaho Supreme Court case law stating that evidence of prior misconduct is irrelevant on the issue of identity when the evidence demonstrates sufficiently similar as well as distinctive characteristics. So they were saying the defense was arguing they could use other methods of IDing him and the car other than using that particular body cam footage. We saw the Indiana stops. It clearly IDs Brian Koberger in 2015 white Elantra. But what we don't see in those stops are images of him giving up his license, his phone number, and all the things that he gave up during this stop. All the things he didn't want to give up during this stop.
Right.
He had questions. He was like us. He had questions. Why do you need my phone number? What I did? I was speeding. Okay. Oh, no seatbelt. Okay. Give me a ticket. But why do you need my phone number? All right. Whatever. Defendant objects, pointing to Idaho Supreme Court case law of the prior misconduct stuff. Okay. Well, let's see. Because the defense doesn't want to use it because it does demonstrate that he was pulled over for speeding and you got the ticket and the seatbelt thing and he was a little argumentative and all this bullshit. Okay. So confusingly, defendant argues his prior traffic stop bears no resemblance to the charged crimes and therefore cannot be relevant to identity. Bears no resemblance to the charged crimes and therefore cannot be relevant to identity.
Right. So in other words, he wasn't committing a quadruple
Yeah, he
homicide
wasn't
in
in the
that traffic
commission of
stop.
the crime,
Yeah.
right? Um,
Hmm.
yeah, he was
They're
in the
saying it's
commission of
apples to
speeding with
oranges.
no seatbelt, but he wasn't in the commission of quadruple homicide.
Hmm.
He also argues it is unfairly prejudicial and may confuse the issues. Evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts may not be admitted pursuant to IRE 404B. when its probative value is entirely dependent upon its tendency to demonstrate the defendant's propensity to engage in such behavior. They cite State versus Salinas. Such evidence may, however, be admissible for other purposes, including to prove identity. IRE 404b2 is who they cite there. To determine the admissibility of evidence under Rule 404b, the court must find the evidence is sufficiently established as fact and relevant as a matter of law to a material of disputed issue or other than the character or prosperity. Idaho, okay. It must then conduct Rule 403 analysis. The court finds the evidence is relevant to establish defendant's identity and link him to the charged crimes. Remember, the judge said he was going to review this footage and
Mm-hmm.
decide if
Maybe
it
redact some.
and made, yes, ma'am, decide about redactions. The court finds the evidence is relevant to establish defendant's identity and link him to the charged crimes. So does that mean because he looks like the guy that they think did it? Indeed, the citation and OBV footage up to the point that defendant provides his phone number serve to identify defendant by name, physical appearance, phone number, and address. The evidence also establishes defendant as the registered owner and driver of a vehicle, the make and model of which was thought to be used by the killer. Further, the evidence places defendant in Moscow at night on one of the dates of interest allegedly by the state to be relevant to planning the charged crime. Let that sink in. All of these factors played a role in the investigation of the crime. How can they prove that? Remember, all the warrants from right there at the store, the shopping complex, where this stop occurred, and who all of the victims they were looking at.
Wasn't there a date on that one with all those stores? It was August, but I don't think it was the 21st, was it?
There were so many of them. We went through
Yeah,
all of
that's
them.
true. I don't remember which date.
Were they looking to see if any of the victims were in that vicinity that day?
Oh, okay, maybe.
Okay? Maybe they didn't know for sure at that point in time. Maybe they now know. Who knows? But that's a strong statement to make, other than just IDing the client, the defendant, right?
It's an important date. Yep.
Or phone records are going to be matching that. How do they know?
How do we? For all we know, one of the girls said somebody was following them on that date. And they
But
didn't know.
the girls aren't here to even talk about it. So
That's
how would
true.
the cops know?
Unless they made a report, but then
No, we would have heard about it by now.
But then
Dylan or Bethany was with them.
What, Dolphin? I'm sorry, I could barely
that's
hear
true.
you.
I'm sorry. I said unless Dylan or Bethany was with them.
Yeah.
You just said how would they
They
know?
could say.
But yeah, you do have somebody who could be alive still.
Yeah, this is true.
there.
There's two right there. So what does the chat say? Surveilling. He was surveilling the house.
Yeah, I wonder if they could get what do you call it?
Wait, did they pinpoint him and other? Do they have?
Can they get his location on that date? Since you know what I mean? Can they go? Or
Well,
maybe
can they look at that footage, right? Or look at the stop. See if they have any cameras showing him. There's got to be a gas station. There it is, right there on the corner. Did they look at other times and see when the 23 times the phone pinged in the area? 12 to 23. Let's go with that. Okay. So we've heard both. 12 in the beginning, now it's up to 23, right? So what if between any of those times they have him on camera going and matching phone pings they're picking up?
Yes.
Showing a pattern of surveilling near the home.
Yeah.
Yep.
What if?
Or what
Okay,
if
go ahead.
his phone is off that night
Yeah.
that he got stopped? So he was over in the area, close, fairly close to the house. And what if his phone was off during this stop or during those hours around the stop?
Oh, that's true because they know he was
That also
there.
looks dodgy.
They know he was there. So if he's not showing up,
They would see the
Yeah.
phone record, and so the phone show the phone's offline, but yet there he is sitting in Moscow at Farm Road in Pullman at a
Mhm.
busy,
Mhm.
busy intersection,
Mhm.
right,
Yep.
with no phone service.
That shows a pattern.
Come again? We're all this is all speculation,
It's
people. We're just
speculation,
like,
but it would show a
but
pattern
that
of
is a strange
property
statement to have in there.
surveillance.
I don't know. That's just a
Highlight it
real.
again. Which one are you looking at?
Okay, we are at the 404B traffic stop one. The court finds we are on page 14, Dolphin.
Mhm.
Um, defendant argues his prior traffic stop bears no resemblance to the charged crimes and therefore cannot be relevant to identity. He also argues it is unfairly prejudicial and may confuse the issue. Evidence of other crimes, wrong, or acts may not be admitted pursuant to IRE 404 when it is probative to the value. Okay. Such evidence may, however, be admissible for other purposes, including to prove identity. Let's skip down to the court finds the evidence is relevant to establish defendant's identity and link him to the charged crimes.
Mhm.
So, does the identity alone was what links him? Indeed, the citation and the OBV footage, which is the body cam footage of the officer, up to the point that the defendant provides his phone number, serve to identify defendant by name, physical appearance, phone number, and address. The evidence also establishes defendant as the registered owner and driver of a vehicle and make and model of which was thought to be used by the killer. Further, the evidence places defendant in Moscow at night on one of the dates of interest alleged by the state to be relevant to planning the charged crime. All of these factors play a role in the investigation of the crime. While defendant cites to case law discussing identity under IRE 404B as requiring strong similarities between the bad act and the charged crime, and this is in the context of establishing
Oh,
identity through a signature
hold on.
quality. Go ahead.
Scroll
Go
back up
ahead.
to page 14 for a
I
second.
got you. I got you.
Because now I just caught the part, the one of the last things that you said. About, yeah, further, the evidence places defendant in Moscow at night on one of the dates of interest alleged by the
Uh-huh.
state to be relevant. So when they said one of the dates, so they're saying this date is a part of one of those 23
I would
visits.
assume that's the way it sounds.
Then that means his phone was
You
on
would
the
think
night of
so,
this traffic stop.
because
So
they'll be able
then,
to match.
yeah,
Yeah.
that
So,
means they've got evidence placing him closer to the house,
mhm.
not just way back out, at Farm
Right,
and
right,
Pullman.
exactly.
Ooh, this is
The
good.
farm in Pullman is less than 2 miles from the King Road
Mhm.
residence.
Mhm.
Let's not forget that. And yes, so it's of a date of interest that they're already looking into as far as planning. Was he there the day before, the day after? 23 times. I mean, where do they said that, what was it, 100 feet within the home of the it was in that one document. I'll have to go back and look. There's so many documents that did drop, and we
I can
read through
do a
them, and
search.
we read through them and read through them, and I haven't had a chance to, like, just deep dive any of them because of the Vallow trial, and we got Karen Reed coming up. But
Mhm.
that's what I want to do, is go back through some of those. There's a lot of information in some of those documents.
So keyword wise, do you think it said 100 feet or 100 yards? And was 100
Um,
the number 100, or do
Yard,
you think it
was
was
it
spelled out?
100 or was it, oh shit,
I'll
I
100
search
don't
for
remember.
100 feet.
yards, just gonna be
Yards? Okay.
yards. It's gonna be yards.
I'll search for
It would be
yards.
feet.
I'll be running
That's in the
that while
back
It
you're.
parking
was in
lot.
one of it was in one of the last set of documents. I don't remember. Or did they talk about that at the court hearing? I got some research to do, Dolphin. Okay. The court finds the evidence is relevant to
I'm looking
establish his
for it now.
identity. Okay. The phone number and all the things.
Meters. Okay.
Further, the evidence places defendant in Moscow at night, one of the dates of interest. Okay. While defendant cites the case law discussing identity under IRE 404 as requiring strong similarities between the bad act and the charged crime, this is the context of establishing identity through a signature quality. Okay. Discussing how evidence, okay, they come to the state, however, the state, however, is not seeking to introduce the prior traffic stop to establish modus operandi. Therefore, defendant's case law and argument is not well placed. But are you? Upon weighing the IRE 403 factors, the only portion of the OBV footage that the court finds troubling is when the defendant inquires why the officer needs his phone number. This inquiry could be perceived by jurors to be insolent. Given its lack of relevance and potential for prejudice, the inquiry shall be redacted. So they're going to redact the part where he's questioning the officer
Why
as
do
to
you need my phone number? Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
because yeah, that could be taken as argumentative with,
yeah.
the
Yeah.
police. So
I
that
I
makes
agree.
sense.
I agree. If they're saying they're only using it to establish identity, only use that portion, right? If it's the best you got, and he's giving you all the things. Um, Given its lack of relevance and potential for prejudice, the inquiry shall be redacted. Other than this redaction, there is no basis for further exclusion. Defendant claims of unfair prejudice and jury confusion lack merit. First, he argues there is no nexus between the traffic stop. Excuse me. Okay. Um, he argues there's no nexus between the traffic stop and the charged crimes.
Mm.
Thus, the jury may consider it as a propensity evidence, otherwise be confused. However, as discussed, a nexus is not required for the purpose advanced by the state. Moreover, unfair prejudice arises only when the evidence has an undue tendency to suggest a decision of an improper basis and appeals to the jury's sympathies, arouses their sense of humor, provokes their instinct to punish, or otherwise causes a jury to base its decision on something other than established positions of the case. Heavy. A traffic stop, particularly one as minor as this, is not the type of evidence that will compel jury to conclude defendant is guilty of murder because he violated traffic laws. Further, the court will provide a limiting instruction. Defendant also contends it is unfairly prejudicial because the OBV footage provides a clear shot of defendant's white vehicle. How's that prejudicial?
I don't know. That makes no sense.
Because none of the other cars you're going to see in court look like that. They're grainy at best.
Because it looks like the suspect vehicle. I mean,
Or does it? Which may lead the jury to believe it is the suspect vehicle captured
I
on
mean,
surveillance video
it is the suspect vehicle. That's why I mean,
at and near the crime scene. Now, if she wasn't worried that his car might be mistaken or might look like for any of those footages,
mm-hmm.
what are we worried about here?
Because it's looks like the suspect vehicle. Yep. That's it.
It's more
Oh,
about the
he's
location.
yeah.
The
Well,
location as
it
well.
says right here though is yeah, which may lead the jury to believe it is the suspect vehicle captured on surveillance videos at and near the crime scene on November 13th of 2022. However, this is precisely what makes the evidence probative. It
Yeah,
links defendant to the crime scene. While
exactly.
this may be damaging to his defense, it is not unfairly prejudicial when balanced against strong relevance. Thus, the motion is granted with noted redactions. So play the footage, and Brian don't like it, and Ann don't like it because it shows a clear shot of his vehicle, and we might mistake that for suspect vehicle one. Or now we're just calling it suspect vehicle. We dropped the one a minute ago. Huh. Well, the state better have some really clear footage. Right now, all they have is a sheath and some phone data. Some grainy car footage.
I mean, that one's pretty good. That one on what is it, Ridge Road? That's a pretty clear shot.
They say that it's clear enough. That's where they
Hmm.
made their determination on honing in on the year. They were looking at the window configuration, things of that nature, right? Um, so they say it's the clearest image they have from what we've read in documents.
Oh,
So
you've seen the picture, so yeah, it's pretty clear.
yeah, I don't know how super clear all, but we know the ones that, the ones at 112 that came out, 1112, those are
Hmm.
kind of a little blurry still. It looks like a white car to me, a sedan,
Yeah.
but prove in Linda Lane looks like a light colored sedan circling around over there. It's just, I'm pretty sure that's his car, but I don't know,
There's too much
right?
motion artifact on the
I can't see
1112.
it good enough. That's the
Mm-mm.
problem. I can see it pretty decent at Linda Lane when it's back there turning around and such and moving
Mhm.
around back there. I can see that it is a light colored sedan, almost white looking, but the only car I know of that comes close to matching that car I'm seeing is his car right now. He happens to have a car similar to that car. If he had a truck or a black car, it'd be different. Or a car that was with a different shape, a minivan, I don't care, a Sportster, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so the next one coming up was that was the memorializing oral the arguments, and the next one that is the motion in limine on the make and model of the suspect vehicle. I'm gonna have to go grab a Coke, guys. Let me pull this up. Okay, can we see that? Okay. Order on defendant's motion in limine the make and the model of the suspect vehicle car. Okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at something there. Okay, introduction. In the early morning hours of November 13th, surveillance videos from various locations near the crime scene picked up footage of what law enforcement believed to be the same vehicle as suspect vehicle 1. The white sedan that was seen arrive at and then depart from the area of 1122 King Road at the time of the homicides. From one such video, law enforcement determined the vehicle was a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Defendant seeks an order precluding the state from referring to the vehicles depicted on the surveillance or on the various surveillance videos as the same vehicle, i.e., suspect vehicle 1, and from asserting that the suspect vehicle 1 is a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. He argues that these are speculative conclusions that invade the province of the jury. The state responds that it intends to elicit expert testimony establishing the vehicles are the same, and such testimony will be neither speculative nor otherwise improper. That's state. I hope oral argument on the motion was held on April 9th, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court finds the state may present expert opinion that the vehicles depicted in the videos are the same vehicle as suspect 1, as well as the make and model. Remember, guys, we're talking about videos that are pretty much in succession, right? That morning, coming into town, leaving the area, things of that nature, circling around where it's seen
Mhm.
back there on Ridge Road, all of those. Standard, the admissibility of expert opinion testimony is discretionary, and they cite a case there. Correctively perceive the issue as one of discretion. Act within the boundaries of such discretion. Act consistently with any legal standards applicable to the specific choices before it. reach its decision by an exercise of reason. And talking about bringing in the standard of the facts for the experts that are going to come and tell them that that's the same car. Okay, following the homicides, law enforcement gathered video surveillance from various locations surrounding the crime scene, including from 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of the crime scene. That's the Blue House guys next door. The video footage showed a white sedan, and it can see the intersection of Queen and King Road. The video showed footage of a white sedan, suspect vehicle 1, enter the King Road neighborhood at 4:04 a.m. and then depart from the area at a high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. The same footage showed what law enforcement believed to be the same vehicle make 3 initial passes by the crime scene in 30 minutes before its 4:04 entry. Now, remember, we've done a live stream about this, and I got a video out about that. Surveillance videos from 5 other locations within zero point 0.6 miles of the crime scene also captured what law enforcement believed to be suspect vehicle 1 in the hour preceding the crime. Based on the direction of travel and timestamps from these videos, investigators mapped what they believed to be suspect vehicle's 1 route of travel. That's really freaky. If you can literally map this guy out on the way to do what he was about to go do, if he's the guy that did all that.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that crazy?
Yep. But it's how people get caught.
Yeah. But to think there are people out there in the mindset to do this. I mean, good God, dude, what's going on in that brain? I'm sure your former professor can't wait to get her hands on it. One of the surveillance videos relied upon by law enforcement was from a camera located at 1125 Ridge Road. Video footage captured at 4:01 a.m. from this camera provided a clear view of the white sedan depicted. God, I wish we could see that for the whole thing, like the whole video.
The whole video? Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
going to say, we have the still shot.
Yeah, therein which law enforcement will see the video at court probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
They got a habit of bringing still shots in these days instead of the actual video. I'm not liking it at all. Bring both. If you're going to bring one, bring all. Provided a clear view of the white sedan depicted, therefore, which law enforcement believed shared similar characteristics. Which law enforcement believed shared similar characteristics to a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. While there was no continuous footage showing the vehicle identified in the Ridge Road footage traveling to the crime scene, the Ridge Road camera was located 0.3 miles down the road from the crime scene. From this collective evidence, investigators believe the vehicle seen on the Ridge Road footage at 4:01 a.m. was suspect vehicle 1, captured on the 1112 road footage at 4:04 a.m. At 4:05, he makes his way behind Queen Road. 4:08, he's back there with his lights going off, parking. Analysis based on the lack of continuous footage showing the vehicles captured in the various surveillance videos traveling to the crime scene at 4:04 a.m., defendant argues it would be improper for state to identify those vehicles as suspect vehicle 1 or otherwise identify suspect vehicle 1 as a 2014-2016 Hyundai Elantra. Judge is going to say, bring in your expert, buddy. He argues any such testimony is speculative and therefore not relevant, unfairly prejudicial, and invades the province of the jury. The state responds that the testimony is based on logical education interferences drawn by law enforcement from surveillance videos. It adds that testimony does not invade the province of the jury and is highly relevant to determine whether the vehicle captured at 4:04 a.m. on the 1112 road camera was defendant's vehicle. To the extent defendant is attempting to prohibit the state from arguing or asserting as fact that the vehicles are the same or that suspect vehicle 1. They pretty much need Ridge Road to say 1112 is that Elantra, the same Elantra, right? Coming. And I feel like it is. That's what they're wanting to do or to demonstrate. It is correct that it would be speculative and improper without expert testimony to provide as a basis to make this connection or contention. I'm sorry. However, this proscription does not prevent the state from eliciting such opinions from law enforcement and asserting this is an allegation during the trial based on that testimony. An opinion an opinion is speculative when it theorizes about a matter as to which evidence is not sufficient or certain knowledge and suggests only possibilities. Here, law enforcement's opinion that the vehicle captured on the Ridge Road camera at 401 is suspect vehicle 1 captured at 404 on the 1112 King Road footage is based on unsupported theories or possibilities. Rather, the opinion is based on the investigator's training and experience, and educated inferences draw from their review of surveillance footage from 6 locations within a mile of the crime during the 1 hour or during the hour preceding the crime. From the evidence, the investigators were able to map and they believe was suspect vehicle's route of travel preceding the crime, as well as identify its make and model. Defendant ignores this collection. We got you mapped out. That's not me, it's all grainy. And my phone's not there.
Oh
Okay.
no, I'm laughing about his tone, about the fact that he
Oh,
said he ignores
oh
this
yeah,
collection of evidence.
he does. They're totally ignoring it. Is you just saying, "Oh well, my phone wasn't there, and that's grainy footage, so yeah, I'm gonna ignore all the other shit you got." It's ridiculous, right? Um, and the judge is like, "Dude." The judges ask him. I heard that. Remember the other that one day the judge said, "Have you seen what they've got?" And I was like, "What? Or do you saw what they have, or whatever it was he said?" I was like, "Damn, judge, what did you see that I haven't gotten to see yet?" Um, it's like he can't believe some of the arguments they're bringing forward, considering the evidence they have, right? That he knows that he has seen so far.
That explains the look on his face half the time when
Yep,
he's just like
Exactly.
in
sure
disbelief, like
does.
listening.
Yeah. Yeah.
hmm
I mean, he's made
And
those
like
comments before. He literally said in court, "Dude, have you seen what they have?" And I thought I was going to fall out my chair.
he's
I
got like
was
his
like,
hand on his forehead, just like
"Yeah."
leaning on it, like, what?
Like they're
Uh,
really bringing this argument, knowing what I know, and they know that like if it was a decent argument, he might perk up. But damn,
mhm.
Yeah,
um,
yeah. He's my spirit animal.
I know, right? Yeah. However, the investigators had multiple data points from which they could reasonably infer that the vehicle seen on Ridge Road at 401 was the same one driving throughout the area the preceding hour, including the 3 passes by the crime scene. Further, based on the direction of travel of the Ridge Road vehicle and its distance from the location, the respective 21112, it is likewise reasonable to infer, notwithstanding the lack of continuous footage, that it continued traveling along Ridge Road until it reached King Road. Such opinion testimony would not usurp jury's role as fact finder. The jury is tasked with determining whether the defendant committed the alleged crimes. The state asserts that the perpetrator drove suspect vehicle 1 and based on the totality of evidence that it was defendant's Hyundai Elantra. The investigators' observations and inferences, about the route of travel of the vehicle, its make and model, whether the Ridge Road footage from 401 and the King Road footage from 404 depict the same vehicle, and whether the depictions or all perpetrators' vehicles are relevant to this determination. The jury is free to weigh this evidence and the investigator's testimony against that offered by the defendant and decide for itself what the surveillance video depicts and whether it supports its ultimate conclusion bearing on the defendant's guilt. Amen? Let that jury decide. Finally, defendant's only articulated basis for excluding the testimony, IRE 403, is that it would be prejudicial to its speculative nature. Because the court has found otherwise, there is no basis for exclusion under IRE 403, as its relevance is substantially outweighed by the factors. Um, Ordered based on foregoing, defendant's motion limiting make and model of suspect vehicle denied. Hold on, guys, I got to mute out real quick.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I am so glad that this judge is on this case.
I know he's so good, and so many people are out there, other creators saying how he's so unfair, he's so
He's
biased.
unprofessional, blah, blah, blah.
All this stuff
It's
is
like,
like,
welcome to a
what?
big city
Are
courtroom,
we
okay?
watching the same guy?
I know. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
And I can't wait to see other people make excuses for why he deleted his
Oh,
Amazon
his
purchase order.
Amazon, yeah,
Oh,
browsing
that's
history or
innocent.
whatever.
I do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I can just hear it now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, yeah, definitely gonna have to tune in to some stuff, some
Hmm.
different shows tonight to see how other people are gonna try to spin this.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
Because it's
Even though
like,
he removed it from view, it doesn't, remove it from Amazon's databases. So it's like, and he should
exactly.
have known that.
Of course, he would know that. Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
It's so bizarre, the stuff he does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You know,
very. Um,
like smart in one respect, but then
but stupid in
very,
others.
yeah, very
I'm just gonna
illogical in
go ahead and
others.
say
Like,
it. I'm
yeah,
like, you're supposed to be a techie, right?
right.
Or whatever. And
No, didn't he
like,
study like cloud forensics or something like that?
yeah,
So you would think you would know like stuff is not removed permanently ever.
yeah. I mean, unless he just didn't think that far and was just kind of
Didn't
like,
think you'd
oh
get caught.
shit. Yeah. And then that was his last, ditch, like, "Oh, okay, well, let me just see if this helps." Like I told you, the what's that movie, Office Space,
Yeah.
where they wrote that program and the guy's like, "Oh, I always, mess up the decimal point, or whatever," right? When they were trying to steal the money.
Whoops.
Yep, and they stole too much too quickly. Yeah.
Made it too obvious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a trip. So, I'm trying to think how many other documents are new. You guys had just gotten
I think there's
started,
like
right? By the
5
time
new
I woke up?
documents. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
Okay.
just came on.
So, yeah, she's going from the bottom to the top. So, we still have the touch and contact DNA and the witness identification by bushy eyebrows and
Yep.
neuropsychological and psychiatric
Mhm. All good
evidence.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah, those are all juicy. Let me refresh this to make sure. No, nothing else new has come down. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Let me look at the case summary. Did you guys look at that?
I have not looked at that. Mm-mm.
Okay, let me see.
Check it
Oh,
out.
89 pages. Do, 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 do. Nope, nope, that's old. Old. About the jury instructions. Nope, that's old. Hmm. No, no.
Okay.
No, I
Sorry.
don't see anything else on there.
Okay, my son was leaving and I had to put in like a dinner order. I was like, stop at the store and grab a couple of steaks.
Oh, oh, that sounds good.
Grandson's not home, so it's just me and him. He's only gonna be gone for a little while, so why not, right? Um, okay. So we just finished that order. Um, you guys having a good conversation?
Yeah, we were just,
Oh no, I missed out.
No, we're just talking
not
about. I
too
can't
much,
wait to
yeah.
see what the other creators how they make excuses for
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
why he deleted his information from Amazon.
Well, you know, because that's common. We all do it.
Yeah, it's normal. Yeah.
Someone else in the house did it.
Someone
It's a
else in the
household
house did it.
account.
Exactly. It's
Well,
that
someone in
logic.
chat said they did it, didn't
Yeah,
they? I
you
don't
know,
know.
Oh, did somebody?
his dad is shady like that, or his sister, mama,
Mm,
whoever. So it's crazy. There's a lot of some overwhelming circumstantial evidence, right? I mean,
Yes, I think
overwhelming.
so. And it's adding up. Every day, like every time we get new documents, there's something else.
I mean, the
mm-hmm.
man ordered this knife on Amazon and had delivered to his home in his name. Uh,
Yes, yes.
it would be different if they couldn't prove you ever ordered one.
Mm-hmm. Tell Sirius because she's like, oh, there's new orders. She didn't know. Give her a
Huh?
brief update.
Oh,
Sirius.
yeah, I'm so used to chat is used to me just being there. Like I'm not checking in on chat. That's my fault. Let me see. Um,
Yes, Sirius.
yes, ma'am.
He
Oh,
not only
wait.
did he
There
buy
we
his
go.
stuff on Amazon, but they showed that he deleted
Yeah, we're only a couple of
purchase
motions
activity.
or a couple of orders in Sirius. You can go back and later and catch the beginning, and we're gone over those. But yeah, he's so far the judge is ruling on some of these motions. The first one we went through was he summarized basically the oral arguments that were he orally ordered during the hearing on April 9th. He gave a summary on all of that and memorialized that for the record. And then he issued written orders on other items and the alibi as well. We just went over that. So, yes, new orders. The judge is like, we're not playing around anymore. We're just getting down. And since the great unsealing has happened, boy, are we learning a lot more. Um, Other than knife sheath DNA, grainy car footage, cell phone data, we're learning a whole lot more about what Brian Koberger did and didn't do. Evidence is not looking so great. Not looking good at all. Thank you for joining us, everyone. I got Firefly up here with me, and I have Dolphin up here with me. And like I said, we're going over these documents. They came down, I'm assuming, sometime this morning. I honestly didn't check it this morning. I've been doing other things for Sunday's show, and then I took a break this afternoon and went outside and thought, well, let me check, and I did. And I was like, well, hold on. I need to go live because I don't know when I would be able to do it otherwise. Got to finish out Lori this week. The defense rested and didn't offer a defense, but the judge told her she could have till Monday to make a decision because she doesn't even have any
Yeah, I heard that.
witnesses. Oh, yeah. She doesn't even have any witnesses. She didn't subpoena her witnesses. She accidentally subpoenaed the wrong ones.
Hmm.
All this stuff was happening. So the judge decided to be nice and give her till Monday to make sure she had no defense and didn't want to take the stand.
I
So we'll
think she
find out.
just wanted a break from prison, you know?
Yeah. Oh, she hates Maricopa County Jail with a
Mm.
passion. She wants to go back to Idaho prison so bad she can't stand it. So her time, she knows she's never getting out of prison. So this is just like this is Lori being Lori. It's I've been watching her be Lori for years now, through the Idaho stuff and all. Nothing I've seen since I've been covering the trial has shocked me about Lori Vallow yet. It was awesome the way Nancy Joe came back at her, and it was even more awesome the way Kay handed it to her. That shit was epic, and I was so glad I was there to see it. So, anyway, gonna be interesting to see Lori's closing statements come Monday. Jimmy Buffett, come Monday. It'll be all right. Okay, let's pull this up and see what we got here. I think that's wrong. No, this is right. No. Okay. Order memorializing
Oh,
oral
you've
ruling.
read that one. That's a
Did we read?
page document. Yeah.
How did it get back to why did it
I
do
think
that?
the touch and
Hang on.
contact DNA is next.
It should have been in order. Hang on. I know what it did. It didn't click them off as I was going through them like it normally would. Let me pull it up where I can see it good and get it. You're right. That was the first one. Okay. We just did make and model a vehicle, contact DNA. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, that didn't look right. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, wow. 15 pages.
Oh, heck. Okay. Order on defendant's motion. It made that a little too big. You guys can see that okay? Um, Order on
Yeah.
defendant's motion in limine, Riley Nolan, and touched and contact DNA. Now, I done showed you guys, if you are around, there's a past stream about it. where we went over Nick Balance. He testified over in Lori Vallow's trial. He testified in Chad Daybell's trial. I've watched Nick Balance's testimony. It's really strong, really good. He knows what he's talking about. I've seen Ray testify, right? So I already know what these two are going to be like on the witness stand. Rylene and Nolan also testified in the Vallow Daybell trials. They're all from Idaho. They're not new to this game, so Ann can quit it. Now we're arguing about touch and contact because we're all too uneducated to know the difference. That they mean the same. Jesus. Can someone just say it already? They mean the same thing. You touched it, you came in contact with it. Oh no, you didn't. You shed it. You were just in the room and you shed it everywhere. Right directly on that sheet that you was never around. Okay. Introduction. Defendant moves in limine to exclude the testimony of Riley Nolan, the lab manager with the Idaho State Police Forensic Service Laboratory, who was disclosed by the state to testify about touch DNA and the transfer of DNA generally, and more specifically that the DNA located on the knife sheath was more likely the result of a direct transfer. That's the argument for this witness stand, ma'am. Defendant argues that Ms. Nolan's testimony, as well as any other testimony referencing the terms touch or contact DNA and or purporting to be an opinion about the means or mechanism how the DNA ended up on the sheath, is irrelevant or impermissible under IRE 403 and fails to satisfy RRE 703. How you figure. Oral argument on the motion was held April 9th, 2025, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court does not find exclusion of Ms. Nolan's opinions is warranted. However, the court requests that the parties instruct their witnesses to avoid use of the terms touch DNA, contact DNA, and trace DNA. So what are they supposed to say? Single source male DNA?
Yeah, just keep it simple.
Problem solved, right?
The DNA, just the word DNA. That's
Mm-hmm.
it. hmm
If you need to get more technical, call it single source male. I'm pretty sure people get the gist of that. It came from a single source and it was male. Okay, got it. Come in here and talk about your touch, contact, trace bullshit. Mary Jo at the damn grocery store story. Standards. The admissibility of expert opinion testimony is discretionary. Likewise, whether to exclude evidence under IRE 403 is discretionary. And they cite State versus Rambo. On these discretionary matters, the trial court must correctly perceive the issue is one of discretion, act within the boundaries of such discretion, act consistently with any legal standards applicable to specific choices before it, and reach its decision by an exercise of reason. A knife sheath was recovered from the crime scene in this matter and swabbed for DNA. A sample of DNA identified as Q1.1 was extracted from the swab by the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, also known as ISP Lab. The DNA concentration was 0.168 milligrams /UL. Dolphin, do you have any idea what any of that means? I mean, the UL part and all that.
I think I did look it up a while back, but I
I
forgot now.
figured you
I'll
had.
check really
I
quick.
figured you had. She's our go-to for stuff like that, right? If she's known at Firefly, usually is. It was subsequently tested using standard DNA STR, short tandem repeat methods. The
Oh,
STR
milligrams
profile.
to microliters.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Now,
hmm
there you go, guys. We try to
So it's
bring
not a U, it's an M
Oh,
for
wait.
micro. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think you're right.
MG.
No, it is a U. You're right, it's a U. Oh.
See you. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
MG / lowercase u
UL.
u.
Yeah, that U is right, though. They have more than one way to write
Yeah.
it.
Okay, gotcha. developed revealed that the DNA came from a single source male profile.
Micro leader.
This
Yeah,
book's smart
ML is
about it.
milliliter, the
Micro
UL is
leader.
microliter.
Okay. Huh. The state disclosed Riley Nolan, the lab manager for the ISP lab, to testify to the operations of a forensic laboratory, the structure of the ISP lab, and the types of evidence it processes. We're going to have to go through probably 2 days of that, or a whole day at least, on just the lab and how it operates. Her disclosure further states Ms. Nolan will also testify to touch DNA and transfer of DNA. Specifically, Nolan will testify to the characteristics and nature of touch DNA, including how it deposited and transferred to an item of evidence, the methods used to collect and preserve touch DNA samples from items of evidence, the procedures and protocols used by forensic scientists to extract and analyze touch DNA, the manner in which results from touch DNA samples are interpreted, and the reliability of touch DNA analysis and its acceptability in the field of forensic science. Nolan will also testify to the potential for DNA to transfer between an individual and an object, including the distinction between primary and secondary transfer and the factors influencing the likelihood of transfer. Yeah, eager beaver.
Hmm.
Yeah. States Exhibit S21, Nolan's initial disclosure. On February 17, 2025, the state submitted its rebuttal disclosures, including one from Ms. Nolan. The focus of the second disclosure is touch contact DNA and direct versus indirect transfer, including factors that can influence the transfer and persistence of DNA on an item. Persistence of a DNA on an item. The final paragraph of her rebuttal disclosure states many complicated factors can influence the likelihood of transfer of DNA, and the persistence of the transferred DNA after deposition. Current DNA technology cannot conclusively answer the question of when DNA was deposited on an item or by what mechanism. It is possible the DNA detected on M2022 4843, item 1.1, resulted from secondary transfer. However, based on Nolan's training and experience, it is her opinion, given the quality of DNA detected on item M20222 4843, item 1.1, the 0.168 NGUL, and given the DNA profile obtained in single source is more likely the result of direct transfer. That's
Right, because it was so many cells.
I understand. But at
Yeah.
the same time, she says it could be from secondary.
Mm.
But because of the amount of cells, she would believe it to be primary transfer.
Plus, to me, the fact that it's single cell, like if it was transferred, how's it going to get on the inside of the snap
It's not.
without
I mean,
being
it is.
transferred with somebody else's DNA too? You know what I mean? He touched it. That's basically,
We all know. Well,
yeah,
no,
we all
I
know,
can't
but
say it
yeah,
like
they
that.
got to make,
I understand that it's there, it's his. From a legal standpoint, though, that argument alone,
possible.
her statement saying that, they have to make sure of what she's going to say at court, right?
Yeah.
Because she's contradicted basically herself right there in that one statement, and that's what I was looking at. That's what Ann Taylor's looking at. That's what her experts are looking at. Facts, a knife sheath, and what the jury doesn't know every single thing we know. They're not supposed to, if they're honest. Facts. A knife sheath was recovered from the crime scene in this matter and swabbed for DNA. A sample of DNA, identified as Q1.1, was extracted from the swab by the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab. The DNA concentration was 0.168 I'm not going to say it again. It was subsequently tested using standard DNA STR short. Why do I keep saying that? Short tandem repeat methods. The STR profile developed revealed that the DNA came from a single source male profile. The state disclosed Riley Nolan, the lab manager for the ISP lab, to testify to the questions of forensic laboratory, the structure of the ISP lab, and the type of the evidence it processes. Her disclosure further states, uh, truth, he don't like talking to people, so I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he don't. That was too risky. That person could have said, you know what? I did that for that guy.
Yep, that's true.
Here's when and where. Yeah, they do a lot of things to stay out of jail, right? Even over a minor drug bust. Okay. It says her disclosure further states that Ms. Nolan will also testify to touch DNA and transfer of DNA. Specifically, Nolan will testify to the characteristics and nature of touch DNA, including how it is deposited and transferred. Wait, I didn't read that part already. They're repeating it. Further disclosure. The methods used to collect and preserve touch DNA samples from items of evidence, the procedures and protocols used by the forensic scientists to extract and analyze the touch DNA, the manner in which results from touch DNA samples are interpreted, and the reliability of touch DNA analysis and its acceptability in the field of forensic science. Nolan will also testify to the potential for DNA to transfer between an individual and an object or objects, including the distinction between primary and secondary transfer and the factors influencing the likelihood of transfer. And she's pretty well spoken about everything she knows. You can understand her pretty good when she's speaking. It's you don't want to have a damn expert up there that you can barely follow. Do you know what I'm saying? A lot of some of it's tedious and boring as hell. It depends on you, you know, especially if it matters. You're going to be paying attention. And when I'm weighing an expert on the witness stand, I'm looking at a lot of things that expert's got going on, right? As to how much weight I give them. Um, So, States Exhibit S21 was the rest of her disclosure. Yeah, we did read all that. February 17th, the state submitted its rebuttal disclosures, and that's where she says many complicated factors can influence the likelihood of transfer of DNA and the persistence of transferred DNA after deposition. Current DNA technology cannot conclusively answer the question of when it was deposited on an item and by what mechanism. Then we read this part too, right? The DNA profile obtained is single source and is more likely the result of a direct transfer. Analysis. The defendant's argument is threefold. First, he seeks to exclude any testimony by Ms. Nolan regarding when and how the DNA found on the knife sheath was transferred there, arguing it conflicts with the current consensus within the forensic science community. Does it? Conflicts with the current consensus within the forensic science community. It's outside her expertise and is speculative. Second, he argues generally that the use of the terms touch and contact DNA should be prohibited at trial as misleading, confusing, and unfairly prejudicial. Finally, he argues that Ms. Nolan's rebuttal opinions must be stricken and improper. Each will be addressed in turn. Ms. Nolan may offer disclosed testimony about transferred DNA if scientific, technical, and or other specialized knowledge will assist their trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine a fact in issue, a witness qualified as an expert by acknowledged skill, experience, training, or education may testify thereof or thereto in the form of an opinion or otherwise under IRE 702. To determine whether expert testimony is admissible, the court must consider two factors, and they cite a case there. First, give expert opinion testimony. A witness must be qualified as an expert on the matter at hand. Second, the witness is qualified as an expert. The trial court must determine whether the expert's opinion testimony will assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence. That makes sense. Expert opinion, which is speculative, conclusionary, or unsubstantiated by facts in the record, is of no assistance to the jury in rendering the verdict, and therefore is inadmissible as evidence. And they cite a case there as well. Ms. Nolan is sufficiently qualified. Whether a witness is sufficiently qualified as an expert is a matter largely within the discretion of the trial court. In arguing Ms. Nolan is not qualified to render an opinion on DNA transfer, defendant contends that within the forensic community there is a consensus that only experts specially trained in DNA transfer are qualified to render such an opinion. He asserts that as lab analysis, Ms. Nolan does not have the expertise to proffer an opinion in this case as to how the DNA was transferred to the sheath. He's arguing with the lady. To establish this consensus, defendant relies on two forensic science publications regarding DNA transfer, both of which recommend that DNA analysis should avoid rendering opinions regarding DNA transfer absent specialized training. The first article, so he's got two books that he can cite. The first article, authored by 5 forensic scientists in 2019, discusses what we know about DNA transfer and the associated elements of DNA persistent prevalence and recovery, sometimes referred to as DNA-TPPR. Well, don't they have their own DNA guy or girl? The express purpose of the article is to assist casework investigations of criminal activities. The information therein should be used where relevant. It further states, appropriately trained forensic practitioners are best placed to provide opinion and guidance on the interpretation of profiles on the activity level. However, those requested to provide expert opinion on DNA related. So she's got two books that she found to dispute Riley Nolan. Like, okay. Requested to provide expert opinion on DNA related activity level. Issues are often insufficiently trained to do so. We advocate recognition of DNA activity associated expertise to distinct from expertise associated with identification of individuals. This is to be supported by dedicated training, complete or competency testing, authorization, and regular fit for purpose proficiency testing. Well, I need to know more about the authors. Was there 5 of them in this book? 5 of them in one of the books? I need to know more about their backgrounds. Now, are you testifying them as witnesses that can come testify to transfer DNA? So their books are irrelevant to me. Okay. Notably, the journal in which the article appears, Forensic Science International Genetics, is an international one, and each of the 5 scientists are from outside the United States. The second article is a report published in May of 2024 by a group of individuals referred to as Expert Working Group on Human Factors in Forensic DNA. Melissa Taylor, Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors, Improving the Practice Through a Systems Approach, NIST Integracy Internal Report. The express purpose of the report, which was sponsored by the U.S. Department of Commerce National Institute of Justice Office of Investigative Forensic Sciences, was to conduct a scientific assessment of the effects of human factors on forensic DNA interpretation with the goal, good God, of recommending strategies for improving the production, evaluation, and communication of DNA results. Section 7 of the report is dedicated to DNA transfer, specifically the how and when questions. Really? With regard to expert testimony regarding the transfer of DNA, the report explains that, except in ground truth known experiments where an individual is observed to have been in contact with a surface location, it is not possible to know whether the transfer was direct or indirect. It further states that providing opinions about the probability or possibility of direct or indirect transfer is problematic, stating evaluations considering factors such as transfer, persistent, and background require an evaluation of the biological results given propositions that address not the source of the DNA, but the activities that may have taken place. Huh. Source doesn't matter at all, just the activities. This in turn requires the use of data, knowledge, and expertise on DNA transfer, persistent prevalence and recovery, DNA TT or TPPR. Rather than knowledge, the DNA profile characteristics, probabilistic genotyping software, and population frequencies. In this regard, DNA, TPPR, and assessments give activity level propositions are a separate skill, distinct from standard DNA profiling and interpretation. It may be a function limited to only a portion of DNA analysis within the required expertise. At present, there are no adequate educational opportunities to inform these types of issues within the United States. So they have a different opinion, different ways of dealing with certain things outside the states. And she's psych. So we get 1800 laws in the beginning. We got Ray and sneak peek at the FBI. And we got a book by some people who don't live here. What's up, chat? Cornbread with a glass of buttermilk. That reminds me of my grandmother. She loved her damn buttermilk. I didn't never understand why. Cornbread, okay, right? But the buttermilk, ooh. She liked her eggnog at Christmas too. Not
Mm.
gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I tasted it before. It wasn't, to me,
Yuck.
it didn't taste good. But that was, God, I was probably 18, no, 17, maybe 18. I don't know. Good chance I was younger than that. Okay. The report goes on to note that the expert rarely, if ever, has all the information needed to perform a robust, balanced, and transparent evaluation of biological results regarding transfer or specific activities on the witness stand. Consequently, the report advanced the following recommendation: DNA analysis should not opine about the possibility or probability of direct or indirect. Okay, well, all they're going to ask her then is, did you get a sample from the sheath? Yes, I did. Did you make a profile? Yes, I did. Are they going to ask her, do you know when that DNA arrived on that sheath? No. So, what are we doing here? making me read a bunch of shit. Based on these two articles, defendant posists that Ms. Nolan, as a typical lab analysis, is not She's typical now. Ms. Nolan, you are now typical. Just a typical analysis like the rest of us. It is not qualified to substitute her judgment in the face of the weight of the forensics community agreement, and the science and literature does not support an any analysis testifying about when and how of transfer. Goodness. The state responds that the defendant's argument is both legally and factually flawed. The legal flaw is that it misapprehends the appropriate standard to determine admissibility of an expert opinion. The state asserts the standard is not consensus of the scientific community, but on whether her knowledge will assist the trier fact. The factual flaw is defendant's failure. Motion to mention the lack of consensus in the report, in the EWG report, regarding recommendation 7.1. Oh my God, and they cite a footnote. 455 of the article notes that two EWG members dissented from the recommendation. Okay, so two of them dissented. Okay, stating, while the dissenters acknowledge that the analysts are often asked to respond to how and when questions in criminal cases, and agreed that testimony on this subject can be misleading or otherwise problematic, they believe that the broad prohibition in recommendation 7.1 puts the proverbial cart before the horse by not first requiring an assessment of the type outlined in recommendation 7.3. Moreover, they worry that supporting 7.1 would imply the need for analysis to shift to a new paradigm that has not yet been sufficiently vetted within the specific context of the U.S. Supreme Court. Huh. Oh, Tiny Dragon, that's a new name. Welcome in. Chris Black, if I didn't say hello earlier. Sirius Black, welcome in. Truth. You guys chilling out over there in chat. Thank you for coming in, joining in, and listening to the new documents and joining the conversation. So, man, that's a lot of back and forth about what can be. Oh, goodness, I'm about to get down to his ruling. This is only 6 of 15.
Yeah.
Girl. The court finds her to be sufficiently qualified to render her opinion on DNA transfer, despite her lack of specialization in DNRT PPR. The test for determining whether the witness is qualified as an expert under IRE 702 is not rigid. A qualified expert, they explain what a qualified expert is. According to her affidavit, Ms. Nolan is currently qualified and proficiently tests as DNA analysis and has been so qualified for 20 years. She worked they go into her background, which we went over that in other episodes when they talk about her background. Forensic scientist in biology, DNA with the ISP, the Idaho State
Oh,
Lab
he's
there.
gonna allow her.
Huh?
Sorry, I just was. I saw one sentence kind of in the middle of this paragraph. The given her general expertise, any lack of specialized DNA PPR training, as advocated by defendants' authorities, goes to the weight of her testimony, not
Yeah.
its admissibility. That's what I was like. Oh, yep. Go
Yeah.
ahead. I'm sorry.
It goes to the weight of her testimony. All of it does, really.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you've listened to her other testimony like I went and did, she knows what she's talking about. They can ask her all the questions they want. She's going to be able to answer them. Do you know what I mean? Um, it won't be her first rodeo. Koberger is not Riley Nolan's first rodeo. Idaho's been through hell twice before Brian Koberger. Ada County ain't playing around. And now we see they're not. Based on her professional experience in the forensic DNA field, Ms. Nolan, at the very least, possesses the general expertise to opine to matters of DNA transfer. Given her general expertise, any lack of specialized DNA TPPR training is advocated by defendant's authorities goes to the weight of her testimony, not its admissibility. Further, in the challenging her qualifications, defendant is seeking to hold Ms. Nolan to an aspirational standard of expertise in the forensic field that is, for now, is nothing more than a recommendation, and a disputed one at that, within a segment of the forensic science community. Not only do defendants' articles fail to establish any established standards of qualifications, Ms. Nolan disputes that there is a consensus in the forensic DNA community that DNA lab analysis should not opine as to DNA TPPR. She points out that not only were there dissenters to the EWG's recommendation 7.1, there is a divide for forensic DNA community on the topic. Yes, there you go. Thank you, Dolphin. Notably absent from either party's briefing are court cases discussing the issues of whether DNA analysis are qualified to testify to DNA transfer. Notably absent from either party's briefing are court cases discussing the issue of whether DNA analysis are qualified to testify to DNA transfer. Because this is literally probably the first case that DNA transfer to this nature has been brought up over the main piece of evidence. That hair on Rex Horman's victims that belongs to his wife very
Mm-hmm.
possibly transferred DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Very possibly this is direct touch DNA. Well, all right. Ms. Nolan's testimony will assist the trier factor. They've cited Daubert. There's weight to that means they put weight to what she's going to say. She is an expert. Her opinion, okay, yeah, her opinion's good. She works for the Idaho State Lab and has for years and years and years. Defendant argues her rebuttal and opinions. Okay, I'm not going to read all that unless somebody wants to read it. Like, there's like a lot. Talk about the Idaho Supreme Court again, the possibilities. They talk about more likely a direct transfer rather than a secondary transfer. Ms. Nolan's opinion is no different. She will testify that based on scientific principles regarding DNA transfer and observations of quality of DNA and type of profile found on the sheath, it was more likely a direct transfer rather than a secondary transfer. Further, the fact that she admittedly cannot render a conclusive opinion about how the DNA arrived on the sheath and that it is possible it was through secondary transfer, like planted, does not render her opinion inadmissible. True. It is simply an acknowledged limit to her opinion. Neither party has cited two case law discussing the admissibility of expert opinions on DNA transfer. However, the cases reviewed by the court indicate that Ms. Nolan's opinion is acceptable despite her inability to reach a definitive conclusion. The government's DNA expert, or they're citing a case here, State versus Perez. The government's DNA expert testified about the DNA transfer with regard to a mixed DNA profile found on a gun. Excuse me. 85% of which was attributable to the defendant. 2021 WL, these series of numbers, and all this other stuff. He discussed the differences between direct and secondary DNA transfer as variables that can affect DNA transfer. And they go into a little story about that. The amount of DNA found from a secondary transfer when compared to a direct transfer is expectantly less. Well, they've said they have a pretty good bit, right? That would make it lean more as a direct transfer. So Anne's going to argue a little bit here about that. Dolphin. There you go, Dolphin. Did she fall off?
Yeah, I think I did for a second. Am I back?
Yes. Reaching. He, what? Okay. Bye, Chris. After the hearing, he seems to be dark again. Who are you talking about, CH? Somebody go dark. Oh my goodness. Okay. Based on the testimony and all that stuff, let's see. Let me go down here. They talk about DNA experts testifying in both the United States District Court and the Connecticut courts and other jurisdictions offered evidentiary basis lacking in the present case. That is, the correlation between the amount of DNA deposited on an item and the likelihood that such DNA was deposited via primary transfer as opposed to secondary. So that's their argument, is was it enough to make it seem as if it was direct transfer? And these cases demonstrate that it is not outside the permissible bounds of her expert testimony and the likelihood of DNA transfer. So they're going to argue about whether she's misleading DNA labels are to be avoided. Defendant's so up here he says, what does he say? These cases demonstrate the correlation that will aid in okay. Misleading DNA labels, are to be avoided. Defendant next argues the term touch or contact DNA should be excluded under the Idaho Code 403 because it could mislead the jury into inferring the depositor of DNA actually touched the object on which it was found. Well, misleading DNA labels. It could mislead the jury into inferring that the depositor of DNA actually touched the object. So if he didn't touch it, he shed on it. Is that what I'm understanding? Yes, exactly. How long can it live, too? How long? Um, oh, okay. Okay, so sorry guys, I got sidetracked trying to catch up and read chat for a minute. Because it can mislead the jury into inferring that the depositor actually touched the object. The state only addresses the term touch DNA and argues it should be allowed because it is a common term within the field. Further, the state points out that it will be clear to the jury from Ms. Nolan's testimony that touch DNA is a term used only to distinguish the type of DNA from other kinds of DNA. Relevant evidence may be excluded if its pervasive values, they go into about the weight of the evidence. Touch DNA is shorthand reference to epithelial or skin cells that may be left behind on an object when it is touched or comes in contact with skin. Touch DNA is shorthand for your skin cells being on something. It is a common term in the DNA forensic field, indeed scientific and legal literature, as well as case law is replete with references to touch DNA, including the two articles replied by the defendant. And defendant's own expert, Dr. Ruth Ballard, references touch DNA in her report. However, as one of the defendant's articles observes, the term touch can be misleading, as it implies a specific mode of action to some degree, also a type of biological source. And they cite something. Instead, the author suggests the use of the term trace DNA, which is less descriptive. Nolan, however, disagrees that trace DNA is the better term, stating, the term trace DNA implies amount. The word trace is defined. Trace doesn't imply amount to me. I guess it might to some. Trace DNA implies amount. The word trace is defined as a very small amount and is used in scientific literature when describing evidence samples with low amounts of DNA. I was like, if you ever looked up the word, I mean, that do not yield a profile or any or only a partial profile. I would not be willing to use that term, and it would be inappropriate to apply that term to the DNA on the knife sheath because a trace amount is not what I detected on item 1.1. Oh,
Oh, wasn't trace? So it's less than trace
it
or
was
more than trace?
more.
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 Oh,
She got
okay.
more than she needed, baby.
By the way, Dolphin got booted and she's backstage. Anyways, just
I
to let
just
you.
brought her back up. I
Oh, you
thought,
did? Oh,
yeah, I think she's here. Oh no, you
No?
fell off again?
yay.
Yeah, hey. Okay. There we go.
Okay. Like she said you were gone again. I was like, what?
Mm.
I just thought I just brought her back up. Okay. Um, yeah, truth. They've been going back and forth about how long that DNA lived on that brass for quite the fucking while now. They can have at it. Armchair experts.
Try to rationalize every single bit of evidence to make
I
it not
don't
fit.
need. I don't need. I mean, it's brass. It's fucking touch DNA, trace DNA. Shit, it's there. Now we got to speculate how long can it live on there and all that stuff. Well, shit, they didn't need long. It was found within 24 hours. Less than that. Alrighty. Anyway, the term trace DNA implies amount. We already blah 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 blah. Give the op, op, obtuteness. What am I going to say that wrong? Of the term touch DNA, it not only the forensic DNA field, but in the legal and scientific field as well. The court is unwilling to prohibit the term. All that to finally say we're unwilling to prohibit the term. There is too great a risk that a witness or counsel will inadvertently refer to the term out of habit, potentially giving rise to a motion for a mistrial for violation of court order. Damn. That's true. Was that your angle, Anne? Keep these certain words out, Judge. They're a no, 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 no. Certain language out, Judge. No, no. No longer the standard. And no mistrials here, baby. All right. Hipler, you are a thinker, aren't you? Court is not.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is, right? Court is not concerned that the jury will be misled, given that both parties have DNA experts who can easily disabuse the jury of any mistake in correlating touch DNA with actual touching. That said, the court asks that the counsel avoid the use of the terms as much as possible so that any potential confusion can be bypassed. To this end, the parties are instructed to submit a mutually agreeable instruction to provide the jury in case the terms are inadvertently used. If a witness uses the term, opposing counsel can examine the witness about the broader meaning of the term within the forensic community, and the instruction may be given at the time. Yeah, you cross examine, you go back and forth, right? You lay that out. That's when the prosecution gets up there and whatever the defense just got up there and said, they get up there and clarify what was just said. It's the last thing the jury hears. It's the prosecution making clarification on what the defense just crossed you about. Ms. Nolan's rebuttal opinions are proper. Defendant's final argument is that Ms. Nolan's anticipated rebuttal testimony is improper because it does not respond to any opinion by defendant's own expert regarding the DNA transfer. The court does not agree. Rebuttal evidence is evidence that explains, repels, counteracts, or disproves evidence which has been introduced by or on behalf of the adverse party. However, her report indicates that she will inform the jury that DNA on an item could be the result of indirect transfer from skin cell DNA. The disclosure implies the jury should give little weight to defendant's DNA at the crime scene because it could just mean defendant's DNA was nothing more than innocuously shed skin cells DNA prior to the crime, and that the knife sheath could be picked up and transported to a crime scene by someone else who sheds no DNA on it. She also opines that the DNA was found in a location that suggests it would persist for a long time because it was protected. Given Ballard's anticipated testimony, Nolan's rebuttal is proper. She will discuss the process of primary and secondary transfer, the variables affecting the transfer, the persistence, and why she opines that DNA on the knife sheath is more likely the result of direct transfer. Ballard limits her testimony on the stand. Okay. Based on the foregoing, defendant's motion in limine, Riley, Nolan, and reference to touch and contact is granted. So they have granted the defendant's motion in limine in part and denied in part. So they don't want to cause a mistrial either and make a ruling to keep out certain language that they know they're going to make a misstep and say, right? If that's been the standard all along, that's crazy. Get all this shit sorted out right now and get it done. For real?
Yep, that's the idea.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? I like that he's moving it along and that he got all that done in one day, right? He didn't waste time and all the
Yeah.
things.
Get trial over with. You don't have to have all these,
Well,
sidebars and hearings during the
well,
trial.
the hearings during the trial are weird because all that pretrial stuff should be done. I agree.
Mhm.
I know that it does take a minute to get there, but 3 years now is the standard. You look at all the trials lately, it's 3 years out before they go to trial. And they're all complaining on the same things: large amounts of terabytes and data being dumped in the defense labs, unorganization of this and that.
Well,
And all
that's
these
what we're dealing
motions.
with now. There's so much data in this
Well,
day and
I
age.
understand. I understand. And there's just a lot. But now it's gotten to that point because of that too, right? 3 years, and especially in these higher profile cases, it's crazy. that it didn't take that long at all, right? And there are smaller cases that go to quickly, right? Especially if they waive their right to speedy trial and things of that nature. But once you waive that right, them attorneys can go back and forth about every single tiny little thing, you know, everything. Um, so that was about the contact DNA. We went through so far the memorializing oral rulings. We went through that motion that the judge ordered. We went through his order on the limine and motion on the make and the model of the vehicle by the defendant. And we just went through the order on defendant's motion and limine, referencing Riley Nolan, the touch and contact DNA, which she works for the state. Oh boy. Um, Firefly, do you feel like reading this one? It's a 10-pager, but it's about the bushy eyebrows.
Bushy
Yeah,
eyebrows.
you've got 10 pages and 11 pages left.
Dolphins like pick your poison.
No, I mean, I can read now. I just, yeah,
You want to read one? You want to take this one, Dolphin? I just really
I
want to.
can.
Yeah, I want to take a break for a second. My throat's starting to go away, and I can tell. So I kind of want to relax it for a minute. But I'll take my screen down if you want to pull yours up. I know it's easier.
Okay, let me just see because I was opening the documents in Adobe.
Yeah, we are at
Let's
the
see.
bushy eyebrows witness identification one.
Share. Window. Okay,
Thank
wait,
you
let
all
me
for
move
being
it.
here. We super appreciate each and every one of you.
Let me move this right here. Okay, sharing this window. Yeah. Hide. Okay. Let me know if you guys can see that because I'm sharing a window now.
Just see all three of us.
Oh, hang on, Dolphin. I'm sorry. Let me grab you.
I
Turn it
never
on.
realized your cat picture was so angry.
I know.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's
yeah. That's
it's
the
Like
best
up really
hilarious.
close. It's like,
about
wow.
him. You've never noticed that people love that he's like
I,
angry cat.
I never really
Mhm.
noticed the scowl like
You
that.
know what?
No.
It reminds me of sometimes that look he gives. It's like that smelly cat, smelly cat.
Okay. There we
Oh
go.
He's
yeah.
got that look about him like F you. You
Well, you
know?
notice he's in water too. It looks like he's in a pool. Like
Oh, no
somebody
Yeah,
wonder
put him
he's
in a
mad.
pool
he's
Okay.
and
mad
he's
as
pissed
hell.
off coming to
Dolphin
get
says he's
somebody.
mad. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's pissed
That's
off
great.
they put him in that water. Damn it, man. Okay,
Yeah.
guys. Dolphin's gonna take over reading for a second while I go clear my sinuses and take a break for a second. But I will be in chat listening in. Yeah, unless I hear something really good, then you know me. I gotta chime in. Okay, I'm muting.
All right. So you said you can see this, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So this is the order on defendant's motion in limine regarding witness identification by bushy eyebrows. Okay, we start with Dylan, a roommate of the victims in this case. She's DM, was the sole eyewitness to the intruder, believed to have carried out the homicides at 1122 King Road. During her interviews with law enforcement and at the preliminary hearing in this matter, Dylan, I'm just going to say Dylan instead of DM, I hate the initials,
Yeah.
described the intruder as having bushy eyebrows. These typos get on my nerves.
There's so many. It's bad.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Defendant moves in limine to exclude any evidence at trial referencing bushy eyebrows, arguing Dylan's description is unreliable and therefore irrelevant and or barred by IRE 403. The state responds that Dylan's description is based on her personal knowledge, is relevant, and therefore and there is no basis for exclusion. Oral argument on the motion was held on April 9th, 2025, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court concludes that Dylan's description of the suspect's eyebrows is admissible. Yeah.
Yay.
Sorry. Oops. Okay.
Yeah, so
Um,
wait. I'm sorry.
that's in the
Right.
introduction.
Okay,
She's a
that's
little low. Can you increase
Am
her?
I? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, a
Let
little
me go
bit.
to the back and oh, where'd it go?
Am I?
Okay, now she's turned up. Is that
Okay, is
better?
that better?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so. Go ahead. So
Alrighty.
go ahead. I'm listening.
The standard. The question of whether evidence is relevant, one of law. Uh, is a relevant one of law. While the decision to admit relevant evidence is discretionary, and they're saying state versus Schutz. On discretionary matters, the trial court must 1. Correctively perceive the issue as one of discretion, 2. Act within the outer boundaries of its discretion, 3. Act consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it, and 4. Reach its decision by the exercise of reason. Then they also cite Lundberg versus My Fun Life, another Idaho case. Okay, facts. Hold on one second. This isn't going to be the. Okay, just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be like the whole PCA restated. Um, on November 13th, 2022, sometime before 4:19 a.m., Dylan observed a person inside her residence, which she shared with her four roommates at 1122 King Road. And they're saying they were getting that from State's Exhibit 1, summary exhibit of Dylan's phone records. Dylan placed several phone calls and sent several text messages to her roommates. The only roommate who responded was Bethany, who resided in a downstairs bedroom. They had two short phone conversations and exchanged text. And we know from the documents one of those conversations was 24 seconds, and I think the other one was like 41 seconds, the phone calls. Within those phone calls and text messages, Dylan relayed to Bethany she saw a person in the residence wearing black and he had on a ski mask that covered his forehead and mouth. Oh, I wish he hadn't said ski mask. Okay. That same day at approximately 11:56 a.m., a 911 call was placed from 1122 King Road for a reported unresponsive female. Moscow Police Department responded to the scene, and Officer Mitch Nunez took a statement from Dylan. She told Officer Nunez she saw a male, not insanely tall, wearing all black, and a mask that was just covering his forehead and mouth. Um, they cite another exhibit. Later, Dylan repeated the description. He was a little bit taller than me. I couldn't really see much of him, and I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit, and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth. Dylan gave the description a third time, repeating he had a mask, he was an inch or two taller than her, he was basketball player kind of skinny, and a voice she did not recognize. Dylan also told Detective Nunez she was kind of in and out of it because I was so scared and I was really tired. She did not mention anything during that interview about the intruder's eyebrows. So this is on the scene. And then later. Okay. So is this all supposed to be the same day? Third time. Okay. Sorry. At approximately 1:47 p.m. that same day, Dylan was interviewed at the Moscow Police Department by Detective Lawrence Mowery. During this interview, Dylan reported she saw a white male she did not know, maybe my height, a few inches taller, skinny, athletic built, wearing all black, wearing this mask that covers just his forehead and here. Regarding his height, she reported, I'm 5 feet 10 inches, so he's probably around 6 feet. Damn. Uh, she responded no when asked if she saw what color his eyebrows were and added, I don't remember what his eyes looked like either, but she saw his eyes and he was definitely a white guy. She again mentioned she was in and out of it. Oh, wait a minute, let me bring this down. Okay, she was in and out of it because she was tired and explained everything was kind of blurry. I don't fully remember it, I would say. 4 days later, Dylan was interviewed by Idaho State Police Detective Victoria Gooch and MPD Captain Dustin Blaker. Dylan gave a detailed recounting of what she did on Saturday, November 12th, 2022, until she went to bed at approximately 3:20 a.m. on Sunday, November 13th, 2022. She stated that sometime between 4 a.m. and 4:20 a.m., she woke up and heard a male's voice that she did not recognize say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She said at the time she was out of it and probably still tipsy, and I believe I was also very drunk. Dylan opened her door and saw someone explaining, and then this is looks. Oh, okay. This is sorry. My glasses. Speaking of blurry, hold on one quick second. As my glasses are blurry, I've got a cleaning cloth right here. Just give me a second to wipe these jokers, and it should be good. Okay. So this looks like a quote from one of her interviews. Okay. Um, Dylan opened her door and saw someone explaining, and I don't know how I knew it was someone because from my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses. Like it's fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had a ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth, but I could see the eye. All I remember was seeing their eyebrows, and I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about. So that right there is, proof she is the one that mentioned bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, there's a
Mhm.
she, and that's the first time she's mentioned kind of a basketball build.
Yeah,
Mhm.
with
And if you think
athletic
about it,
ability.
that's a good description, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Tall, thin,
Because tall,
sort of
lanky
athletic.
almost, right?
Mhm.
Semi-athletic, right?
Yeah,
But
but not
tall.
like muscular,
Hmm.
like jacked, right?
Exactly.
Mhm. Yeah.
And it sounds like and she even admits the alcohol, and she had on her beer goggles that night, so to
Mhm.
speak. You know, interesting.
Oh, here we go. I've got some lens wipes. I was like, oh, okay. While you're
I know,
talking, let
girl.
me
I keep
wipe my.
those. I have a spray bottle in the kitchen, then I got wipes in here.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, these new glasses, the lenses are slightly larger, so it's like they get dirty
yeah.
faster.
Mm-hmm.
Going up to my eyebrows, right? That are not bushy. Apparently, they're hitting that T zone oiliness,
Uh-oh.
so that's why they get smudgy. Okay, okay. Um, so Dylan described the male as skinny tone, that basketball kind of type. Dylan stated she was 5 feet 10 inches tall, so that the male was around 5 feet 10 inches and then 6 feet, somewhere around there. Dylan stated that the male was approximately 3 feet from where she was standing, but added that I could be off because I, obviously, probably, still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. I just woke up. Okay.
Mm,
Uh, what
mm.
from that 5 minute cat
Are
nap?
you
you
sure
know,
about that? Are we?
yeah.
We're not. We got
Because she
questions
put
about
that contact in at 3:51. So
it. Who
what? She'd only
said
been
and what was
asleep for
that
about
about?
9 minutes, right? Yeah.
Oh, girl.
I just have a problem with that, but I'm like,
I know.
okay.
I do too. It is what
Mm,
it is. I mean,
yeah,
let's be honest.
yeah. She
Were you
says
asleep or were you putting contacts into your phone? Which one was it?
exactly. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. She reiterated, I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think it I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how. Dylan then recounted calling and texting her roommate, Bethany, that there was someone in the house wearing all black and a ski mask. Dylan conveyed to the interviewers that she did not know for sure if it fully happened. I don't know if my mind's like making up stuff. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know how to fully explain it, I guess. Um,
Move it up.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right, Tiny. If all you could see was very low light, the
Hmm.
guy's dressed all in black. We already know he had a mask on that covered up everything except for his eyes and eyebrows. So as he
Hmm.
passes through that low level light, that's basically all she can see. It's not rocket science, is it?
There we go. Okay, so I'm on page three.
You make it a tad bigger.
Bigger? Yeah, I'm just the
Okay.
way that I'm scrolling or whatever for some reason is moving past where I last was too much. Let's see. Okay. Someone in the house. Yep. I don't know if it's my mind. I'm making it up. Okay. Detective Gooch explained to DM that the most important thing was to tell only. See, when I scrolled, it just.
Moved.
Which
Oh,
page
it
were
only
you
did
on?
one line at a time. I see. No, I'm sorry. My stuff is messing up.
What page were you on,
I'm
Dolph?
on, let's see, three. Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
the bottom of
Yeah.
three.
Yeah.
Detective Gooch explained to Dylan that the most important thing was to tell only things she knew were true, and Dylan agreed. Dylan also agreed that she was traumatized and it could affect her memory. Detective Gooch also asked Dylan if. What is going
So wait,
on
now
with
she was
my. Here we
traumatized by
go.
this event, or just
No.
traumatized in general?
DM
Did you see?
then
Go ahead.
recounted calling the tech. Wait, let me make sure I get to that right part. Um,
Traumatized and affect her memory. Detective Gooch asked DM
Yeah,
if.
she's traumatized by this. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, I would think
So
so.
yeah, okay. So she suffered from anxiety, right?
Okay.
Detective Gooch also asked Dylan if she suffered from anxiety. Here we go. Dylan responded that she did and added that she had a lot of lucid dreams of being like kidnapped or chased. She
Mm.
also indicated she would watch Criminal Minds and fall asleep to podcasts.
Same.
Detective Gooch,
I said same.
oh, I know, totally. Detective Gooch and Captain Blaker then sought to reconfirm the facts from Dylan's memory. Dylan reiterated that she saw a male figure in the hallway approximately 3 feet from her. He was holding something. He was wearing all black clothes. His forehead was covered. He was wearing a mask. She remembered his eyebrows. Captain Blaker asked what was covering his face, and Dylan stated, I don't know. Weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes and, because I saw his eyebrows and I think I saw his nose and like this part of his face, but I don't know. She stated she could not see the male's mouth and did not remember if she saw his nose, but confirmed, I know I saw eyebrows and I don't remember his eyes. I just feel like I can see eyebrows, but I mean, that could be it. I mean, that would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered. The
Hmm.
investigators inquired if Dylan could provide a composite for an artist, but she said she could not. Again, she reiterated she did not remember what his eyes looked like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what the eyebrows looked like at all, really. I just remember thinking, like, eyebrows. Yeah, bushy. But that's all. Sorry.
What the hell is wrong with this girl?
Oh God.
Hey, she was being honest.
Yep. She's like, yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape. I don't remember like the color. I just remember like
And
bushy
remember somewhere,
eyebrows.
she's like, I
Uh-huh.
know he was white, but I don't know how I knew he
I
was
don't
white.
remember how I knew that, right?
What?
Yeah. Yeah. She's like, that's the only thing I remember. I mean, honestly,
That's weird.
her statements are like, damn, I keep telling you, all I saw is his eyebrows, okay? I don't know
Yeah,
anything else. Dude
yeah.
might not have even had a face. He had eyebrows.
Right,
It's
right.
like,
I know I'm sus as hell with my texting and, Snapchatting
mhm.
and photo taking and all that, but I'm telling you right now,
Yeah.
this dude just had bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oops. Uh,
Mm,
I mean, yeah, given all this,
okay,
like, of
yeah.
course they're not gonna take out bushy eyebrows. You know what I mean?
no, it's coming in. I mean, it
Yeah,
is
of
what it is.
course.
Yeah.
That's her
The
deception. I
the
mean,
jury's going to be aware that she was intoxicated. Okay,
Mhm.
it
that's
doesn't
coming
matter.
in.
That's what she remembers. Like
Yeah,
that's
and so
Mhm.
the defense has got to try. They got to try. Poor
Yeah.
Dylan. She's going to get. They better prep her well. That's all I can
Mhm.
say.
Oh, okay. On November 13th and November 19th, 2022, law enforcement took photos of Dylan's bedroom. On the wall were many magazine photos and drawn pictures pinned to corkboards. The drawings were of human faces with an emphasis on eyes and eyebrows. Some of the eyebrows are heavy. On December 1st, 2022, 18 days after her first interview, Dylan was interviewed by forensic interviewer Aaron Williamson. Dylan gave a detailed accounting of her day on Saturday, November 12th, 2022, until she went to bed on Sunday, November 13th, 2022. Dylan reported she heard a man's voice and it wasn't Ethan's. It was like, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you."
And that right there is chilling, though.
Mm-hmm.
Why would that always struck me because that's in the PCA
Mm-hmm.
that she heard a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And
Mm-hmm.
you're thinking,
hmm
"What?" And it
Yeah.
wasn't Ethan? So it had to be the killer? What the hell,
yeah.
dude? Where were you when you said that in relation to where Dylan was standing at her bedroom door? Because I don't believe he was in Xana's room saying that and she heard it.
Um,
So did Dil I'm gonna say it every time. I feel like Xana's attack started in the living room, which
mhm.
means there should have been blood present. Which means I don't know why Dylan didn't see it the night she ran down to Bethany's, other than it's dark and she wasn't looking. But the next morning, when she finally got the courage to go up those stairs, I think she saw the blood and she saw Xana. Where Xana was is over there by the door somewhere. I can't help but wonder if Xana's attack started in that living room. And did this, where, I mean, how could she hear him say that if it was a normal tone of voice or a whisper almost? Or,
It's not that far though.
yeah,
That
but
hall is not that long.
peeking out her bedroom door, really? All the way around there, and he's like, right, is he going to say, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you"? Is he going to say it loud enough for her to hear
Well,
down
with
that
those hardwood
hallway?
floors and not that much furniture and stuff in there and cheaply built house, I could see, it sort of carrying around the corner.
It's the dead of night.
Depends
There's
on
not a
how
lot
loud
of
he would
noise
say it, though.
otherwise.
Mhm.
True. But if she
They're doing an awful
poked
lot
her
of
head
work right
out,
there in that living room, CSI is. An awful lot of work in there. I don't know if it's because people trampled through shit and it's there and they got to, or what's going on there.
there's probably latent
Oh,
stuff. But remember, the coroner said the blood was mostly
I
contained
know,
within the bedroom.
I
So,
know, but I'm
and
going
who
by
knows?
what
That doesn't mean there's not trace blood
I
in
don't
other places.
expect
I
there to
just
be
don't think there was
puddles of blood. I'm not saying
drops of
there's
blood.
puddles of blood in the living room. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If it started there, there may not be but a little bit at best, right? If he didn't get in a, I don't know. Did he chase her from that point? Did he say that term as he began to chase her? Is that how she heard it so close to her door, enough to hear it? I don't know. I find that it's an odd statement for a sadistic person to say to a victim.
Yeah, but it's very similar to that American Psycho,
Yeah,
right? I don't think it's not an exact quote, but he said something very similar.
sick bastard. Who says that kind of
Yeah.
shit, right?
Yeah.
Mm. All right, Dolphin, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was
Mhm.
listening to my
A
dog
psychopath.
snore. Yeah, she's funny. Oh hell. Where was
She
I?
had pictures in the cart, December
The
1,
interviewer.
2022.
Oh, here we go. Dylan stated she saw a all black figure about my height, maybe a few inches taller, skinny build, wearing a mask. Dylan again stated, I saw like, I don't remember if it was just like one eyebrow or two, but it was just like this bushy eyebrow. She described texting Bethany about a guy in all black and described the ski mask, stating, I couldn't see any of his hair, but I remember just like seeing like it was like almost rectangular, like not the circle ones. It was rectangular because I remember seeing like just like I don't know how to explain it. Just seeing like this maybe I'd be able to see like across, but I don't remember seeing his eyes. But I feel like his eyes were there. I could just see like an
I think they
eyebrow.
were.
God, let's hope so. Jesus.
Yeah, I don't think a blind killer, climbed through the house like yeah, and did
Damn
all
dog.
this. Oh geez. I feel like that's how I know he saw me because I could see his eyebrow. Like if I can see his
That's
eyebrow, he can see me. Hmm?
right. And that's the second time that that's been mentioned that she felt like he saw her.
Mm-hmm.
Odd.
Yeah.
Did he glance
Um,
in that direction but not see her because it was dark? Or, tunnel vision, just got to get the hell out of there and just genuinely didn't see her? Or did he
mhm.
actually see her and say, I still need to get up out of here?
I think he
I
didn't
don't
see
think
her
he
because
did
of the
I
either.
don't
light
think he
from
did either. I don't
Mm-mm.
think so.
that sign and
Chris, hi, I'm
didn't.
Salty Sleuth. This is my channel, and these are my friends Dolphin and Firefly. Yeah, we are a team basically. We are our little Idaho team. We've been doing Idaho together for damn near
Since the
3
beginning,
years.
yeah.
Damn near 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
long before I ever started streaming. So anytime I get to read documents or do a show that they're my go-tos. So, yes.
Oh gosh,
Welcome in everybody. Welcome in. Oh, look, Joe Schmo. What route does a serial killer take to get to the victim's house? A psychopath. Joe,
I'm down here.
Jesus.
He's always got to give one of
Yeah, welcome in, Joe Schmo.
Hey
Joe
Joe.
Schmo's on,
his
he's
little
on his Lori
jokes.
break. He didn't get portaled yet, so he is not in portal yet. He has been at the trial every day, going live every night, giving recaps over on his channel. He'll be doing the same this week. Closing arguments are slated for Monday, so well,
Tuesday. Isn't it Tuesday?
it
Monday.
should be
Okay.
Monday as far as I know. I got to figure it out. I'm streaming it, so yeah, Monday. Um, Anyway, the judges, like I said earlier in the stream, he gave her time to decide if she's going to really rest her defense and not take the
Oh, jeez. What
Yeah.
her
defense?
turn. It was like, okay, the state rests, and he's like, okay, it's your turn now. And after a moment, she's like, well, the defense
Really?
rests. And he's like, well, damn, Lori, are you sure? I'll give you till Monday to think about it. But that gave the jurors, I always say it funny because it's Judge Boyce. But anyway, the jury now gets to stew on it a lot longer, right? With the day off and everything, and the holiday weekend
Mm-hmm.
or whatever it is going on this weekend. But
Easter.
Easter, that's it. It's Easter stuff. Yeah, yeah. It is. Yeah, it's okay. But anyway, it I just something happened on Easter one time, so it's just to me, it's just another day. I I bought my grandbabies Easter baskets, and they can have at their parents can have at it. That's their children. But anyway, whole other story. But anyway, crazy stuff, man. At that Lori trial. So we'll see what happens Monday. I'm glad it's going to be wrapping up though, because I want to cover Karen Reed. You know, so
Oh
I
yeah.
need, I need Lori to be done so I can get on with the Karen Reed business. Because it took a lot longer to get her jury seated, so which postponed the start of her trial. Jeez, been busy. So I wanted to get this in. When this popped off, I was like, wait, I want to get these documents read because I'm been working all day on a Delphi thing, and then took a break and saw this. I was like, oh man, if I don't do this now, I'm not ever going to get it in this week. So here we are. Thank you, everybody, for coming in with us, little impromptu live here. I think we have one more document after this one, if I'm not mistaken. All
Hmm.
right, Dolphin, where we at on this one?
Okay, let's see. Like if I can see his eyebrow, he can see me. She reiterated, from what I remember, I think he was like just like walking past that little wall and going towards the kitchen. And I
Ah,
don't know, like I just remember seeing an eyebrow. I don't know why I just see one. It was just like one bushy eyebrow. I don't remember the color, like the full shape. I just remember it being bushy. Ah, okay. Dylan also drew the mask for the interviewer. While
um,
drawing, she gave a consistent description
Hmm.
of the mask and noted the eyebrows. I don't remember if I saw one or two. Like it was
a
just weird.
caterpillar, right? He had a,
Basically.
and we saw the drawing that they had to put in one of the last document drops. So, um,
Hmm.
she just knows he had a full thing going on over there across his eyebrows. Okay.
Dylan explained that she had scary, lucid dreams, but she would always know she was dreaming. When she saw the intruder, however, she did not fully understand whether it was a dream or not. She also indicated that when she first saw the intruder, she thought he might be a fireman.
So she
Okay.
wasn't sure at first if she was dreaming or not, and then she concluded that she probably wasn't. I don't know.
Truth said
Lucid,
1970s bushy.
porn star style.
Oh my god.
Truth. Oh my God, Truth has always got something. Oh, I sit upstairs
Oh,
this
I
coffee
can't breathe.
and cross the fuck out. There's dude Joe. Oh, she's talking about Joe and Boy.
She
Oh my
retracted her message. Come on. Leave that shit in there.
God. I keep seeing Burt Reynolds for some reason
Oh,
now.
I know. Yeah.
Like, right? Or that Tom Selleck dude or whatever his name was. Like,
Oh,
is that
yeah.
80s? I don't know.
A porn
Yeah,
stash.
but you know how those guys were in the 70s with their little bell bottoms and their discos and
Mm.
that
Yep,
that's
yep.
that 70s porn star look. I
Oh,
grew up in
God.
the 70s. I know that look. My dad did not have that look. I always thought it was odd my dad didn't look like all those dudes. I was glad. He looked like a country dude, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
These guys.
Jesus.
Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Um
Okay.
I've been streaming for going on a year. It's coming up on a year actually. I've got to double check because it is coming up on a year. Yes. I have to say something. Last time I checked, it was like 8 months. That was a few months ago, so I don't think about it really a whole lot. Okay,
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry. I was
Sorry.
laughing so much I forgot where
If we
I
lost our
was.
place, we have
Yes, and
lost
I
our
got all
place.
hot too because I was just laughing so
Oh my
hard.
god.
Oh man. Oh, yeah, the she drew it, right?
Yep.
Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Yep,
Yep.
she didn't fully. Okay. On December 29th, 2022, defendant was arrested in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because Pipsqueak is snoring so loud behind me.
Oh
It's not even funny. Um, I'm surprised you guys can't hear her. The following day, on December
Don't.
30th, 2022, 47 days after her first interview, Dylan was interviewed by Idaho State Police detectives. They asked Dylan whether she had seen a picture of defendant. She stated she had seen the mugshot, but had oops, went too far, but had no clue whether defendant was the person she saw in her house. She explained, from what I remember, I just remember seeing this figure that was like not fat, obviously, but more of like the skinnier tone build and some mask on. I don't know what the mask exactly was, but when I thought about it, it was just like covering here and here. I don't know if it was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and nose. I just remember knowing that he was white, but I didn't know how he was white. I just knew he was. And this knowing, there's like, I knew he had looked at me because of the bushy eyebrow. That's all I remember. but I have no idea what he looked like. I don't like when I looked at his picture, nothing came back to me at all. So that, like, I don't know. I feel like if I saw that, in my mind would be like, oh yeah, that's him, but it's just, I don't remember at all. Oh God, reading this chick's quotes
That
is.
Ugh.
makes you sound. It makes you
Oh.
feel like you don't know. I know. I
I
get
feel
it.
like I don't know like English anymore. Like,
I know you feel stupid. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah.
I promise y'all, it's not me. I'm just reading this girl's shit for it. I mean, damn.
Yeah, I was
Jeez,
gonna say, can we get a disclaimer down the bottom
right?
at the
Right, right,
bottom
right.
here that this is not the way that Dolphin speaks.
Dolphin
This
does
is
not like it.
Dylan.
I was about to say, this is so not Dolphin's jam. She's like, oh
Oh
no, I
my
gotta correct
God.
this. She's about to get the red pen out and do some corrections.
Oh yeah,
I love
this
it
chick.
though.
But you know,
Okay.
okay, she was emotional, I guess. I don't know. Uh,
We'll give her some
Yeah.
grace a little bit.
I'm trying.
She don't know how she's 19, Dolphin. She, you get it.
Yeah,
It's tubular, man. They the
yeah.
way I never even said tubular. I thought that shit. I wasn't one of those valley girls. I was a head banging
Totally,
chick.
totally
Uh,
tubular.
no, I was not into that totally tubular shit at all. I was that other chick over there that, yeah, I was having a good old time. I couldn't, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's crazy.
Yes,
Okay.
This is Dylan Mortensen, the surviving roommate. She was 19 at the time.
I know.
I mean, there's a question.
College student. I know, that blows my mind that
Yeah,
she talks like that and
yeah.
she's a college student.
Well,
Yeah.
she's 19, guys. She hasn't been out of high school that long,
I mean,
and
I
she
know.
hasn't been away from home that long. She's 19. You got to
Yes.
remember what it was like to be 19. Don't let
I
yourself
do,
be
and
that
my
person.
19 was a whole lot different than this
Well, I
chick's
know
19.
yours was, but
I mean,
I'm
I
saying,
partied, but I still had sense, you know?
well, I did
Like,
too. My mom, words were important, but
hmm
not everybody. They get. I don't. There's a lot of kids out there who don't have to talk a lot, and I have to
mm,
tell them, baby, open that mouth, let them words fall out.
yep.
My kids weren't baby talked. They were. If you teach a child, if you use a word in the right context, guess what? It's understood. Jesus, it's not like they don't understand the big word. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. When asked whether she told Bethany the male had a big nose, Dylan stated, all I remember, but I don't remember big nose at all, like at all. That's like, all I remember is like some bushy eyebrow in all black and some sort of mask, but it wasn't like one of those circle ski masks. That's all I remember. Oh, jeez. On May 15th, 2023, 183 days after Dylan's first interview, Dylan testified at the grand jury proceeding for the above titled matter. Regarding November 13th, 2022, Dylan testified she woke up around 4 a.m. to noises. She testified she opened her door and heard a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And I didn't know who the man's voice was. Dylan, hold on a second. Okay, sorry. Uh, that snoring was just getting beyond ridiculous. It's making me laugh. Okay. Dylan testified she opened her door again and saw a figure in all black, which I believe was a person. I knew the person was white. I don't know how, but I just knew it. Knew it was male. I think I knew that because of the voice. The person was around my height or a few inches taller. And then I knew his build wasn't like scrawny and he wasn't fat, so I figured it was like the basketball toned lean build. Um, hmm. Regarding what the person was wearing, Dylan testified there was like, from what I think I remember, it was like a black mask, almost like a ski mask, but not, it just like covered the head and then maybe up to the mouth, maybe more. I can't remember if it covered just the chin, the mouth, or the nose, or lower.
Oh, good
Oh,
Lord.
yeah, I'm like, Jesus. She said his clothing was all black. Dylan also testified, well, the thing I can really remember was something about a bushy eyebrow. I don't remember seeing anything else, just something about a bushy eyebrow. Okay, here we we go to the analysis of it. A. Dylan's testimony satisfies IRE 601 and IRE 602. Defendant first suggests that Dylan is not competent and or lacks personal knowledge to testify about bushy eyebrows.
I
Lacks
mean,
personal knowledge? She was in the house. Oh God. Okay. Sorry. Because and lacks personal knowledge to testify about bushy eyebrows because her testimony is not reliable under the Mason-Biggers balancing test, a test that is applied when determining whether witness identification is reliable or whether it was the product of police suggestiveness. And then they cite Wordman
mm,
versus State. Oh my God, this is making me crack up, you guys. My eyes are watering
it
over
is.
here. Defendant points out that Dylan's opportunity to see the intruder in her home was seconds at most. Her attention was influenced by sleepiness and alcohol, and she constantly questioned what she saw. Defendant argues Dylan's description of the physical characteristics of the intruder were general in nature and could fit millions of individuals. Defendant also notes that while he does not have bushy eyebrows,
Oh, yeah,
the
mm-hmm.
artwork on her wall displays individuals with prominent eyebrows.
Okay, I got something to say
Go
about this
ahead.
paragraph. The defendant says
I don't have bushy eyebrows.
DM's opportunity to see the intruder in her home was seconds at most. How does he know?
I
Was he
mean, we're
there?
walking past somebody's door in that short hallway. I guess it was only seconds. So, yeah, I mean,
I mean, I
yeah.
guess so. But I'm just like, how do you know how many times he walked
Mm,
by and how often she
true,
saw it? Yeah,
true, but mm, sorry. The fact that
that just
he's
stood
saying
out
he
to me.
doesn't have bushy eyebrows, he reminds me
Mm,
of what Tender Chick said.
that's
I'm not
subjective.
tickling you, right? When she was like, "Stop tickling me." I'm not
Right,
tickling
that's
you. I
true.
don't have bushy eyebrows.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you do, dude. Whatever. I didn't notice in that last hearing, had he been tweezing a little bit? Did they look a little thinned down to you guys, or did anybody notice his
You
eyebrows?
couldn't see close enough. I don't think you could see
Mm,
close enough to
mm-hmm.
me.
Interesting.
Yeah. So,
Um,
so per her description, Firefly, of what's went on, this person only appeared seconds before her. So, that's where he's coming from for that. But for him, I'm with you, Dolphin. For him to say, I don't have no bushy eyebrows, say what?
mm-hmm.
It's like,
Hmm.
Yeah.
I've heard they've been trimmed. I can't tell. That camera sits way back off that table.
Yeah, and that's probably a good thing for them, but wait till they show that photo,
We got that
the shower
picture.
picture.
We got that hour after revisiting the scene.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You got a picture of yourself.
Yeah.
Tiny Dragon says they looked thinner in the
Oh,
last
okay.
hearing, the eyebrows.
Ooh, I'm
I
gonna have to
heard,
go back
yeah,
and look.
yeah.
I
People
couldn't
are,
tell.
even if, where else did I see? I saw it on like uh, somebody's podcast had mentioned it too. And I'm like, well, I don't know. People are speculating that he had his eyebrows.
Well, did they blow up the picture? Because I couldn't. I mean, he
Well,
was
I don't
just
know what
far
they
away.
do.
I couldn't.
I just know people have been speculating that he's had his eyebrows trimmed, but there's plenty of photos, somewhere,
I think
somewhere in the family.
depending on the lighting and the photos, like they look bigger with their
Well, I
when
don't
they're
think they just grew
less
that
light.
year. So there's a pretty good chance he's
No,
always had bushy eyebrows.
but if he's in a well lit picture, it doesn't look as
Yeah.
bushy. I don't think.
It's not gonna fly, dude.
Oh, Truth
Well,
and Tiny, you guys are funny. You guys see their comments.
I'm looking now.
Truth said the jail barber is hooking him up, and Tiny said I can just see Ann getting in there. Let me just fix you up.
You dude,
Ann carries
get that
tweezers in for her
threading.
it's like,
meetings.
yeah, it's like, I'm gonna come towards your face. Don't freak out. You know, just sit there and
Don't stab
stare.
me with these.
No stabby stabby. Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
God. Yep. I wouldn't doubt it.
We're gonna
Okay.
get so drugged for this. Y'all look for us on the YouTube streets.
I don't care.
Me
I said
neither.
what I said. I stand behind it, damn it.
Hell yeah. We heard that. Okay. There
Okay.
we go.
As the state notes, however, the Mason-Biggers test does not apply here because Dillon did not make an identification of defendant, and her descriptions were not the result of the use of law enforcement identification techniques. In fact, the sole instance when Dillon was asked to identify defendant was when she was shown his mugshot after his arrest. She responded she had no clue whether it was the person she saw. Not to be deterred, defendant alternatively argues that the court should find Dillon unreliable based on scientific studies that explain the fragility and inaccuracy of memory. The court finds no basis to do so. As a general matter, every person is competent to be a witness. IRE 601. Incompetency, which is determined by the court, applies to persons whom the court finds are incapable of receiving just impressions of the facts about which they are examined or of relating them accurately. IRE 601A. Additionally, a witness may testify to a matter only if evidence is introduced sufficient to support a finding that the witness has personal knowledge of the matter. Dillon was a direct witness in this case, as the factual recitation sets forth in detail. Dillon's account of what she saw and the physical characteristics of the intruder were remarkably consistent throughout all 5 interviews and her grand jury testimony. While she did not mention his eyebrows in her initial interview, she thereafter identified the bushy eyebrows on multiple occasions as something that firmly stuck out in her mind. Although she might have been intoxicated or tired or questioned her memory, the consistency of her descriptions suggests a high degree of reliability. While defendant um, sorry, while defendant may cross-examine Dillon about his concerns with her memory, his challenges to her competency and personal knowledge as a basis for exclusion are unfounded. Let me go back to this. I wanted to look at the footnote really quick. Okay. Okay, sorry. B. There is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude Dillon's testimony. Defendant next asserts Dillon's testimony about bushy eyebrows must be excluded under IRE 403, which permits exclusion of relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Specifically, defendant points out Dillon could not provide enough details about the intruder to provide a description to a composite artist. He asserts that to allow her testimony about, oh, sorry, to allow her to testify about bushy eyebrows would confuse the issues and result in unfair prejudice because of the danger the jury will believe he is guilty due to his eyebrows. However, Dillon's testimony about bushy eyebrows is highly relevant to this case. Dillon is the only eyewitness to the intruder responsible for the homicides. Okay, so no naked man theory or whatever from Bethany.
Nope.
It
Apparently
is the
not.
jury's, yeah, it is the jury's task to determine whether defendant is that person. Further, there is nothing confusing about her testimony. I love this man. Her descriptions of the bushy eyebrows have been consistent and clear. While she could not provide enough details for a composite sketch, it is unsurprising given her observation that the intruder was wearing a mask on his face.
Mm, good point.
Oh, yes, yes, thank you. Moreover, while this description might or might not implicate defendant, it will not result in unfair prejudice. Unfair prejudice arises only when the evidence has an undue tendency to suggest a decision on an improper basis and appeals to the jurors' sympathies, um, arouses their sense of horror, provokes their instinct to punish, or otherwise causes a jury to base its decision on something other than the established propositions in the case. Okay, that came from State versus Russo. Dylan's description of the intruder having bushy eyebrows will not reasonably compel a jury to find defendants guilty. To find defendant guilty simply because he may have similar eyebrows. There is a large gulf between finding that a witness is not competent to testify about what they personally witnessed and simply allowing impeachment by vigorous cross-examination. This is a matter for cross-examination by defendant, and any concerns with Dylan's ability to perceive or remember be what she claims she saw may be tested in that matter. Let's see. And then that's it. So he ordered. Based on the foregoing, defendant's motion in limine regarding witness identification by bushy eyebrows is denied. So, yeah, the
Well,
bushy
then.
eyebrows are coming in.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, hell, I'm gonna tell you what. You knew it would, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, golly, guys, we're getting like over 300 views, and we got like 38 likes. I appreciate those of you that hit the like button. Maybe not everybody likes what we're talking about or how we're talking about it. That's so crazy. That's a lot in there. She has been consistent every time. I'm drunk, I'm wasted, but I see bushy eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've heard that over and over now with her statements.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
and then for
Mm.
him to come back and say he doesn't have the bushy eyebrows, it's like every little. Of course, you want anything damning toward you kept out, obviously, but every single piece they got must be damning because they want all of it out. So we have one left to go, right? The order on the motion in limine, the state's motion in limine, referencing the neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. Oh goodness, it's like 11 pages. Dolphin, you want to continue, or do you want me to take it? What do you want to do? What are you talking about, Joe?
She said, "Be right back."
Okay,
Be right back.
y'all talking about Jesus? No! Don't bring John Holmes into the discussion. That's funny. Not everyone's gonna know who that is, right?
I guess if we're old enough, we know.
Yeah.
I remember who it
A
is.
funny story. My cousin didn't know who that was. Her husband thought that shit was funny as hell. Oh my goodness. So yeah, we're down to the last one of the ones that the judges. Is this all of the rulings now? Because he gave some orally. I have to go back and check. You know what I mean? Which ones he did on the oral presentation, the first thing we read, and each one of these documents, and compared to how many motions in limine we actually had. Are we still waiting? And I haven't checked. I haven't checked the case summary.
I refreshed. It's still. Oh, she checked the case summary a little bit ago. I think you were away, and there was no updates. I don't
Oh,
think.
okay. All right.
No, still no
Cool.
updates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just. I don't know if you could hear me or not. I don't even know if this is all the motions. He's ruled on all of them yet. I know he did some orally, and then we read that document. So however many were in there, however many this have been, I need to go back and look at how many motions in limine were actually filed, and do we have a ruling now on all of them, or what are we still waiting on, right? Okay, so this is the last one. Like I said, this is the state's motion in limine on the neuropsychological. Dolphin, do you want to continue that one, or do you want me to do it? What do you want to do?
Oh, I mean, I can. Can you see
Okay.
it?
Yeah, you got your screen up still. We got you.
Okay.
I'm gonna make
Yeah,
it. I'm gonna take us off the screen, guys, so we can make it as big as we can.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
let me
I
see what it
promise.
looks like
I was
on
just
your
letting people
screen.
see that we were here. there
Oh
were
yeah.
people here. But yeah, go ahead. We're good.
Okay. This is, oh yeah, and it looks like all of these documents were filed this morning, like at 9:40 something, 9:30 something. If you look at that top right corner. Um, Alrighty. This is order on state's motion in limine regarding neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. In the introduction, the state seeks to prohibit a defendant from offering any testimony during penalty phase in connection with his neuropsychological and psychiatric evaluations performed by his disclosed experts, Dr. Rachel Orr and Dr. Eileen Ryan. The state argues the proposed testimony falls outside the mental condition evidence allowed by IC 18207. Defendant responds that he is not relying on the proposed testimony as a mental element defense under IC 18207, um, noting his relevant diagnoses are physical conditions, not mental conditions. Hmm. Rather, he intends to present the evidence to aid the jury in understanding both the physical implications of his diagnoses and contextualizing his allegedly unconventional courtroom demeanor. Mm, mm, mm.
What?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oral argument on the motion was held on April 9th, 2025, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court finds that if the defendant does not testify, evidence of his diagnoses to explain his courtroom demeanor is not relevant and or inadmissible under IRE 403.
Mm.
What? So if he doesn't testify, then he's not going to let this in?
That's what it sounded like. What? So oral argument on the motion held. The court took under advisement. The court finds that if defendant does not testify,
Hmm.
evidence of his diagnosis to explain his courtroom demeanor is not relevant.
Oh
And
shit.
or
So,
Okay.
inadmissible.
so
Him just being there in court though
no, the
doesn't
judge said he
isn't
No,
didn't
the
say
relevant.
judge is
any
like,
of
you got to get
that
your butt up on the
nonsense.
stand, right? Yes.
Oh yeah, that's
Show us
true.
why you're
Okay.
Oh.
odd. Because
Hmm.
the judge said we've been sitting here all day and I haven't seen none of these odd behaviors you're talking about.
It's true.
Truth said, bless Brian's heart. Yep.
Oh my God. That's a southern thing, ain't it,
Yep.
girlfriend? We know what that means.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep, yep,
we
yep.
know. That's right, baby.
Oh
Bless that
God.
heart. We're gonna
Oh
need it.
God. This is so good. This last sentence right here is
Fucking perfect
beautiful.
truth.
Hmm.
Lord.
Yep. Mhm.
Hi,
Oh
Ray.
my goodness.
Yep.
Well, because he does just sit there and he does look at his attorneys and he looks around, but he's not being peculiar. He's not doing anything. He's not rocking back and forth like she described.
You know what? The last hearing, he had the most odd
Is
behavior
he
though of
trying
all.
now?
So it
Is
makes
he
you wonder.
trying?
Yeah,
Hmm.
he was moving around. He was
Side to
like
side
Like,
a
like
little
stop
he's
bit,
it.
scratching himself.
he
Hmm.
pushed his chair
Yep.
back. He pushed his chair
Okay, well,
forward. He was like
stop
scratching.
it
It
now.
was so strange because I've never noticed him do any of
Right.
that
It's like
stuff
all of a
before.
sudden now you're doing this. No.
Just putting on a show
Hmm.
for the judge.
Can you
Too late.
imagine what Hipler's going to do during trial if Koberger starts acting some kind of way over there? That the
Mm.
face palms he's going to start doing? Oh,
Um.
my word.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Dolphin.
Okay. Ruling is reserved as to certain behaviors that may become relevant in rebuttal, except for expert testimony that he was physically unable to commit the crimes, for which there is no disclosed opinion. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I hope he's going to go into more detail. Sorry, I started thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? No disclosed opinions either.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay, under the standard, the question of whether evidence is relevant, one of law, while the decision to admit relevant evidence is discretionary. That's from State versus Schutz. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, sorry, I was looking at that footnote. Okay, on discretionary matters, the trial court must 1. Correctly perceive the issue as one of discretion. 2. Act within the outer boundaries of its discretion. 3. Act consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it. And 4. Reach its decision by the exercise of reason. And that came from Lundborg versus My Fun Life. We've seen that one mentioned in the other document. Okay, here are the facts. During the course of this case, the defense team retained Dr. Rachel Orr, a clinical neuropsychologist, to conduct a comprehensive neuropsychological evaluation of defendant and issue a report. She ultimately diagnosed defendant with autism spectrum disorder level 1 without accompanying intellectual or language impairment, so ASD for short, and obsessive compulsive disorder, which is OCD, among others. I want to know what the others are. She also
Hmm.
listed various diagnoses for which defendant met criteria in the past. One of these was developmental coordination disorder, DCD. But when you say others, I knew about the DCD, but there's something else she's diagnosed him with. Um, Yes, okay. According to Dr. Orr, ASD is a complex heterogeneous neurodevelopmental disorder rooted in brain differences and characterized by social and behavioral features. It causes deficits in which affected individuals perceive and react to others and their environment, causing problems in social communication and interactions, repetitive behaviors, and narrow range of interest. Um, there is a wide range of autism symptoms and severity. Deficits can include a restricted range of affect, atypical eye contact, displaying facial expressions or movements that do not match what is being said, failure to consider social cues, having trouble with speech reciprocity, and repetitive behaviors. While defendant is diagnosed with the least severe form of ASD, yep, I knew it, and by all accounts is highly functioning, both Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan noted deficiencies in his behavior to include intense eye contact, restricted range of affect, occasional subtle rocking of upper torso while seated, awkward gestures and interaction, atypical tone, lack of appreciation for personal space. Oh, and pedantic speech. Wow, they just really are making sure they hit the highlights on this one. Um, However, Dr. Orr also observed that defendant demonstrated typical social behaviors, such as fairly consistent though intense eye contact, polite demeanor, and social conventions, for example, shaking hands upon greeting. And that came from her report. She noted defendant engaged in conversation and was never overtly inappropriate. Not with her.
Mm, okay.
And he has been noted to be, with others. Dr. Orr, I forgot what she looks like. What does she look like? Dr. Orr. Oh, okay. I do remember what she was a brunette.
Yeah.
Wasn't she kind of little chubby?
Hmm.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Okay. Dr. Orr noted that defendant manages sensory processing differences by self-soothing activities like driving and extensive time in the dark.
Oh my God.
What?
Driving an extensive time in the dark.
So in your everyday life, when you might need to self-soothe, and you're like, I don't know, uncomfortable in a conversation, what do you have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
do? Oh, give me a minute. I'll be right back. I gotta go
I gotta
drive.
go for I gotta go for a nighttime drive.
Like, come on, give me a break with that.
Wow. So he's more complicated than we thought.
What's going
Okay.
on with him at 2 in the morning that he needs to self-soothe by going driving?
For real? Has he not heard of one of those
Because he's not in
anxiety
social
blankets?
situations then, right?
Shit. Um
He's
man.
not in social situations. So why
No?
does he need to self-soothe?
What's going on at 2 a.m. to get you all
Mm-hmm.
anxietied up?
Mm-hmm.
Racing thoughts?
Yeah,
Dark
Yep.
thoughts.
this is
Racing thoughts.
crazy.
The number one culprit to keep many people up in the middle of the night are racing thoughts.
Hmm.
Right? Okay.
Anne is totally stretching with this one.
Yeah. We see you, Anne. Okay, go ahead.
Oh my God. Okay. Defendant's OCD is manifested through compulsive cleaning behaviors and taking precautions to avoid contamination, sickness, or germs. He excessively washes his hands and reportedly uses gloves during basic everyday tasks. Yeah, whatever. Um, Sorry. Although defendant does not carry a current diagnosis of DCD, Dr. Orr opines that he met the criteria for the diagnosis in the past. She explains in her report, defendant's educational history, parent report, and evaluation results all provide evidence that defendant experienced significant deficits in motor functions in the course of development, which in turn contributed to problems meeting typical motor and coordination milestones of childhood. For example, problems catching balls, handwriting, and riding a bicycle. While motor problems have not impacted his functioning significantly in many years, defendant continues to present with impairment in fine motor dexterity and vulnerabilities in visual motor functions, evidence in his cognitive profile and observations of his behavior. I'm having a Hipler moment here. I just want to put my head in my hand because I'm like, are they serious? He couldn't catch a ball when he was a kid. Okay. But he's grown out of it. But oh wait, he doesn't have fine motor dexterity. But you don't need fine motor dexterity to stab somebody. So yeah.
No.
Okay. The only observation Dr. Orr made with regard to defendant's fine motor dexterity was that defendant moved his whole arm and repositioned his upper body slightly to manipulate the items effectively. In her cognitive profile, she stated that defendant's visual motor skills were relatively weak in the context of his overall profile, particularly when precision or dexterity were involved. Examples are copying, visual motor sequencing. Okay. Ah, boy. Consistent with his history of fine motor deficits. When isolated, defendant's fine motor dexterity and speed were impaired bilaterally in the less than first percentile. Um, yeah, likely impacting his visual motor performances as well. Oh, God. According to the declaration of Dr. Jeffrey Lewin, submitted by defendant as Exhibit D1 to his response to the state's motion, ASD, OCD, and DCD are either neurodevelopmental or neurobiological disorders, as opposed to mental condition caused by external psychological factors or events. That's from his declaration. He notes that an MRI of defendant's brain shows objective evidence of disrupted brain structure in several nodes of the social network.
Hmm.
hmm Wait, what was that? Oh, footnote number 5 is interesting. He concedes, however, that OCD can be partly influenced by psychological factors. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm having all kinds of thoughts in my head at the same time. I'm trying to read this. Okay, Section A. Idaho Code 18207 is not applicable. Section 18207 of the Idaho Code applies to any issue of mental condition in any legal proceeding at which the defendant's mental health condition may be an issue. And then they cite State versus Samuel. It provides in relevant part one, mental condition shall not be a defense to any charge of criminal conduct. And then three, nothing herein is intended to prevent the admission of expert evidence on the issue of any state of mind which is an element of the offense, subject to the rules of evidence. Under the statute, evidence of mental condition is expressly permitted to rebut the state's evidence offered to prove criminal intent or mens rea. That's from State versus Diaz. Any expert testimony admitted on the issue of mens rea or state of mind under Idaho Code Section 18207 must speak to an element of the crime. Here, however, defendant is not intending to use his diagnoses to challenge the state of mind element of the crimes with which he is charged. In fact, he is not intending to use his diagnoses as a reflection of his mental state at all and disputes that they are mental conditions in the first place. Thus, because defendant is seeking to introduce his diagnoses to explain physical deficits rather than mental deficits, that disqualify him from forming the intent necessary to commit the crimes, does not govern the analysis. So I see, yeah, 18207 does not govern the analysis.
Right.
Oh
So
boy.
when did they let him leave the jail and go to the doctor or the hospital for all this testing,
Mm.
MRIs
Yeah,
and
for that brain MRI, yeah, he
hmm
would have definitely had to go somewhere for that because I've
definitely.
had those. So,
This
yeah.
whole motion or this whole their argument, the defense argument it's an insult almost
Hmm.
to a lot of people. And I now we what's wrong? You can't lift your arm without turning it a certain way to handle certain things. You can't. There's no way you could commit these crimes. So we're gonna need him to get up and demonstrate some things. Hmm. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm thinking.
Okay. Um, B. Evidence of defendant's diagnoses. Having determined that IC 18207 does not apply, the next question is whether evidence of defendant's diagnoses is relevant. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. IRE 401. Whether a fact is of consequence or material is determined by its relationship to the legal theories presented by the parties. That came from State versus Abdullah. Even if relevant, the trial court has discretion to exclude the evidence if the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. And that's from IRE 403. Unfair prejudice is prejudice that tends to suggest a decision on an improper basis. That came from State versus Diaz. 1. Evidence of ASD to explain demeanor is only admissible if defendant testifies.
Here we
Sorry.
go.
Mm, 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 mm. Sorry, I needed a sip of water. With regard to evidence of his ASD, defendant contends it is relevant to explain that his ASD diagnosis is a physical condition and how it presents in his demeanor. Specifically, defendant asserts testimony about his ASD will help the jury understand that his behavioral characteristics, such as his flat affect, intense eye contact, awkward body posture, and lack of emotive responses, are associated with his ASD and should not be interpreted in a sinister light. Defendant argues he should be able to introduce this evidence at the outset of trial. The state responds that defendant's demeanor is not a fact of consequence in this case, and it is not even evidence the jury can consider, at least if he does not testify. Oh God, I'm sorry. The fact they keep bringing up the fact of him testifying or not testifying.
Yeah.
It's very it's very pointed references here. I love
Yeah.
this.
I mean, you want us to know these things about him, and you're
Hmm.
saying these things about him, but he's literally going to be sitting at a table silent.
Right.
No
We
one
need to
else is
see him on
talking
the
about him.
stand.
Yeah.
Yeah, to see him in action, right?
Yeah. I mean, literally, the state's not saying all this. I mean, the defense is the one bringing all this up.
Mhm.
And the mental stuff that she's trying, that angle is not going to do any good. Um, Even under Idaho law, I don't think autism's enough to get the DP gone. And so physically now we can't. commit the crime. So ugh, like I can't with this thing. I can't with this
Um,
whole medical thing.
so, okay.
Mm-mm-mm.
To this end, the state relies on a body of law regarding prosecutorial misconduct in commenting on a defendant's demeanor as evidence of guilt. In one representative case, United States versus Schuler, the court observed that a defendant's courtroom behavior off the witness stand is not admissible evidence and is legally irrelevant to the question of his guilt of the crime charged. Thus, in the absence of a curative instruction from the court, a prosecutor's comment on a defendant's off the stand behavior constitutes a violation of the Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment. That clause encompasses the right not to be convicted except on the basis of evidence adduced at a trial. Okay. While the relevance of defendant's demeanor is raised in a different context here, the principles of this body of law apply equally. The Supreme Court has declared that one accused of a crime is entitled to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence introduced at trial and not on the grounds not adduced as proof at trial. That's from Taylor versus Kentucky. The jury will be instructed as to what evidence it is allowed to consider in arriving at its determination of guilt or innocence. Sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits which. Okay, sorry. Exhibits which have been admitted into evidence, and facts to which the parties have stipulated. That's ICJI 202. A non testifying party's demeanor is not included and therefore legally irrelevant to the question of guilt. While defendant cites to case law allowing evidence of ASD in the criminal context, those cases are distinguishable. In State versus Burr, which defendant predominantly relies upon, the New Jersey Supreme Court found evidence of the defendant's ASD was properly admitted in a child molestation case for two independent reasons. Okay. One, to explain that the defendant's actions of having his young piano students sit on his lap was not intended as sexual grooming, but rather a way to relate to his students. And two, to educate the jury about oddities in behavior that defendant might exhibit in court or that were described in the testimony of witnesses. Okay.
Mm.
Uh, yeah, sorry. I actually used to live in New Jersey and I took piano lessons while I lived there. And I just was like, so I
Girl,
had a weird moment there, like
did you
didn't sit
dolphin?
on anybody's lap.
Thank
Mm-mm.
God. I was about to ask.
That just weirded me out.
Should. Okay.
Um, Those oddities in behavior were not discussed in the opinion. However, in a prior decision in the case by the New Jersey Superior Court Appellate Division, the court provided more detail, thus placing the ruling in its proper context. This is also still State versus Burr. There, the court noted that during a pretrial court appearance, the trial judge became alarmed by defendant's odd appearance and demeanor. When he arrived to court with a bag or large sign draped over his head. Oh, God.
Uh-uh.
When the trial judge inquired about his dress, the defendant began quoting from the book of Deuteronomy. Oh, my goodness. Uh, concerned, the trial judge ordered a competency examination, which revealed that the defendant was demonstrating signs of Asperger's disorder.
So,
Um,
are we gonna expect some of this kind of stuff from Coburger?
I don't know.
Hmm.
I think the little things that we saw in this last hearing are kind of maybe a
Leading up
preview that
to
he
it.
may be starting to move around a little bit
Right.
more.
Mhm.
Okay. You're gonna come in now with next with a bag over his head.
Um,
Don't be
Cover up
shocked.
them
you know,
bushy eyebrows.
his
All right.
standing silent, he took that literally because he has been sitting still
Right?
and silent in all
Stoic
of these
and silent.
hearings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now he's moving around, so it's like, yeah, that's very interesting. Okay, so this guy with which he was subsequently diagnosed. The state sought to exclude expert medical testimony at trial about the defendant's diagnosis, but the defendant argued it was relevant to show that his ability to make social judgments was impaired, i.e., allowing young female students to sit on his lap and to explain his odd or alarming appearance and mannerisms. God. The trial court excluded the evidence and the defendant was convicted. Thank God.
Yeah, for real. Care what you
Mhm.
got. You don't get to do all that.
Yeah. Okay. Not one of the defendant's experts have ever imputed behavior to him that remotely approaches the odd behavior in Burr. Thank you. Oh, this judge.
Mm-mm-mm.
Moreover, the court has had the opportunity to observe defendant through multiple hearings over the past several months,
Oh,
some lasting all day. Not once has the court perceived defendant to be acting in an odd or incongruent manner or otherwise demonstrating signs at counsel table that would warrant any explanation to the jury. Can I get an amen? Thank
for
you.
real. There's
Um,
nothing that he's done sitting there all this time
in
that would
months.
warrant an explanation as to why he's sitting there like that.
Yeah, his demeanor has been entirely appropriate. In a
Yes,
yep.
and they prep defense attorneys will prep their clients
Mhm.
to sit there and be just like Koberger is right now, to be
Mhm.
silent, be stoic, don't show emotion, especially during trial. They're prepped for that. Um, they're not supposed to show a response when crime scene photos and stuff are being, you know, try to refrain from being emotional. So
Mhm.
she's going to be getting what she wants, but yet she wants y'all to know why. And she's so
Like
reaching.
just in case if you see something,
Yeah, just in
this is
case you
why.
notice, just in case you notice them staring you down like a death stare.
Mhm.
Don't be alarmed. Don't be
Oh,
alarmed.
wow. Okay. In addition, unlike in Burr, the state has indicated it will not present any evidence from witnesses about defendants' allegedly odd behavior. Consequently, testimony about defendant's ASD is simply not relevant if he does not testify. Ooh, footnote number 9. I'd look, yeah, can't wait to see that.
Mm.
Moreover, introducing such evidence risks confusing the issues, misleading the jurors, wasting time, and potentially unfairly prejudicing both defendant and the state. The jury will already be instructed about evidence it is allowed to consider in determining guilt. Hold on a second. Sorry, dog's getting loud again. Because
Yes.
there is no reason for the testimony except to explain something that a jury is not allowed to consider in the first place, i.e., defendant's demeanor. It may very well cause confusion about the role the expert testimony plays in their overall determination of guilt. Okay. While the court is not blind to the fact that the jury will be scrutinizing defendant's courtroom behavior during trial, allowing testimony about his ASD to explain his courtroom behavior amounts to judicial endorsement of improper evidence. Yes. If anything, presenting evidence of defendant's ASD will focus the jurors even more on defendant's behavior that they likely would not have noticed in the first place. It may also diminish the weight assigned to evidence the jury is instructed to consider in aiding its determination of guilt, despite instructions to the contrary. It essentially invites the jury to consider the character of the accused to determine guilt, which is not proper except as allowed by IRE 404. In this sense, the evidence runs the risk of being unfairly prejudicial to defendant. It additionally risks playing into the jury's sympathies to the prejudice of the state. Moreover, expert testimony, particularly on a diagnosis as encompassing as ASD, will consume a significant amount of time in an already lengthy trial. You
Hmm.
go. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Ah, Okay, so footnote number 9 was that none of these cases supports the proposition that a defendant's ASD is relevant to explain the courtroom demeanor of a non testifying defendant. Rather, the evidence in each was used to rebut an element of the crime. Okay? Okay. Consequently, if defendant does not testify, evidence of his ASD to explain his courtroom demeanor is inadmissible under IRE 401 and 403. If, however, defendant testifies, evidence to explain his demeanor may become relevant. At that point, defendant's demeanor, which goes to his credibility, is relevant evidence a jury can consider, which the state concedes. However, prior to presenting testimony on the matter, defendant must raise the matter with the court outside the presence of the jury to discuss the permissible scope.
That's crazy.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Number 2. The court reserves ruling on admissibility of OCD evidence. Defendant argues that evidence of his physical manifestations of OCD may be relevant in rebuttal. Those manifestations, according to Dr. Orr, including compulsive hand washing, wearing gloves to avoid germs, and generally avoiding anything contaminating.
Wearing
D-
these gloves, so they're
mhm,
they're determined to continue to say he wears these gloves.
mhm. I want to know, was he wearing gloves when he was teaching classes
Yeah, I need to know that. We know he wasn't
around
wearing
all
them
those
driving the
germy
car.
students?
Right. So I can see people want to say, well, he was driving the car, didn't need to wear them. Okay, got it.
Mm-mm.
But when he went into the grocery store and they got him on camera going in the
Mhm.
grocery store, was he wearing gloves? Like
Mhm.
Dolphin said, when he was teaching class, was he wearing gloves? Do people see him having these behaviors?
Mhm.
That this was a constant thing for him. So
Yep. You don't.
another reason why he wouldn't have left much DNA behind because he's wearing gloves.
Yeah. You darn sure wouldn't want to go into a supermarket and touch a shopping cart handle and
Heck
all kinds of
no.
other things if you were a germaphobe.
Hell no.
So,
It's
yeah.
gross.
I'm not buying that. They're just trying to explain how he was caught, why he was caught,
Hmm.
uh, you know,
With
separating the
the
trash with the
sorting the
gloves,
trash at home with
pulling
the
his
gloves
out.
on.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right, because we read that in the documents recently too. Remember, he was standing in the sliding glass window. The cops were out there with the drones, and they
Mhm.
had the house surrounded. They could see him in the house
Mhm.
with gloves on, separating garbage into little baggies.
Pulling
Well,
his
now,
out specifically.
yeah. And now the
Mhm.
defense is like, oh, well, that's because he's a germophobic and he wears gloves all the time. Does he
Mhm.
really? Can we back that up?
Yeah.
Yeah, we. Interesting to see if they can, huh?
Mhm.
Hmm.
Um Oh, okay. Defendant further adds in arguments only that his OCD causes sleep difficulties that have led to a habit of night driving and running to decompress. He argues that if the state elicits testimony at trial related to these facts in order to support elements of the crime, evidence of these manifestations will be proper rebuttal. The state responds that it does not intend to introduce any evidence during the guilt phase as to the defendant's odd behaviors, social miscues, or other unusual behaviors. However, it requests that the court reserve ruling until the time of trial. The court finds this is an appropriate approach. Again, prior to introducing such evidence or otherwise mentioning it before the jury, defendant shall raise the matter outside the presence of the jury. 3. Evidence of DCD is not admissible to rebut ability to commit crime. Yes. As with his OCD, defendant argues he intends to introduce evidence of deficits in his fine motor dexterity and visual motor function caused by DCD to rebut the state's evidence that it was possible for him to have acted with the speed and coordination required to commit crimes. One second, let me look at the footnotes. Oh, number 12 down here at the bottom.
Uh
By
huh.
way of example, he notes that just prior to his arrest, law enforcement saw him wearing gloves and handling baggies, believing he was destroying evidence, law enforcement abbreviate its knock and announce procedure. If the state introduces this or similar evidence at trial, defendant asserts that evidence of his OCD would be relevant rebuttal to offer another explanation for his behavior. Okay, so that's
Okay.
what that was. Interesting. Um, oh, okay. The state responds that defendant is improperly stretching the bounds of his expert's opinion to reach an inference that cannot reasonably be drawn, which was not disclosed and which otherwise has no support. It argues that the evidence is not relevant to guilt and or barred by IRE 403. The state's challenge is well placed. Whether defendant was physically capable of the speed and dexterity to commit the crime on account of DCD is within the realm of expert opinion. As Dr. Lewin observed, DCD is characterized by impairments in the developments of motor coordination, including dexterity, limb speed, and gross and fine motor skills. It is associated with structural and functional disruption of motor control and coordination networks, with minimal modulation by psychological factors. However, it is not a diagnosis from which defendant currently suffers. In her
Hmm.
report, Dr. Orr noted DCD was a diagnosis for which defendant met criteria in the past.
Uh-huh.
Further, mhm,
Yeah.
Further, there is nothing in her disclosure or report suggesting defendant was physically unable to commit the crimes due to impairments associated with DCD. Her
Well,
entire discussion on defendant's DCD is as follows. Um, and that's the section that I had just read. Defendant's educational history,
yeah.
parent report, and evaluation results all provide evidence that defendant experienced significant deficits in motor functions in the course of development, which in turn contributed to problems meeting typical motor and coordination milestones of childhood. Examples: problems catching balls, handwriting, riding a bicycle. While motor problems have not impacted his functioning significantly in many years, defendant continues to present with impairment in fine motor dexterity and vulnerabilities in visual motor functions, evidence in his cognitive profile and observations of his behavior. The only observation Dr. Orr made with regard to defendant's fine motor dexterity was that defendant moved his whole arm and repositioned his upper body slightly to manipulate the items effectively. In that's
Okay.
whatever.
That could have been on purpose.
That's what I was thinking. In her cognitive profile, she stated that defendant's visual motor skills were relatively weak in the context of his overall profile, particularly when precision or dexterity were involved. Examples are copying and visual motor sequencing, consistent with his history of fine motor deficits. When isolated, Brian's fine motor dexterity and speed were impaired bilaterally, likely impacting his visual motor performances as well. The foregoing represents the extent of expert commentary on defendant's DCD. Nothing therein remotely approaches an opinion about defendant's ability to commit the crimes. At most, Dr. Orr could testify about her observations about his weak fine motor dexterity and visual motor skills, but without any opinion tying this evidence to his ability to commit the crime, its relevance is lacking, and it invites unsupported speculation by the jury about defendant's ability to commit the crime. Additionally, there is again the concern that expert testimony will consume an inordinate amount of time on an issue for which there is no foundation in a trial that will already be lengthy. Weighing this concern against the lack of any probative value further warrants its exclusion under IRE 403 as the state of the evidence stands currently.
Right.
Based on the foregoing motion, basically evidence is granted in part and reserved in part. It is so ordered. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, 13, footnote 13. Should
Oh,
the state open the door to inquiry about the issue, the defense must bring the issue to the court's attention outside the presence of the jury.
okay. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Well, he's got. I don't blame him. I mean, that's ridiculous. That whole argument that the defense has going on with his uh, newfound diagnosis
Mm-hmm.
is crazy to me. It's like we can't beat that DNA sheath. We're gonna have a hard time with this car footage stuff. We're gonna have a hard time with this cell phone stuff too. I've noticed you stare and sit weird. I mean, what prompted them? I wonder. Just speaking to the parents, what prompted the discussion? Something's wrong with Brian.
Just being around him,
All right.
probably,
I mean, was that enough to know? Was that it? Was
Mm-hmm.
that all it took for her to say, "Hey," or was it conversation with his parents? What came out of those conversations and those notes that she has from the conversations of the parents? They're the ones who had to tell her about his childhood and his diagnosis is then or lack of, or any issues, these motor skill issues they speak of when he was young. All that's coming from the parents. Brian may have told him some of it, but I'm sure the parents have told him a lot. So be really curious to see what the parents have told them. What these doctors, it's going to
Oh,
be
yeah.
it's
But
crazy.
here's the thing, though. If we could notice things about him in just these few hearings,
Uh huh.
then there as soon as they went in to meet him, and just like they've
Mm-hmm.
said in other hearings, they have difficulty getting him to focus.
Yeah.
Like he can't quote unquote assist in his defense or whatever, according to them, because he kind of gets lost in the weeds or whatever, or stuck
Mm-hmm.
on a certain
Well, you
point.
can imagine seeing him, see how he reacts with the cops at the pullovers, right?
Exactly. Now take that. Now that was one little small thing, and you see how
Right.
he went like, "Oh, can I see the law?" Da da da. Oh no, I'm not
Mm.
arguing. Blah blah blah.
Right.
I just want to know, whatever whatever. Now think about this case where four people were murdered, and
Mhm.
all the other things that happened, in this night or whatever, and that following morning. Come on, that guy. Like take that traffic stop and magnify
Yep,
that by 1,000.
exactly.
You
I
know.
was thinking the same thing.
Mhm.
Um, so, yeah, it and we noticed there were a little quirkiness, I guess you could call it, about him.
Mhm.
Not that he looked like a psychopath. Look at those strange eyes. Everybody assumed that's what we meant when we said there was something off, right? Something
Mhm.
odd. And apparently Anne saw it just as much as we did. Not everybody saw it, but
Yeah.
I know a lot of us did see it. We just couldn't quite put our finger on it. Actually, we had some private discussions about that, right?
Mhm.
Um, so now to see this all coming out, that they actually noticed enough of it to think that there was testing warranted, and now that there's been some diagnosis, can we use any of this to benefit our client?
Yeah, and this is like a normal strat, like defense
Yeah,
strat. Can we get a
yeah,
psychologist or somebody to come in and say,
exactly.
find something that would, we
Yep,
could use as a reason why our guy couldn't have possibly done it or whatever,
exactly.
whatever. So this is that, you know. These are
Yeah.
new diagnoses.
And the only ones bringing it up or wanting to use it is the defense, but they want to use it in the way they want to use it, right? And they want to make sure it's not used for I don't think anybody in the right mind is going to think this is an aggravating factor, that his new diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder and his physical conditions and different things, that those did not attribute to the crime. They didn't cause the crime, right? So
Mhm.
he was of sound mind and body, all that kind of stuff. But Anne wants you to be aware of them in case you notice something odd. That's to me that's a gamble. I feel like,
Yeah,
not
it
that it's
is.
going to favor her client. You know what I mean?
Because it's bringing it to people's attention because maybe
Yeah,
people wouldn't have noticed it,
yeah, true.
until
Like the
she brought
judge
it up.
said.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the judge didn't really find him odd. I mean, he wasn't really odd. There was just a couple of peculiar things that made you wonder. But like the judge said, he's not sitting there doing anything that's out of the ordinary. Like, really,
Hmm.
he's not.
And the
So
minute you bring that to people's, like the jury's attention, then of course they're going to be like,
then they're
well,
going to
let me pay
start.
attention to him more and
Hmm.
see if I see what they're talking about, you know?
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, you can't. I mean, once the idea is planted, right?
Hmm.
It's one of those things for sure.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
so we got through those documents, guys. I can't believe I thought it was Saturday all day. That's crazy. Um, Miss Shorty, I don't know if you're still in here. I think she's probably over at Camp Shorty. I want to give her a big shout out again. Thank you, Miss Shorty. She gifted out some memberships earlier when we started the stream. She gave us a super chat as well. She's super supportive and we love her. You guys go over and check her out. I'm not sure what time she's starting Camp Shorty tonight. Um, Let me see what she's got going on over there real quick. Because I know she is off for the next few nights. Let's see, live. Is she not live now?
Do you know that if you're going to end your stream, you can like raid other people's streams? Have you ever done that?
No, I have not. She's not live right now. There's a way to
Oh,
set it up, but I don't know how to set it up. I've never
no.
tried it. Plus, I'm on Restream right now. I think you got to go through YouTube Studio to do it and all this. And I've just never done it because I don't. When
Okay.
I'm done streaming, I rarely go into a stream. I usually go get food, go sit down, go chill for a bit, and then in a little while I might jump into a stream if there's an interesting one.
But it'll send everybody else, like everybody in the
It
chat, if
portals
they
them.
want to.
It
Yeah, it'll send
portals
them
them
to
over.
there.
Yeah,
They don't have
I've
to
been
stay, but yeah.
yeah I've been in streams where they portal over. I don't know how
Hmm.
they do it. I've never really thought about it much. I couldn't tell you who's live whenever I'm live. I don't know what everybody's out there doing. I know Miss Shorty does the Camp Shorty on the weekends, but I don't know what her schedule for this weekend is like or what time she's starting or any of that. She's not live right this minute, but she probably will be in a little while later. She's got something scheduled, but it's not until the 24th. Some of her Karen Reed stuff. So I don't know. Go there and check them out. I think Joe was live earlier, if I'm not mistaken. That he had an interview with, who did he interview? It was somebody from the obviously from Lori Vallow case. Let's see. I can't remember if that was like, I thought he was. Maybe it was maybe a video. I think he interviewed. Yeah, he interviewed somebody um, that knows about the church and knows Lori, I believe. I think you put a video out about that, so you might want to go check that out, guys. All right, I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna go make some dinner. These were crazy documents, a lot of information. I'm gonna have to go back through a couple because there's some notes I want to take about certain things. There's a couple of things from a server, not the back and forth arguments about what's coming in and what's coming out, but about evidence they talk about during the
Oh,
documents.
the
You know what I mean?
MVP was the deleted Amazon browsing history for these documents for me.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, we're all happy. Welcome in. Hope you have a great weekend too. Um, Guys, I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with us and listening to the documents and going through them and being a part of the conversation. That's always the great thing. I know I wasn't really paying attention to too much of the chat tonight. I was busy reading, and I know a lot of you that are here a lot are used to me stopping and chit chatting with you guys. Um, but I have great people here with me, and I know they were all chit chatting away with you, and I appreciate it. That's part of the reason we do this. Dolphin, Firefly, thank you so much for coming up and helping me out with the read and all the good things.
You're welcome.
Um, yeah, so we may not have much movement for a while until somebody files something new or until we get closer to a court date. You know, that's usually how it works. So, and we'll have to do some checking to see if he's actually ruled on all the motions that were to be heard or that they did hear, and to see what he finally decided. All right, guys, maybe tomorrow. I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I usually do not on Saturdays. Um, I did this one because the documents drop, but tomorrow I need to finish up my content for Sunday stream and I got a busy week ahead streaming. So I will not see you tomorrow, but we will see you again over here on Sunday morning for Salty Sunday. We'll be discussing some Delphi discovery. All right, guys. Thanks for coming in, everybody. Until Sunday, y'all have a great weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to